Okay. 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 Hello, welcome back to the stream. This is Mickey the Tiny Astaniki, and I'm back to streaming. Today is Friday. It is currently 2:10. Today we won't be playing games. Today it won't even really be React content unless I randomly have like a random thought process on it. Just lower the sound slightly. Lower this as well. Wait 1 second. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. So today, we are going to be just working. Like I need to work and I need to catch up on editing and stuff like that. So, today we're just gonna be editing. We're gonna be doing stuff. Oh god, my brain's gone flatline again. That's great. It's fun. All right, cool. Yeah. So, we're just gonna be. How is my brain flatlining so much? Okay. Yeah, so my brain is flatlining. What we need to do is catch up and edit videos. I need to publish stuff on my YouTube channel, and to do that, I need to edit videos. So that, we will, like, on the actual stream itself, you guys are going to be watching the Elden Ring lore videos from Vaatividya. So he's, like, one of the biggest, lore people, for Elden Ring content. And yeah, that's what you guys are going to be watching. You'll also be seeing my VTuber model like bop up and down randomly because it's gonna be here. And yeah, that's what you guys are gonna get. Me on the other hand, you guys won't see it because I've tried this before. DaVinci Resolve doesn't come up on stream for some reason. Like it physically just doesn't show up. So yeah, that's gonna be a thing. I may show you guys thumbnail work. Thumbnail work is something which I can show on stream because Canva is an internet browser thing which I use, and also Paint Tool Sai is another program which I use, so we will be doing that. But yeah, predominantly, it's like if you guys really want to, then it's like I'll show that stuff. But just 1 second. If interruptions. Alright, cool. Doesn't matter. Whatever. Yeah, you guys just slap us on for now and then you guys can watch it. So yeah. Chatting. 2D mode off. YouTube on. And so yeah, we're just gonna have the playlist of Elden Ring lore from Vaatividya. That's what we're gonna be doing today. Okay? Give me 2 seconds.
Begin in the lands between.
Okay.
It begins in the cosmos, far away, with
Stand
an
off.
outer god called the Greater Will. There are a lot of outer gods mentioned in Elden Ring. You can think of these kind of like the great ones of Bloodborne.
We do this.
Distant beings. They're
Slap
all
this down here.
powerful and they're quite unknowable by design. But many of these outer gods want to make their presence felt in the world. The Greater Will, maybe most of all. To this end, it sent a golden star hurtling towards the lands between. The Elden Star's incantation tells us that this golden star was bearing a beast, an Elden beast. The Elden Remembrance calls it a vassal beast of the Greater Will. If you didn't know, a vassal is someone who holds land on behalf of the overlord. Obviously, this is fitting in this case, because the Elden Beast occupied the lands between on behalf of the Greater Will, and was a living incarnation of the concept of order. As such, this beast would later become the Elden Ring. The Elden Ring itself is made up of runes of power, some great, some small, that together represent a sort of logic for the world to follow. Thus, the Elden Ring represents order. The true nature of this order is a subject of constant debate and research undergone by fundamentalists. But two of the key fundamentals are the laws of causality and regression. You can think of the law of causality as cause and effect, where actions have consequences, and those consequences are new causes that branch out into infinity. These are the relationships between things. Then there's the law of regression that states that all things yearn to converge and return to their roots. Fittingly,
I'm gonna start working now. You guys can watch this and have fun.
Within the Erd Tree, which towers over the lands between. But it's very important to stress that life in the lands between did not begin with the Erd Tree, the Elden Ring, or the Elden Beast. No, the lands between were occupied well before the Greater Will came. There were other beings here. There were other factions here. There were other gods here. And there was even another great tree here before the Erd Tree. And this is where a huge twist regarding the Erd Tree comes in. So, there are incantations in the game called Aspects of the Crucible. According to their descriptions, these are manifestations of the Erd Tree's primal vital energies. And I quote, "They are an aspect of the primordial crucible where all life was once blended
Hello,
together."
Brooklyn VTuber. Hi.
How could all life be blended together
I'm good.
in the Erd Tree?
Today's gonna be a working stream, so I'm not gonna be, like, I'll engage with chat if I see it, but, like, yeah. I'm gonna, it's like, you guys can watch Elden Ring lore, and me, I'll just be, what's it called, working on DaVinci Resolve stuff, so yeah.
Was almost certainly the location
So you won't be like, it won't be super like, haha, fun, super energetic stream. So yeah, if you're expecting that, I'm sorry.
It might even be the reason the lands
Wait,
between
are you a VTuber as well?
in the first place.
How often do you stream? Normally 4 times a week, maybe 5. This time's 5 because there was a lot of gacha events that I had to try cover. So yeah.
For example, the knot talisman is fashioned from a knotted vestige of the crucible, and it was considered a signifier of the divine in ancient times, but is now increasingly disdained as an impurity as civilization has advanced. Enemies related to the crucible are the Omen, the Misbegotten, and the Crucible Knights, and all 3 of them would be shunned, enslaved, or imprisoned. Those who speak for the Erd Tree don't want you to know its roots, so to speak. According to the spell, Protection of the Erd Tree, in the beginning everything was in opposition to the Erd Tree, but through countless victories in war, it became the embodiment of order.
In Marika's own words, the Erd Tree governs all. The choice is thine. Become one with the order, or divest thyself of it. To wallow at the fringes, a powerless upstart.
But the Greater Will needed more than a big tree. It needed loyal agents in the lands between. To this end, it has the Two Fingers, who are its envoys. The Two Fingers heirloom has a weird picture of them, but it reads, "Of course, fingers cannot speak, yet these are eloquent. Persistently they wriggle, spelling out mysteries in the air. Thus did we gain the words of our faith." These words are interpreted by the finger readers. These are the undying old crones that you would have found throughout the lands between. They pass down the wisdom of the Two Fingers, or at least they used to.
Your fingers, please, your fingers. I can read them.
Most of them appear to have lost their purpose, and they're desperate to read your fingers and tell you annoying riddles, since their two fingers are likely dead. And yes, of course, there are multiple sets of Two Fingers. You would have found their corpses on the tops of the divine towers. Atop these towers, you loot the fingers in order to activate the true power of a great rune. Specifically though, you are giving benediction back to your great rune. You're taking a blessing back from the two dead fingers, essentially. This is just one of many blessings that the Two Fingers can bestow, and my point is kind of that the Two Fingers clearly have more than just influence. They have real power on some level. The Greater Will needs these powerful envoys and agents because, while it's obviously incredibly powerful, it does seem limited by a few things. First is space. The Greater Will didn't come to the lands between itself, it sent an Elden beast to do its bidding instead. Second is time. There is a moment later in the game where your pair of Two Fingers go still because they're forced to commune with the Greater Will for guidance.
When they are finished, the fingers will again offer their guidance. But thousands, if not tens of thousands, of moons must first pass. No matter for me. But you, how will you ever manage the wait?
So the Greater Will needs a physical manifestation of order. It needs envoys to convey its will, but what it also needs is a god. Introducing Marika the Eternal. I have this utterly enormous mind map of Elden Ring's lore, and there's a reason she's at the center. She's essentially the equivalent of Gwyn from Dark Souls, except unlike Gwyn, Marika didn't just crawl out of the dark and find power. To an extent, it seems like she earned it. We don't know much about her origins, except that she is of the Numen race, which is actually an origin that you can choose in the character selection screen. Numen come from outside the lands between, and are supposed descendants of denizens of another world, long-lived but seldom born. At some point, Marika was chosen as an Empyrean. What is an Empyrean? Well, an Empyrean is a being chosen by the Fingers as a candidate for godhood. As an Empyrean, Marika received the aid of a shadow to do her bidding. So what is a shadow? Well, it's a wolf, shadowbound to its Empyrean by the Two Fingers. Luna Princess Rani is another example of an Empyrean with a shadowbound beast. You would have met Blythe. These creatures are the Empyrean's very own shadow. They are completely loyal to their needs and, by definition, incapable of treachery. Marika's shadow was a beast called Malakath. Every Empyrean uses their shadow in different ways, but Marika's sole need of her shadow was as a vessel to lock away destined death. So what is destined death? Well, according to Enya, it's the rune of death.
The rune of death goes by two names. The other is destined death.
We mentioned earlier that the Elden Ring is made up of runes, and at some point, maybe when she was chosen as a god, Marika plucked the Rune of Death from the Elden Ring. She gave the Rune of Death to Malakath, her totally loyal shadow, who bore a black blade imbued with this rune. It's kind of genius, really. In a single act, she removed the concept of death from the lands between, while also commanding total control of death through her shadow, who could deliver it at her whim. Now, some of you might be asking, if death is removed from the lands between, how come I can kill this dog? First off, shame on you. Second, from a lore point of view, that dog isn't really dead. It's simply in the process of its spirit, or its soul, returning to the Erd Tree. Catacomb dungeons, for example, are specifically constructed near the roots of the Great Tree for this reason, so that the Erd Tree can reabsorb their ashes back into it. This process replaced the concept of a death that you were destined to have, but this random spirit outside of a catacomb dungeon says it best. As another example of this theory, when you kill a major boss, you receive a remembrance of them. These are spirits, and they are hewn into the Erd Tree. In this way, thanks to the Erd Tree's grace, their spirits are immortalized, in a sense. This new form of death also explains what's happening when you summon spirits.
From ash and return to the Erd Tree.
However, some spirits never return to the Erd Tree, and they rise within death as corpses or skeletons instead. So this was the new order, and it's important to stress that it was in this moment, when the rune of death was removed, when destined death was taken, this is when order became the Golden Order.
The forbidden shadow plucked from the Golden Order upon its creation.
Specifically, this was Marika's
Let's get to work.
So not only did she become a god and a vessel for the Elden Ring, she became renowned as Marika the Eternal for her removal of destined death. It was a huge part of her character and her reign as well. However, Marika had more than just death to conquer. She had wars to fight, as the world was occupied by many forces that could threaten her Golden Order. There was war with the Stormlord, who likely ruled over Stormvale, and there was a war with the Giants, who were masters of a flame that could burn the Erd Tree. There was war with the ancient dragons, who incidentally had stones that could twist time and thus slay a god. And finally, there was war brewing with the Carrion royalty, who had previously obeyed laws which contravened the Golden Order. Thus, sort of similar to how the Greater Will needed an Empyrean to enforce its will, Marika herself needed someone to wage war. So, there was to be a husband, a consort, an Elden Lord. The man chosen was Hoarah, a ferocious warrior who became known as the Lord of the Battlefield. His crown was warranted with strength, and while it was for this strength that Marika married him, he was also required to take a vow to conduct himself as a lord. To suppress the ceaseless lust for battle that raged within, Hoarah took the beast regent Sirach upon his back. You'll notice this is another example of a beast being given for the purpose of serving order. Thus, in this moment, he went from being Hoarah, warrior, to Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, consort to Queen Marika, and a certified demigod. Godfrey and Marika had 3 demigod children together. There was Godwyn the Golden, who you saw being killed
this
in
makes
the
no
opening
sense.
trailer,
Wait, what?
And there were also the reviled Omen twins, Morgoth, who guards the Erd Tree, and Mohg, who became Lord of Blood. You might think that Godric was another demigod child, but he actually wasn't. Instead, he was probably descended from Godwyn. Anyway, we'll talk about the demigods more in detail in another video, so subscribe for that. But for now, just know that Godfrey and his offspring were the first demigods, henceforth known as the Golden Lineage. In his wars, Godfrey led his 16 Crucible Knights into battle, who were named so for they fought with the primordial power.
It just doesn't work! It just doesn't work! Okay, cool, that's fine. That's fun.
They likely fought giants, dragons, the Stormlord, and
give
more
up.
to usher in
Just
their
work on
age,
thumbnails, I
the
guess,
age
because
of
apparently
the
DaVinci Resolve doesn't want to open up for some reason.
Own words. Hark,
It's fun. Alright.
brave warriors.
Make
Hark,
thumbnails
my
for
Lord Godfrey.
what? How many
We
videos?
commend
Let's see.
your deeds. Guidance hath delivered ye through each ordeal to the place ye stand. Put the giants to the sword and confine the flame atop the mount. Let a new epoch begin, an epoch glistening with life. Brandish the Elden Ring
Switch.
for the age of the Erd Tree.
The Erd Tree would go on to be largely seen as a blessing for all of those in the lands between, especially those close to it in Leyndell, the capital city of the Erd Tree. The tree bestowed blessings.
So
for example, the
content.
dew that dropped from its branches were like jewels. It loomed overhead as
so
a constant
how many
reminder
videos
of
do we have
order,
to make?
and its roots reached far and wide. relieving many of the burden of death. In fact, Erd Tree burial was one of the highest honors a hero could receive. One by one, the previous factions of the world fell. The giants were put to the sword, and their fell god was killed by Marika herself.
Technically,
the ancient
Monster Hunter
dragons
thumbnails
broke
is
down
something
the
that
walls
you could
of
do.
Leyndell, but met fierce retaliation.
Alright, so
However, I think the House of
we
the
can
Erd Tree
just go
encountered the
here.
most trouble against the land to their southwest, Leonia. Here, the House of the Moon repelled their offensives
Let's see.
time and time again.
Thumbnails.
And I mean that literally, because there was not just one, but two wars fought here. And in both of these, there was no victory for the Golden, nor for the Moon.
Wheel
and I suspect
of
it
weapons.
was probably because of these lobsters. These damn things can snipe you from like a mile away. And it's bullshit. Actually, it was probably because of the Carrion Knights, who, according to their weapons, were able to wield sorcerous battle skills, and despite numbering fewer than 20, this power made them a match for even the champions of gold in battle. These enchanted
I don't like that
knights were
title.
anointed by the Lunar Queen, a young astrologer who went on to establish the House of Kari as royalty in this land. With her bewitching lunar magic, she won over the Academy of Raya Lucaria, where glintstone sorcery was studied, and united the Carrion royal family and the learned scholars of Raya Lucaria defended their home from the golden aggressors. At the head of this great golden army was Radagon.
Lord Radagon was a great champion, possessed of flowing red locks. He came to these lands at the head of a great golden host when he met Lady Renala in battle.
These two champions clashed, fell in love, and joined their houses.
Radagon once cleansed himself with celestial dew, repented his territorial aggressions, and swore his love
where's
to
my
Renala.
content?
The Order of the Erd Tree and the fate of the Moon were conjoined, and all the wounds of war forgiven.
You might think it strange that the Greater Will would permit this union, but it's not too odd, all things considered. As with most From Software games, sorcery and faith are just two sides of the same coin, and both of these powers stem from the cosmos. Radagon and Renala were known to have 3 children together. Lunar Princess Rani, who inherited her mother's propensity for lunar magic, Radahn, who took after his father Radagon and would go on to master gravitational magic, and Rykard, who pioneered new hex sorceries and would go on to feed himself to a great serpent. It follows that at some point after this, Marika began to harbor doubts about the Golden Order that she had had a hand in creating.
In Marika's own words, I declare mine intent to search the depths of the Golden Order through understanding of the proper way. Our faith, our grace is increased. Those blissful early days of blind belief are long past. My comrades, why must ye falter?
And it's at this point that we should talk about Marika's motivations, her character. This is surely going to be one of those huge points of debate in the coming years, but for now, my working theory is that she wanted to discover the truth behind order and the truth behind the Greater Will, and she believed that bonds had to be broken so that they could be better understood. She believed that there was great meaning to be found in hardship.
Queen Marika has high hopes for us, that we
We did 5 falls already, that's fine.
Onto eternity.
Streamer luck is real, TikTok,
For Lord Godfrey, his struggle ended at the end of his campaigns. According to his armor,
ZZZ content that we care about.
The giants, faced the Storm Lord alone, and then there came a moment
I don't
when his last
feel as if
fell,
it's good content,
and it was
though.
then,
That's the
as
thing.
the story is told, that the hue of Lord Godfrey's eyes faded. In
ZZZ.
truth, he was robbed of his grace.
Story
Then
highlights?
Marika sent him away.
My lord, and thy warriors, I divest each of thee of thy grace. With thine eyes dimmed, ye will be driven from the lands
story
between.
highlight?
Ye will wage war in a land afar, where ye will live and die.
That's
This
fine.
became known as the Long March of the Tarnished,
That's
as
fine.
Godfrey and his
We do that,
tarnished
we do
descendants walked away from the lands between. But Queen Marika absolutely had a plan here, that Lord Godfrey and his descendants would one day return stronger, having struggled outside of grace.
Then, after thy death,
Chapter
I will give back what I once
1,
claimed. Return to the lands
1.5,
between. Wage
2,
war
2.5,
and brandish the Elden Ring.
3.
Grow strong in the face of death. Warriors of my lord, Lord Godfrey.
Character story.
Soon after, she found a new husband. Either that or a new husband was found for her.
When Godfrey, first Elden Lord, was hounded from the lands between, Radagon left Renala to return to
story
the Erdtree
highlights.
capital, becoming Queen Marika's second husband and king consort, taking the title of second Elden Lord. The mystery endures to this day as to why Lord Radagon would cast Lady Renala aside, and moreover,
Legends.
why a mere champion would be chosen for the seat of Elden Lord.
Whatever the case, as a part of this union, Radagon's prior 3 children with Renala became demigod stepchildren, granted grace thanks to their new family tree. Renala was broken by this, and so was her country, Leonia. The Queen's set reads, when Renala, head of both the Academy of Raya Lucaria and the Carian royal family, lost her husband Radagon, her heart went along with him, and then those at the Academy realized that Renala was no champion after all. In the wake of Radagon's betrayal and Renala's poor judgment, Leonia struggled with civil war, with the Academy of Raya Lucaria on one side and the Carian royals on the other. And it's here, during the age of the Erdtree, that Lunar Princess Rani, daughter of Renala and Radagon, stole a fragment of the Rune of Death.
It happened during the golden age of the Erdtree, long before the shattering of the Elden Ring. Someone stole a fragment of the Rune of Death from Malekith, the Black Blade.
As mentioned previously, Malekith was Marika's shadow, and he had sealed destined death in a black blade. Then a fragment, only a fragment, of this Rune of Death was stolen. And once this happened, Malekith went a step further in protecting
the latest stream, which we did yesterday,
the blade within his own flesh, such that none might rob death ever again. It was too late, however. This fragment of the Rune of Death was used immediately, that night, to kill a demigod, Marika's own son, Godwyn the Golden.
That was the first recorded death of a demigod in all history, and it became the catalyst. Soon, the Elden Ring was smashed, and thus sprang forth the war known as the Shattering.
Now, there is a lot of
Changly Pools
really
is a video.
Evidence that Marika was behind this plot to have a fragment of the Rune of Death stolen. There's also a ton of evidence that Marika is behind the entirety of your tarnished quest.
We'll talk
about that in another video. For now, all you really need to know, in terms of the timeline at least, is this. After the marriage of Marika and Radagon, and after a fragment of the Rune of Death was stolen, Marika went on to shatter the Elden Ring, and Radagon attempted to repair it, to no avail.
It's fun. Chapter story. Turning Pools. ZZ.
Said that Lord Radagon harbored a secret.
Ellen
A famed sculptor of the Erdtree capital was once summoned to render Lord Radagon's likeness in giant stature when he glimpsed the skeleton in Radagon's closet. And as such, it's said the great statue harbors his secret too.
Thumbnails to
of
make.
Course, the huge twist in Elden Ring is that Radagon is Marika, or depending on what you believe, he became her. She knew it was going to happen.
In Marika's own words, O Radagon, leal hound of the Golden Order, thou art yet to become me. Thou art yet to become a god. Let us be shattered, both mine other self.
You can tell when From Software is keeping something a little bit open-ended. 11. Of everything in Elden Ring's lore, this will also go on to be one of the biggest unknowns as we move forward. For example, the wording, thou art yet to become me, reinforces that Marika and Radagon were two separate entities before the shattering.
full
However,
order.
in contrast, there is also evidence that Radagon was always part of Marika. For example, Enya says that
The demigods are each and all the direct offspring of Queen Marika.
but how can this be
Origami?
if Radagon married Renala and had those
PvP?
demigod children? The only way that makes sense is if Radagon was always Marika and he just went over there to seduce Renala long ago. I'll present more concrete theories in the future, but on this matter, the most important thing is, what do you think?
Hey,
While
just
you
had to
can
go
figure
for
out
it.
a ton of Elden Ring story,
It's
not
fine.
all of it is open
There.
to interpretation.
What's on the
Certain things are,
world?
and this is one of
Hammer,
them. And your
bow,
interpretation
lance.
is a big part of what makes this story special.
Oh, hello? Someone follow? Oh, Brooklyn VTuber. Oh, thank you very much for the follow, Brooklyn VTuber. Thank
We
you.
mentioned these laws earlier, actually. There's the law of
Okay,
causality,
that's fine.
and Marika is an
Okay.
agent of cause and effect.
Let's see.
And there's the law of regression, as Radagon is a character who aspires to be
What else did we
complete and
do?
regress together. So I
MSC,
theory that forcing
True
these two
Fiction.
beings that represent these
Did
concepts
something else,
together
right?
would have
Was there
corrected
pools that we
Marika's
did?
deviance. But even so, she was imprisoned in the Erd Tree
What pools
for
did
the
we did?
crime of the Shattering.
Marika's trespass
We've done Ellen
demanded a
pools
heavy
for
sentence.
Sinless Zone Zero.
But even in shackles, she
Story highlights is a
remains
thing.
god and a
Not sure if I
vision's
care about it
vessel.
too much, but
The
that's a
conjoined
thing.
Radagon and Marika even had
Honkai
two
Star Rail
demigod children of their own, Mikola
2.4
and
live
Millennia.
stream.
These two children were born afflicted.
React.
Mikola was cursed with eternal childhood, and Millennia harbored a horrific
2.4
rot within.
live stream
Even
react.
so, these two children were both chosen as
Fate
Empyreans.
collab.
They were immensely sacred
Um,
beings and eligible
that is a
to
thing.
inherit godhood from the Greater Will. Perhaps the Greater Will was just
Pure
desperate to
fiction
find a worthy successor,
for
and indeed
blah,
in the
blah,
Shattering
blah,
War to
blah,
come,
blah.
many would try to claim the
Once
shards
in
of
the
the
world.
Elden Ring, and they would try
It's
to take
fine.
the throne, including, of course, the Tarnished, who returned
That's
from their long
whatever,
march
it's
at
fine.
Blast. Which
ZZ
we'll talk
story
about in the
highlights.
next main
So-
lore video.
Is there other
I should
ZZ
probably also
content that we
mention
actually
here that if you become a
made?
patron, you'll see upcoming lore videos early, as that's one of the rewards you get if you pledge to the $3 tier. And if you think my channel really adds a lot of value to
Something?
the Souls games for you to the point where you pledge $20, then in this new tier,
What
you'll
else
receive
content
a
did
new
we
mug
do?
every 3 months
Changly
that
highlights,
has
Changly
a
story.
unique design on it to do with the games by From Software. There are 4 to collect. The first one you'll get is inspired by Dark Souls, then Elden Ring,
See
then
story
Sekiro,
highlights.
and finally Bloodborne. And they all have fantastic art that I worked on with an amazing artist
Apex
named Chu.
Legends.
But anyway, I figured this is the right place to end this video because the information here is gonna be overwhelming. I bet it probably was too overwhelming, you know? It took me ages to commit
Thumbnails
these
to
names
make.
and the relationships they had with other characters to memory. So
I have
hope
no
you guys
idea
enjoy
what
it.
characters I used.
One thing that helped me a lot was
Okay.
that we designed an enormous mind map with pretty much all of Elden Ring's lore, all of its item descriptions, all of its dialogues, all of the relationships between characters that we can think of. We added all of this together and it helped a ton in learning about the story and visualizing it all. And one day I will make this asset available to you all because I think after doing it, I think this is the quintessential way to piece together the story, and I think giving you guys this asset eventually will make that accessible for people. So I'm really excited about that. I want to thank Absa and Zard for accepting the paid task of helping me put all the raw data into this mind map so
State figure
that I could
there?
better understand everything. I want to thank Paragod for fulfilling all of my footage requests and creating so many cinematic scenes for this video and for you all to enjoy. And I last of all want to thank John Devlin for the incredible thumbnail. And of course, thank you for watching. There are some really
Broken
exciting
up.
things ahead, and I actually believe this might be the
different
best story that From Software have
streams.
ever put together. I just think not only are there so many amazing item descriptions, but so many of them are impactful. There are so many moments where you piece together the story and have like a eureka moment, and I'm enjoying it so much. But now I'm gonna go and play the game a little bit because I've been editing this video for too long. So, see you next time.
Good stuff. Alright, so story highlights chapter broken up in different streams. That's fine. Story highlights Changli pulls.
The demigods are each and all the direct offspring of Queen Marika. There was Godwyn, Morgoth, Mohg, Radahn, Rykard, Rani, Mikola, and Melania, Blade of Mikola. Melania, Blade of Mikola. Melania, Blade of Mikola. And Melania. Not again. All of these demigods had fallen from grace by the time the shattering occurred. But in this video, I want to mostly
Is there seriously
talk
no
about the
Wua
origins
content?
of these characters.
Wua
who these
event.
demigods were before the fall. And some of these demigods fell a long way indeed.
Wow.
Before he became this
Realm?
unsightly mess, Godwyn the Golden was quite the heroic figure. He was born of the promising union between Lord Godfrey and
How do you
Queen
spell realm?
America, and he achieved great renown for his bravery in one of their wars at least, the War of the Ancient Dragons. This war began when Grandsax, a great ancient dragon, rained calamity down upon Leyndell, marking the only time in historical record that Leyndell's walls had fallen.
Well,
It's not
Elusive
clear
Realm.
why Grandsax first attacked, but
1.1?
fortifying themselves against lightning, the Knights of the Erd Tree weathered his assault, and Grandsax was defeated. However, this was only the beginning, and a bitter war against the ancient dragons was to follow.
Highlights?
During this war, the Erd Tree Sentinels had an epiphany that
that's fine.
the only way to truly protect
Story
the Erd Tree
highlights,
was
channeling
to become
polls,
dragons themselves.
character story
And
channeling.
So, to spoil
Here's
the corpses
React
of their
content.
foes, the grotesque
Just don't know what it
Sentinels
is.
served the Erd Tree, but fought with the claws of the enemy
React
instead.
content.
In the end, the ancient dragons were routed once again. In a
Demo.
graveyard of swords by the Stormcaller Church, the end of the war is commemorated. Here, we learn that during battle, Godwyn the Golden defeated Fortisax, called the mightiest dragon of them all.
Teaser.
However, he did not kill Fortisax. Instead, he befriended him. And it was in this act that the powers of the ancient dragons truly became a part
Teaser.
of Leyndell. After all, only those
Demo.
loved by dragons can survive the ordeal
EP.
of cladding their bodies in lightning. So, from an unlikely friendship, an ancient dragon
that's-
cult
yeah.
was born in the capital city.
From the
The
Ultimate,
Knights
Conquest
of
of
Leyndell
Real,
learned to
Pure
worship
Fiction
the dragons
4,
and wield the
MSC,
lightning.
MSC, Origami
Sister of
PvP,
Fortisax
livestream
even took
collab,
human form
Once on
to
the
better
World,
commune
la
with
di
the
da di
knights.
da,
It was
Zenless
officially
Zera's
decided that
story,
the worship of the ancient dragons did not
highlights,
conflict
the
with
possibility,
belief in the
Ellen
Erd Tree,
Pools broken up in
and it
different
was all thanks
streams.
to Godwyn, commander of the dragons Golden Lightning, and a true child of the Golden lineage. But now, let's talk about Morgoth and Mohg, the Omen twins, who were also born of Godfrey and Marika's golden lineage. First, what is an omen? Well, to put it simply, an
Snake
omen
event.
is an accursed child, seen as impure, as they are born with horns on the body and face. When this happens, the correct thing to do, culturally at least, is to cut off the horns of the omen, an act which usually causes them to perish. It's pretty messed up, but some omen do survive this process, and some omen are even given a cleaver, crafted specifically for them and awarded as a tool of war, although these weapons are bestowed with a readiness to take them away. We find one such omen in an Erd Tree camp upon the Altus Plateau. Before you fight it, you might have noticed another omen nearby, writhing in its sleep. It's said that omens see evil spirits in their nightmares, and I think this omen is dreaming, haunted by the vengeful spirits of its accursed kin. This brings us to the Omen Killers, who are horrifying butchers of twisted conscience. They wear these horned masks that make a mockery of the Omen's nightmares, and these butchers hunt the Omen and amputate their horns. The first Omen Killer was named Rollo, a famous perfumer who had to imbibe a physic to rid himself of emotion so that he could better perform his tasks. Remember, it
What was the
seems
point?
many omen have their horns excised when they're very young. That's definitely disturbing enough to warrant an emotion-killing physic in my book. However, if the omen is born of royalty, then their horns are not cut off, but the omen is kept underground, unbeknownst to anyone, and imprisoned for eternity. By way of example, you would have seen all kinds of omen confined to the sewers beneath Leyndell. But why are omen considered to be accursed in the first place? Some of them are clearly intelligent, so what's inherently wrong with being born with horns and great strength? Well, it's important to remember, I think, that this curse might only really exist in the context of the Golden Order. After all, those afflicted with omen horns are not able to return to the Erd Tree for rebirth, and are said to be born outside of its grace. But why does the Golden Order disavow the omen, then? Well, it's hard to say for sure, but my working theory is that it's to do with the Crucible. According to this ancient incantation, horns were once an aspect of the Erd Tree's primordial crucible, where all life was once blended together. And with the exception of a couple of crucible nights in and around Leyndell, we know that the Golden Order has started to distance itself from most things that touch upon the crucible. While things like horns, knots, feathers, and scales once grew on the human body and were considered signifiers of the divine, now they are disdained as impurities as civilization has advanced. We learn this from the knot, scale, and feather talismans, all of which are guarded by omen, or dropped by omen killers, no less. Unfortunately for the Order of the Erd Tree, these once divine impurities seem to crop up in some births, whether they like it or not, almost like it's a genetic trait, as if it touches upon the crucible at the root of the Erd Tree. And so you have to ask, is it really a curse to be born as a graceless omen? Well, as with most curses in these games, I think that depends on your perspective. In any case, Mohg and Morgoth were omen royalty, and thus they were born into a wretched mire far below the earth, horns and all. Here they were kept under the strictest confinement. Each of them were bound with charmed shackles that were covered in roots or thorns and bathed in golden magic. It seems very few people were supposed to know that they even existed. Morgoth, for his part, renounced and despised his accursed omen blood, but his brother Mohg embraced it. Deep underground, Mohg stood before an outer god, a being called the Formless Mother who craves wounds, a being capable of bestowing power upon accursed blood. In this moment, Mohg's accursed blood erupted with fire, and he became besotted with the defilement that he was born into. Here, deep below the earth, he would go on to build a dynasty of blood in reverence of a mother. Something it seems he never truly
Didn't realize I was muted.
As for Morgoth,
Okay.
he was born into the same accursed fate as his twin brother, but despite not being blessed with grace, he loved the Erd Tree all the same, and even took it upon himself to crawl out of the sewers and become the Erd Tree's protector when the Erd Tree needed him most. In the end, he rightfully became the Omen King and Lord of Leyndell.
Yeah, wait.
Omen or not, he was, after all, born of Godfrey and Marika's golden lineage. Of course, the marriage between Godfrey and Marika would be ended, and before long, Marika remarried with another man, a champion named Radagon, who Marika calls her other half. He became second Elden Lord and the king consort, but he also brought with him 3 children from a previous marriage that he had had with a Carian queen named Renala. These children were Rani, Rykard, and Radahn, and they all became demigod stepchildren after Radagon's reunion with Queen Marika. Possessed of his father's flaming red hair, Radahn was fond of its heroic implications and considered himself to be born of a great champion, yet he also looked up to another man, Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, Queen Marika's first husband and the Lord of the Battlefield. But Radahn wasn't just the son of Radagon and an aspiring Lord of the Battlefield, he was also the son of Renala, who was head of the Academy of Raya Lucaria and Queen of Caria. So as a Carian royal, inclined towards sorcery, Radahn bent his will towards mastering gravitational magics. Rock sling, gravity well, collapsing stars, these techniques were taught to him in Celia, the town of sorcery, all so he would never have to abandon his beloved but scrawny steed. That said, before long, his powers would be put towards a more cosmic purpose than simply allowing him to ride his own horse. Radahn was taught gravitational magic by an Alabaster Lord, a member of a race of ancients with skin of stone who was said to have risen to life when a meteor struck long ago. And when his lessons were complete, Radahn uttered these chilling words.
Thank you for your tutelage. For now, I can challenge the stars.
And, of course, he did conquer the stars, and the very constellations would be halted by his strength. But of course, you kind of have to ask, why? Why was it necessary to conquer the stars in the first place? Well, I have a couple of theories. Theory 1 is that it was done in self-defense. After all, according to the sword gravestone, Radahn was protecting Celia. What's more, gravitational magic has destructive power, and many gravitational beasts are proof of that destructive power. A being named Astel had even come down to the lands between in the past and destroyed a place called the Eternal City. What's more, Celians are descendants of the Eternal, positioned right above the Eternal City underground, so there is an argument to be made for Radahn purely defending Celia for some reason here. But it's possible for Radahn to have fought in this conflict and to have made the first move as well, so this is theory 2, that Radahn conquered the stars as a preventative measure in service to the greater will. According to a set of astrologer items, the night sky cradles fate. There's even a banished sect of people called the Nox, who live deep below the earth in eternal anticipation of the coming age of stars and their lord of night. Long ago, these people invoked the ire of the greater will, so it would make sense that those in service to the greater will might have sought to arrest the stars and put an end to this fate. What's more, Radahn was just a huge fanboy of Godfrey, and he seems to have more loyalty to the Erd Tree than to the moon. Finally, the telescope item description says that the fate once writ in the night skies had been fettered by the Golden Order, so surely this is referencing Radahn's actions, and it levels the blame at the Golden Order. But putting Radahn's motivations aside, it's a fact that the stars were held back, and that this had great consequences for many, especially for the rest of his Carian royal family.
Let me explain. The fate of the Carian royal family is guided by the stars, as is the fate of Lady Rani, first heir in the Carian royal line. But General Radahn is the conqueror of the stars, who stood up to the swirling constellations, halting their movement in a smashing victory. And so, if General Radahn were defeated, the stars would once again resume their movement, as would Lady Rani's destiny.
Lunar Princess Rani was the daughter of Radagon and Renala, and sister to Radahn. Interestingly, if you look at her true body atop the Divine Tower, it looks like she might have also inherited the red hair of Radagon. Cool detail, but unlike her brother, Radahn, she quite clearly took after her mother more, who was Renala, head of the Carian royal family. The House of Caria has this storied history, one that seems to go way back to the astrologers. In the Carian Manor, we find one of their treasures, the Sword of Night and Flame. It reads, "Astrologers who preceded the sorcerers established themselves in mountaintops that nearly touched the sky and considered the fire giants their neighbors. Renala herself was an astrologer, always chasing the stars in her youth. Then she met the full moon, and in time, the astrologer became a queen, establishing the House of Caria as royalty." Caria appears to have a matriarchal hierarchy, with multiple princesses and Carian knights that serve as their retainers. Now, however, there is only one princess, Rani, daughter of Renala. And at the time of her birth, she would have been set to inherit quite a lot of power indeed, for the Carian royal family was at its height, and her mother was not only queen, she was also head of the Academy of Raya Lucaria, having bewitched them with the enchanting power of the full moon.
Okay.
Leading the young Rani by the hand, Renala guided her daughter to a meeting with a moon of her own. What Rani beheld
What's easy
was
to do,
cold,
what's hard to do.
dark, and veiled in occult mystery. A dark moon, a sort of twin to Renala's own full moon. You can even see both of these hanging in the sky if you stargaze from the heights
1, 2,
of the
3, 4,
moonlight
5, 6,
plateau.
7,
Another
8,
who
9,
guided
10,
Rani was a character called the Snowy Crone,
3, 4,
who
5.
the young Rani encountered deep in the woods. When you look at Rani,
6,
it's actually the likeness of this snow witch that
4,
you're seeing, as the doll that now houses
1, 2,
Rani's
3,
soul
4.
was modelled after her, probably as a sign of respect.
It's too much.
Clearly, Rani looked up to this mysterious woman. She became Rani's secret mentor, and she even knew about the Dark Moon, teaching the young Rani to fear it as she imparted her cold sorceries. So, what do these moons represent? as just a theory, but I think the moons kind of act as guides. The lost black moon of Noxtella, for example, was the guide of countless stars. What's more, Rani and Renala were heavily influenced by their moons. Renala's moon bewitched the academy that she became the head of, and Rani's dark moon, for its part, also imparts wisdom.
Apex has shit fan art. I forgot about that.
Stars ending. They could even be outer gods. And yet, for all of this guidance, Caria and Leonia as a whole have experienced steep decline. Radagon betrayed the House of the Moon. Radahn locked the stars out of motion. The Academy town is flooded to the north. Caria has been ruined in the west, and the stars and moon have gone their separate ways. Nevertheless, Rani, last princess of Caria, remains, carefully setting new plans into motion. Sibling to Rani and Radahn was a man named Rykard, who was lord of the Volcano Manor. There is evidence that Rykard was friendly with his siblings. He conspired with his sister Rani later on, and there's even a portrait of Radahn hung in the Volcano Manor, as well as a portrait of Rykard himself before the fall. Item descriptions mark Rykard as stern, ambitious, heroic.
All the art is just Ellen.
A part of this blasphemy was opposing the Erd Tree, which actually drew many knights to his banner, for Rykard believed in taking by force, just as the gods did, and clearly many believed that he would usher in a new age. The armor set of the Gelmir Knights reveals to us what were once very loyal soldiers. The crest of red feathers are there to symbolize Rykard's pedigree as Lord Radagon's son, and the emblem upon their chest piece represents a lord who had lofty ambitions. However, as Rykard delved into the ancient secrets of Mount Gelmir, he came across the immortal Great Serpent, an ancient deity that aligned with Rykard's ambitions. And so, Rykard fed himself to the Great Serpent so that he might devour, grow, and live eternally. Alas, this was too much for his knights, and they believed that their master's heroic ambitions had degenerated into mere greed. So they searched desperately for a weapon with which they might halt their lord, and they found it too. The immortal serpent had lived for a long time, and so there was also a weapon that had been designed long ago as well, a serpent hunter. But it was too late.
Something that's like really badass looking.
So too did the knights lose their master. Not that it bothered Rykard.
Now we can devour God together.
Ooh, that's a really nice one.
Next, we need to discuss Melania and Mikola. These two were twins as they were born. No, Rykard, please. Anyway, as you know, Radagon's marriage with Renala did not last. Afterwards, he returned to the Golden Order and became Queen Marika's consort. But what I haven't yet mentioned is that, together, they were blessed with two demigod children, the so-called twin prodigies. Now, in the last lore video, I briefly proposed that these two twins were born after the Shattering, after Radagon and Marika had merged together to become a single god. However, I've since changed my mind. I think Melania and Mikola were clearly born before the Shattering. There's just so much proof that these two twins were a force that were influencing the world long before the Shattering took place. Anyway, both of these twins were born afflicted. Specifically, in the Japanese text, it's said that their births were vulnerable. Mikola was born afflicted with eternal youth, and Melania, for her part, was vulnerable to rot. Interestingly, Melania's Scarlet Rot is actually an outer god. This outer god, like many others in the game, seems to have an order that is able to be imposed upon the world via an Empyrean vessel, and Melania was that vessel. And while the Scarlet Rot is pretty terrible,
is a predator.
Argue that it's got a beauty to it. According to Gowry, the Order of Rot is resplendent. It's a cycle of death and
that is a
rebirth.
good.
Kind of like the lotus flower, which is a flower that blooms anew, beautiful and fresh from mud. I actually have art of this flower hanging in my home. I always love the symbol of it. I actually have lots of art hanging now, and I'm going to talk about all of this artwork that you can buy at the end of the video. Anyway, so Melania the Empyrean was vulnerable to and afflicted by the Scarlet Rot. There was said to be no cure to this, and while fire and consecration seemed to be somewhat effective at warding it off, Millennia would slowly lose her physical self to the rot. Interestingly,
know
old legends of the Scarlet Rot have persisted in the world for generations, and we learn more about the Rot God from the Blue Dancer charm. The dancer in blue represents a fairy who, in legend, bestowed a flowing sword upon a blind swordsman. Blade in hand, the swordsman sealed away an ancient god, a god that was rot itself. Specifically, this god was long ago sealed away in the stagnant water that is downstream of the Ainsel River underground. And wherever rot appears, the kindred of rot appear as well. These are pests and servants of the rot. And now, in the current age, these are servants that have been forsaken by Millennia, who is their new goddess. So, this blind swordsman with the flowing curved sword actually went on to become Millennia's mentor. So technically it's him that we have to blame for this goddamn attack. The prosthesis wearer heirloom tells us more. Talisman engraved with a scene.
Well, I'm assuming he wants us to use it.
Though born into the accursed rot, when the young girl encountered her mentor and his flowing blade, she gained wings of unparalleled strength. Millennia's ridiculous attack is called the Waterfowl Dance, and aesthetically it makes sense that, flowing waters would counter the effects of rot.
God, I wish you didn't have the words there.
Waters turn foul, stagnation turns to decay. Thus, warriors must remain ever drifting. And indeed, Millennia does resist the call of the rot. There's a lot of evidence that she's not really a willing vessel, but through sheer will.
Okay, so how many
she
thumbnail
resists
features
the
do we have
rot,
now?
and only when she is truly pressed in battle will she abandon this will and bloom into the goddess within. Millennia's first bloom was during her fight against Radahn, and releasing her scarlet rot was a last-ditch effort that would forever taint the land of Caelid and cripple Radahn. So, whatever she was fighting for in this fight against Radahn, somehow it was worth this terrible
So you have
act.
1, 2, 3, 4,
In general
5.
terms, at least, it's
5
clear that
Apex
Millennia was
pictures
fighting
for
her brother.
thumbnails.
Apart from the
So
times where she relapses into being the
that.
goddess of rot, she is known as the Blade of Miquella. She actually goes to great lengths to tell you this. I don't know if you heard. Despite being the toughest boss in From Software history, she's actually fighting for his right to godhood, not her own.
This is the toughest game.
In Millennia's own words,
like
her brother Miquella possesses the wisdom, the allure of a god. He is the most fearsome Empyrean of all. For his part, Miquella did a lot to earn his sister's dedication, not the least of which was inspiring her armor and a prosthetic of unalloyed gold. It is not just his sister that loved Miquella, many people did. The Bewitching Branch is an item that you can use to turn enemies into temporary allies, and it reads, "Indeed, he has learned very well how to compel such affection." For his father Radagon, Miquella fashioned and gifted to him a fundamentalist incantation called Triple Rings of Light. Radagon then returns the favor, gifting back an incantation called Radagon's Rings.
Okay, so you have art for that now. What else do you need?
Miquella's positive connections with his father, and also Golden Order fundamentalism. And yet, the young Miquella abandoned fundamentalism, for it could do nothing to treat Millennia's accursed rot. This was the beginning of unalloyed gold. So, what is unalloyed gold? Well, an alloy is a composition of metals, so unalloyed gold is pure gold, essentially, with no external mixtures. This gold apparently can ward away the meddling of outer gods, and so Miquella bent a lot of his efforts towards creating an unalloyed gold needle. Specifically, this needle was crafted for his sister, to ward off the rot god and forestall the effects of the incurable rotting sickness. We see the bond between the siblings as well when we visit Miquella's Halig tree. We see a statue of a one-armed woman embracing a child, Miquella. In this place, we see the biggest example of Miquella's benevolence, the Halig tree, and the society that was built into the brace that supports it. This was a promised land, seen as a salvation to many who were shunned or persecuted, provided that they can actually find the path here, of course. And like many other Empyreans, Miquella seems to have had the will within them to create a new order, and his is an order that's somewhat modeled on the ones that came before it. The biggest thing is that the Halig tree is clearly inspired by the Erd tree. But the difference is that Miquella's Halig tree is said to be accepting of all, even those the Erd tree shuns. Miquella himself was once embedded inside of the Halig tree, and he watered it with his very own blood since it was a mere sapling. Tragically, however, he was ripped out of this womb during the shattering, and his Halig tree ultimately failed to grow into an Erd tree, becoming a misshapen husk instead. But that's the story for another day. There's also a ton of cut content to do with Miquella, and he's one of the most mysterious demigods, who I'm sure we'll learn about more later. But there is one more thing that I want to mention before I go. It's kind of one theory I had during the making of this video. So, Miquella and Millennia each have their own butterflies. Millennia's is the Aeonian butterfly, which inhabit the swamp of Aeonia and are rumored to come from the wings of the rot goddess herself. And I think it's fair to say that Miquella's butterfly is the nascent butterfly, which appears as if it's just emerged from its cocoon for its entire life.
Can you search?
This is a reference to Miquella's eternal youth and his cocoon in the Halig tree. But there is, of course, a third butterfly, right? There's the smouldering butterfly. It's said to be an eternally burning butterfly that serves as kindling. Now bear with me, but it's my theory that this butterfly is a reference to Melina, who the Blade of Calling calls the kindling maiden and the one who walks alongside flame. This might suggest that Melina is a
Assuming people
to
just don't do
Melania
Apex
and
art.
Miquella. Again, that's just a theory, but what I really want to talk about here is that, at the very least, Melina is almost certainly the daughter of Marika. We learned this a long time ago from looking at her name in the game's files, and we can further infer it from her dialogue, as she has a few lines that refer to mothers and one that says that she was born inside the Erd tree. So, her being the daughter of Marika is also just a theory, but this one is much more concrete than the butterfly one. Although the reason I like the butterfly theory is that it gives us a hint as to who Melina's parents might have been. Her parents would have been Radagon and Marika, which is to say,
that's
Marika
interesting. I'll
herself
watch that.
alone, I guess, because Radagon is Marika. Honestly, Melina as a character has only become more mysterious since the game was released, and I'm really only scratching the surface with this theory. But speaking of times before Elden Ring was released, back then, a long time ago, I commissioned this piece from a renowned artist named Marco, and now I'm so excited to reveal it for the first time. This storybook scene is heavily inspired by the early looks we had at Elden Ring, with a red-haired protagonist, spirit companions, a mount that looks like Yakul and a bit like Torrent, and a few other hidden details in the piece. This piece and all of my other prints are now available over at Spring, where you can actually buy them fully framed and ready to hang. They actually ship with a beautiful frame.
The
frame
art's
itself
interesting.
is a nice black satin finish, and you can even opt for a white border around the print, which I think looks really classy in certain cases. I think these posters are a cool way to support the channel and artists, and for you to actually get something in return that will make your room look better. So check out my prints if you're interested, but this is the end, and thank you for watching. I'll see you next time. Where do you go?
So for Apex streams and
What is
stuff
the
like
right
that.
way to die?
Wait,
Can death be overcome? And if it can,
wait.
what are the
Actually, what about
consequences of such
VTuber
a thing?
Apex stream
These
thumbnails? What do they look
questions are
like?
at the very heart of Elden Ring's story, and in order to answer them, I want to go over a set of bosses that are defined by their relationship to death.
Apex.
Those being the Deathbirds, the Ancestral Spirits, the Tibia Mariners,
Where is
the
Kuzuha?
Godskins, the Burial Watchdogs, and the Black Knife Assassins.
Lives.
Understanding these bosses will teach you so much. In Elden Ring, oneself is separated into two distinct entities.
He gives zero fucks about fucking thumbnails. It's funny as shit.
Which is essentially the soul that commonly persists after death. In the age of the
That's not fair. It's just his fan art on it, so yeah.
A process called Erd Tree Burial, where
God
great
damn,
trees
some of his
and
art goes so
catacomb
fucking
dungeons
hard.
absorb the dead, so that they might be immortalized with the Erd Tree. But it was not always this way. In fact, The entire culture of death had a different shape in the earlier days.
I don't have a
of the
character,
Lands
so it's
Between.
like I can't do it.
Back then,
So yeah.
instead
What about
of
Kanai?
tree burial, death commonly burned in ghost flame. Ghost flame, also known as spirit flame, is a cold, white flame that is created when bones are burned to ash. We learn this from the fallen hawks who prowl the underground rivers. When the last embers of their torches were used up, they were forced to burn the bones of their fellows instead, and acquired the cold ghost flame. This process appears to help separate the spirit from the body. And while a lot of these spirits appear to be vengeful based on the ghost flame spells, I think in general, having the body separated from the spirit in this way would have been a desired outcome. I speculate that we see proof of this even in the current age, where the wandering dead at Agil Lake gaze at the sky, praying that the dragon Agil might burn them to ash. Perhaps this was simply the acceptable way to put a tired body to rest. The keepers of Ghost Flame were the Deathbirds, who tended to the flame in their graveyards, raking out the ashen remains of the dead from their kilns. So
it's just fan art.
Deathbirds as serving the old
That's so
delivering death by reducing body
hard. Yeah, I can't compete with that. So yeah. So then,
now, admittedly, a lot of these
so with VTuber,
and that's how Ghost Flame is sort of weaponized by the Deathbirds and sorcerers.
VTuber,
I do think that at its core, Ghost Flame was important just because it separated the body and the spirit. After all, the explosive Ghost Flame sorcery compares this process of death to the Erdtree's process of death, which was pretty all-encompassing. So I think it's safe to assume that Ghost Flame was just really important to the process of death, and it was more than just, vengeful spirits and a weapon to be used. And next we should talk about the Twin Bird, which was the mother of the Deathbirds. We don't find this creature in-game, but we can find its likeness painted vividly upon a kite shield that one of the Deathbirds drops. The design might remind you of a phoenix, which is traditionally drawn with bright colours and a crest of feathers and a longish neck. Of course, the phoenix is a creature that rises from the ash when it dies, which is obviously extremely fitting for this story. So the kite shield tells us that the Twin Bird, or this phoenix creature, is said to be the mother of the Deathbirds. But not only that, it's also called the envoy of an outer god. So we can kind of compare the Twin Bird to the Two Fingers, then, who are also envoys to an outer god. They are envoys to the greater will, and similarly, I assume the Twin Bird probably communes with some outer god of death. And while we're definitely left wondering what greater purpose this outer god might have, the mere fact that it exists lends a lot of significance to the Twin Bird and its Deathbirds as well. A variation on the Deathbird is the Death Right Bird, which is an alternate boss, and it's a far more threatening foe, as it actually seems to use power that it's gained from certain spirits and Ghost Flame. And if you look really closely at its ethereal
that's
wings,
badass.
you might even spy little spirits lurking within. And when I saw these, I was really excited because I recognized the weapon they're using, and the weapon
that's how it does
who
it.
they are. They're holding a little death ritual spear, and that item reads, "The priests became the guardians of the birds through the rite of death, which is a part of their
BG plus
contract
fan art,
for far-off
BG plus
resurrection."
face reaction.
So Deathbirds have a lot to do with sacrificial
Okay,
rites.
is that-
They don't just attend to the ghost flame, they also deliver death, and they also perform rites of death. So we can assume that these priests were sacrificed in a rite of death so that they could
Very
lend a
simple
sort of
type
spiritual
of
strength to the Deathbirds. But we're still left wondering about the nature of their contract with the Deathbirds, which promises a far-off resurrection for them. What agreement did these priests come to with the Deathbirds?
VTuber thumbnails,
contract to be fulfilled, and
Apex
how will
Legends.
they even be resurrected? In terms of where the Deathbirds appear,
Alright, you
they kind
need
of appear everywhere. I think that might be a
logos.
hint that their
You need
influence was
logos.
once
That's what you
present
need.
far and wide.
So yeah.
And while their importance in the current age is likely quite diminished,
Apex
they still definitely
Legends.
are relevant in the Lands Between.
Logos.
In fact, many other enemies actually make reference to them, and some even successfully channel their powers. Even Ghost Flame lights the way in Catacomb dungeons to this day. But in general, there is a lot of power that can be gained from death in the Lands Between, which brings us to the ancestral spirit. In the flourishing landscapes underneath the lands between, you would have found the bodies of 3 large stags enshrined by the ancestral followers. These warriors, hunters, and shamans believe heavily in the principle that life sprouts from birth, but also from death. I think this principle is sort of represented by horns, because in real life, horns
God,
continue to grow
don't do this to me.
throughout the lifespans of animals, with their
Alright,
primary
what
function
happens?
usually being to convey a social hierarchy.
Save.
And here, the largest and most influential creature is a giant stag, and in the world of
Can
Elden
I please
Ring,
just
since
download
life
it?
continues after death, it makes sense then that this creature's antlers continue to bud and grow even after its death. We learn this from defeating the regal ancestor spirit and looking at the horn of this fallen king. New growths bud, glowing with light. Thus does new life grow from death,
Download
and
image.
from death one obtains power. Long-lived beasts like this are worshipped by the ancestral followers, a race of beings who keep their distance from the Erd tree and are just content
Download.
to await new buds and new growth. If a being does not show signs of budding horns or new growth, then they are sacrificed with an axe called the Winged Greathorn. Interestingly, the twin blades of this
Yeah, test on
sacrificial
Canva to
axe
see if these
are
works.
called Envoy's
Canva.
wings, which might be a reference to the twin bird we mentioned earlier,
Create.
which was also a winged envoy.
Doc.
According to the Horn Charm talismans,
Custom.
the ancestral spirits
1280
specifically arise from long-lived beasts,
780.
and I think this touches on another commonly repeated theme in Elden Ring, which is that there are benefits to living life to its fullest
Uploads.
potential. To quote some more Deathbird items, the most glorious end awaits those who cling tenaciously
Refresh.
to life, and it is important to render up a death
Just
worth
to
offering.
check.
Those who
This
lived a
one.
heroic life were even able to go on and see a unique version of grace in the afterlife. We currently think that this grace is red, and that these are the same red rays of grace that you might have noticed when you first explored the Forbidden Lands.
And
So this
we
might be the
check
most
this.
intriguing part of the video. Let me explain. Past the Forbidden Lands, and deep within the consecrated snowfields, is a Tibia Mariner, and this one drops Helfen's Steeple, a great sword that reveals just a mind-blowing amount of lore for one item. First, it reads, Greatsword patterned after the black steeple of the Helfen.
That
a
looks
lamp
pretty
which
badass.
glowed the spirit
Alright,
world.
sweet.
So
Alright,
the
cool,
word
that
steeple
works.
is
What about
commonly
you?
used to describe the tall spire
Do you work?
found on churches. And indeed, the design of Helfen's steeple echoes that of the Morion blade from Dark Souls, which also referenced the spire
Oh,
of a church.
you're bad.
However, while I think Helfen is likely to be a sort of church, I don't think it's a building. Instead, this item seems to be describing
I don't think
the
you work
shape of
either.
a black tree in the spirit
Yeah,
world,
you're bad as well.
the so-called
Alright, cool.
lampwood
So,
or lamp
you're
tree
good.
that serves as a guidepost for the heroic.
And I guess we
The
try
item goes on
find
to
stuff
say
out
that
then.
lamplight is similar
Right,
to
so,
grace in appearance,
logos.
and it is said that it can only be seen by heroic spirits or those who met their death in battle. So the black tree of Helfen is almost like this
Honkai
dark mirror
star.
of the Erd tree, but in the spirit
Rail.
world. It's so interesting that it even gives off its own guidance of grace, and there's
Whoop,
a few
you don't
reasons
come
we
up.
speculate that this grace might be red. First, a red
Honkai
gem can be
star
found
rail.
at the very tip of Helfen's steeple, and a gem on the rolled medallion as well. Plus, there's a red glow visible from the sword's gem, and a red glow from the rolled medallion
effect?
when you hold it up at the Grand Lift, where it takes you to the Forbidden Lands, where
Interesting.
we speculate that you can briefly glimpse this lamplight, or red grace, filtering between the trees.
The white
So you
one's
might be
good.
asking,
The rest
why
of it's
can
not
we
good,
see the
so...
grace when we're not dead? But technically, tarnished are defined as the dead who yet live, so it might make some
Apex.
sense that we can see it. The next question is, where does
Oh,
the
that's
lamplight
interesting.
lead? And I think there's two options. One is that the
Okay,
lamplight
so-
might lead back to Helfen itself. That is the source of the light after all, and Helfen's steeple can be enwreathed in ghost flames, so maybe the dead are sort of put to rest here. Alternatively, though, I guess it's also possible that the lamplight has plans for the heroic dead, just like grace has plans for the tarnished. It might lead them somewhere else as well. We just don't know. In my discussions
This
with
is the one
Quayla,
which we
who helped
have
with
right
these
now,
theories,
yeah?
she pointed out the similarities that Helfen has with Valhalla of Nordic folklore. If you don't know, Valhalla is a place where brave spirits would be invited to dine
Whoops,
with the
wrong
gods.
thing.
And it seems that Helfen is inspired by that same sort of folklore, since only heroic spirits can see the light. Not to mention, Hell, with one L, is actually the name of the world of the dead in Nordic folklore. And speaking of folklore, this finally brings us back to the Tibia Mariner, the boss that dropped Helton's
So you have
steeple in the first
this,
place.
this,
The
you
Tibia Mariners
download.
themselves actually have no written lore to speak of, which is kind of a shame. But what they do have is an incredible visual design, and it kind of carries them from a lore perspective, because this visual design is steeped very heavily in appropriate folklore. So, in Greek
This
mythology,
picture
there
contains
is a stretch of
under
water
our
called the
personal
River
use of
Styx, which marks
Oh
the boundary between Earth and
no!
the underworld. And
Free
to
for
help
person use
souls of
it.
the deceased cross this
If
river,
you are an
you
orphan
have
and
to
find to be
find
shared
the
with
river
a
boatman
DMC
and
report,
pay
please
him
contact
to
us.
safely take
Well,
you
you can do.
across.
Under
Just
personal
so I
license, you
kind
are
of
allowed to use
imagine
it
the
for a
dead in
variety of
Elden Ring are
non-commercial use,
being drawn
including
to the Tibia
educational
Mariner
projects, enhanced
in a
use of
similar
school,
fashion.
such as
He
used
has
for
a
enterprise craft,
purple
right?
lantern and a
Core of
loud
the
horn,
restricted
and
for
he might offer a
personal
similar
use.
sort of guidance to
Sending
the
products
underworld.
that
There is
feature
one
our
spell
images.
that references this boss briefly. It's
Oh, come
Orpheus,
on!
and it says, "For time immemorial, the dead have been
I wanted
and
free
require guidance and
use.
leadership." Suffice to say, death was a very important facet of life in the lands between, even for the gods at one point. Which brings us to the Godskins, an order of apostles that were born to deliver destined deaths to the gods long ago. I kind of like to think of them as a counterbalancing force to the influence of gods, wielding sharp tools for boring and slicing through flesh, and incanting spells that mocked the wrath of the gods. It
Really
seems
annoying.
these Godskins actually succeeded in hunting many gods, if their name is to be believed. Their robes were made by sewing together patches of smooth skin, and the
Game
nobles'
logo.
robes include subcutaneous fat, which makes them plump and soft. Known for their seven-faced aprons, these nobles
Free
are the most
use?
ancient apostles, and they're deeply inhuman. Their weapon is not a slicer, but a stitcher, and they wield it with a skill that is unmatched by any lowborn. These beings were elevated to a social class above the lowborn
That's
because they
stupid.
served a queen, a glowmite queen. The black flames they wield are actually channeled from that queen's greatsword, and it was this queen who raised them from birth in the first place, cradling her newborn apostles in godskin cloth, so that they might grow to
So
become
ugly.
the death of the gods. This glowmite queen was powerful, but what makes her character so important is that she was also an Empyrean, chosen by the Fingers. Now, remember, an Empyrean is a candidate chosen by the Two Fingers to become a god.
God, I swear to
So,
God, these are all AI.
despite being such a dark character,
Yeah, the stock
the
images
Glowmite
are all
Queen
AI. I just
was
cannot
still a
tell.
valid choice for godhood. And all of this, of course, was before the Rune of Death had been removed from the Elden Ring, and it was from this Rune of Death that the Black Flame originally got its power. We only know of one other Empyrean.
Fucking
warrior
hell,
at this
goddammit.
time, and that would have been Queen Marika.
So hard to get
Naturally, at some point,
resources.
Marika and the Glowmite Queen clashed. Though, according to the Godslayer Greatsword description, we know that the Glowmite Queen was defeated by Malakath, who was the shadow of Queen Marika. He is credited with defeating the Glowmite Queen and the Apostles, and sealing off the Rune of Death, which again was the source of their power. What's not clear to me about all of this, though, is whether Marika and the Glowmite Queen were rival Empyreans competing for godhood, or if Marika was already a god and decided to take out the Glowmite Queen because the Glowmite Queen was an Empyrean threat to her age. But at any rate, it seems like Marika and the Glowmite Queen are opposites. You know, the Glowmite Queen ends ages, but Marika wished for an age eternal, so it makes sense that they'd clash, but there's still so much we don't know about them. But after all of this, Marika's Age of the Erd Tree began, and during this age, you were supposed to wait for the roots of the Erd Tree to call to you, so that your spirit could return to the Erd Tree after death to be immortalized with it.
I
Specifically,
honestly
these
feel
roots were
VTuber
found in
thumbnails are better.
catacomb dungeons,
It's the
and
same
there's even a
thing,
statue found
but they're
across
just
the
more
lands
interesting
between
because
that
it's
was
like you have
designed
varied
to
art
help
style
people
and stuff like
find
that.
these catacomb dungeons. This is the statue of Rosas, the Usher of Death, and he shows the dead the path towards catacomb dungeons.
You get the model,
The
and if the
catacombs
model is
themselves were
expressive,
built
then you
in
can
the
have
age
like
of the Erd
expressive
Tree.
thumbnails as
This
well.
is
It's the same
proven by
thing, but
root
yeah.
resin, which states that the roots here were once linked to the Erd Tree, and it was for this reason that catacombs were constructed around these great tree roots.
Okay.
So at this point in history, Queen Marika had implemented her new concept for death in the lands between, and in her eyes, a proper death meant returning to the Erd Tree. Thus, in the days where catacomb roots were connected to the Erd Tree, these catacombs were valid sites of Erd Tree burial, and I think we literally see this taking place, as corpses can be seen being absorbed by the roots at the end of every catacomb dungeon. The process of Erd Tree burial, though, is described as an honor reserved for heroes, and this process of Erd Tree burial is presided over by Erd Tree burial watchdogs, who protect the catacombs with their impish servants. These creatures are golems, and I think that they might have been created specifically during the period of history where Liurnia had an allegiance with Leyndell, since they serve the process of Erd Tree burial, but their weapons actually have glintstone embedded in them. Furthermore, when hit by impure crystal darts, they malfunction, which I think is further proof of their glintstone origins. In some catacombs and graveyards, the physical bodies of the dead have begun to rise. Now, these beings are defined as those who live in death, and they are a relatively recent phenomenon in the lands between. Instead of having their body and spirit return to the Erd Tree, they rise, in an act that is completely at odds with Marika's concept of death, Erd Tree burial, and the Golden Order. I'll go into more detail on this later when we talk about Godwyn, but basically, this all began when Rani stole a fragment of the Rune of Death from Malakath, and then she imparted its power onto the knives of the Black Knife Assassins. You can tell the Assassins have quite a lot of secrets in their lore. We do know a few things, though. We know that they're all women, they're all Newman, and they have links to Queen Marika and the Eternal City as well. We'll have to go into more detail on them later, though. But with their knives imbued with the Rune of Death, they carved a curse mark into two demigods, Rani and Godwyn. The curse mark itself is an obtainable item, and it reads, "This curse mark was carved at the moment of death of the first demigod, and should have taken the shape of a circle. However, two demigods perished at the same time, breaking the curse mark into two half-wheels. Rani was the first of the demigods whose flesh perished, while the Prince of Death perished in soul alone." So interestingly, these assassins and the knives imbued with the Rune of Death had the power to cleave life from the physical body and from the spirit as well. Specifically, Rani was the one whose flesh perished, and she became a disembodied spirit, free from her corporeal flesh, which is what she wanted, and she now occupies a doll. But Godwyn became the Prince of Death, living without a soul and spreading the Rune of Death across the lands between through Deathroot. Now, according to item descriptions, Deathroot is the Rune of Death itself, and it acts as a source that gives rise to those who live in death. Now, what I find really interesting is the fact that this Rune of Death that is embodied by Deathroot and those who live in death, it clearly has aspects of both death and life as well, which makes sense based on what you should have learned from this episode, right? Because death isn't just the end, it's life as well. So it makes sense that those who live in death would have aspects of death and life, all contained in these beings that were brought to life, in a sense, by the Rune of Death. And while those who live in death are a bit unnatural because they do come from this fragmented Rune of Death, this half of a curse mark, they still have life in death, and so you can argue that they still have a right to life. And in fact, that's entirely what one of the endings is about, at least how I understand it, and I'll try to explore it more thoroughly later on. These beings are persecuted and hunted down by fundamentalists of the Golden Order, and whether these fundamentalists are truly serving the fundamentals of order in the first place is just a topic that is very interesting to explore. So, in conclusion, maybe it shouldn't be a sin to live in death. After all, to quote Fia, "In death there is only peace, for in death there can be no sensation." Thank you for watching. Special thanks to Quaylark for looking over this script. She has an awesome channel that you really should go and check out.
1.0
It's been
edition.
great to have someone to just discuss
this is
ideas
whatever.
with. But I'd also like to thank Eve, the sponsor of this video, who'd like me to talk about Spectrum,
2 weeks ago and gets 10k views. 1 month ago, 15.
I ignore 99%
3 months
of the
ago,
sponsorship emails that come my way,
and
but this one
Velocity
caught my
has
eye
6 months
because
ago has
I follow a lot
100k.
of tech YouTubers, and I
2
already
days
knew that
ago
they had a
has
lot of good things
nearly
to say
200
about this
views.
product. So I'll leave links to those more detailed reviews in the
4.
description, but let me just explain a little bit
So we
about
just
the
sort by
Spectrum
popular?
first. So the Spectrum is a high-end product, and it has a high
You
but
count.
fair price tag to match. It's a 27-inch panel with tiny bezels, and at 4K resolution, games like Elden Ring look absolutely gorgeous. I've also been blown away by the color accuracy and clarity of this monitor while editing. Furthermore, if you're into any competitive FPS games, you'll especially love that it also has a 144Hz refresh rate and a 1 millisecond response time, which is very impressive considering it also does 4K resolution. The thing I like most though is that even with all of these gamer specs, it presents as a clean professional monitor without any RGB or overt branding. If you're in the market for a high-end monitor, then you can click the links in the description to pick one up yourself. But thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Many of Elden Ring's bosses serve America's Golden Order in some shape or form, whether they're loyal to it or enslaved by it. So let's discuss all of these bosses.
Oh, this guy
Starting at
posts
the time
leaks.
before Order had even come to the lands between.
That's why.
To the
This
north
guy has
are
leaks.
Mountaintops of the Giants,
So,
a name that makes it abundantly clear just who dominated this region of the world. However, it was not always this way. According to the Borealis' mist incantation, the ice dragons were once lords of the mountaintops.
No, that's
long
not what
ago,
we're looking for,
until
though.
they were defeated by the fire giants and chased from the peak. And perched upon this peak stands an enormous forge. Interestingly, the chain rings of this forge depict dragons, which might be a reference to the dragons that once dwelt here. And while I don't think we can say for sure who built this forge, the art of smithing is said to have originated among the giants, and the craft was even once considered divine. So it seems likely that at the very least they made good use of this fire. Sparks from this forge would fall down and fertilize the smoldering flowers that bloomed upon the mountaintops, and it seems like it was a pretty crucial part of life in this region.
It's the same
most
thing.
ancient
That one
giants
single
here were
arrow,
called
and then you just
fire
keep repeating it.
giants, and
And
according
so-
to the Burn O Flame incantation, they have long held a solitary curse to serve as keepers of the flame for eternity. Now, traditionally in From Software games, curses are the domain of the gods, and indeed, the fire giants are cited to have borrowed power from one such god, who is represented here by a single large red eye. This god is called a god of the flame, and it's believed to be able to inhabit fire itself, as well as the bodies of the fire giants who worshipped it. The giants shared borders with the astrologers, who, according to their legendary Sword of Night and Flame, established themselves in the mountaintops and considered the fire giants their neighbors. The relationship here is implied to be friendly, even collaborative maybe, as the sword does combine the power of both flame and the power of the primeval current that's glimpsed within the night sky. The sword would go on to become a treasure of the Carrion royal family, and the Carrions themselves are likely descendants of the astrologers. Generations later, these Carrion royals would call upon their old giant allies for aid, but we'll get to that in a moment. The fire giants also had another neighbor, with whom relations were not so amicable. Further down the mountains, just past the Forbidden Lands, roamed the Knights of Zamor. According to their armor, these long-lived warriors, clad in biting, freezing winds, are said to have been the mortal enemies of the fire giants since time immemorial. According to their weaponry, these beings were devoted to winter itself, and had weapons styled after icy winds and bodies that were cloaked in swirling ice storms. It makes good sense that such cold beings would be natural mortal enemies of the fire giants, and they commonly did challenge their larger rivals. But it seems like their true chance came when Queen Marika waged war against the fire giants, and the Knights of Zamor gladly joined her offensive. They earned great renown amongst the Order of the Erd Tree, and many ancient heroes of Zamor became hailed as heroes, as the fire giants were largely wiped from the face of the earth after this war.
Let's ask these people.
Now, up until now, I've resisted calling the giants evil, But the reality is that in pretty much every item description, their god is described as a fell god, and the giant's flame is a flame of ruin. And to be fair, their god doesn't seem like a super nice guy. I mean, it only really opens its eye when the fire giant boss sacrifices a leg, which is pretty metal. But I'm sort of giving them the benefit of the doubt because I think it's pretty clear who's writing the history about this fell god here. The many mentions of this god as evil clearly come about because fire itself was just this extremely taboo topic during Marika's Age of the Erd Tree. And it's not just giants' flame items that mention.
Someone else followed? Mushala, thank you very much for the follow. Hi. Yeah, sorry I'm not really talking.
Especially considering many rival outer gods also have.
Hello, I've recently decided to follow you. I would love to connect with both from your friend and fan. If you don't mind, please feel free to reach out on my Discord by username McJohnny. Sure.
But Giant's Flame in particular was capable of.
Sure, let's see what happens. I'm assuming you're probably gonna try to sell me something just from the way you're talking, but yeah.
With the giants. So the giants were deemed mortal enemies of the Erd Tree, and they allegedly desolated nature, triggered avalanches, and whipped up storms
fine, you can
of
do
flame
that.
with their
In the
roars.
meantime, I'm
Clearly,
gonna go back
those
to
who
here.
served the Erd Tree were afraid, and perhaps rightfully so. And so, led by Lord Godfrey, the forces of the Erd Tree went to war. The fire giants borrowed from the power of the fell god to fight against the Erd Tree, but were defeated nonetheless. According to the Burn O' Flame incantation, this released the fire giants from their curse to serve as keepers of the flame, all except one, who the fell god still hides within.
Okay, that's
and upon
fine.
realizing that the giant's flame would never die, Marika left
That's
this
fine.
last giant alive,
It's good.
knowing
We
it
just
was
had
bound
first video
to
first,
protect
you
the
see.
flame for all eternity, and thus leaving it cursed to protect the flame from someone like us. In addition to the Knights of Zamor, many lesser giants were also roped into the war against the fire giants. These lesser giants are called trolls.
I'll
and
wait
are
to see if
confirmed
anyone
to be a race
responds.
that is descended from the giants. This relationship is clearer at the mountaintops, where the trolls here still cast giant's flame incantations. Troll hammers were even once used as ancient ceremonial smithing tools. Thus, it seems evident that the trolls and the fire giants coexisted for a time, and then fell further and further apart. Because while some trolls are assumedly still fire giants at heart, many now are not. In fact, at the heart of most trolls is nothing. There's this suspicious hollow here, almost as if something has been ripped out of their torso. And when you consider what's upon the torso of the last remaining fire giant, the truth becomes pretty clear, right? Every single troll is now missing that giant eye of their outer god. And if you manage to look really closely here at a troll, we realize that in its place is this strange stone tablet that is held in place by what look like roots. As pointed out by Quelaag, these rooted tablets are very reminiscent of the rooted shackles that were created to bind the Omen twins, Moog and Morgoth, which might suggest that the trolls are also being shackled or suppressed by Marika in some way. This is just speculation, of course, but Marika does have this suspicious set of stone tablets in her chambers, and I think it's a good theory, for sure. A sword gravestone in the mountaintops elaborates further on the trolls' role in the War of the Giants. Here, champions battled, and allegedly, the trolls betrayed. But what was the nature of this betrayal? Did these lesser giants resent their larger kin? Or did Marika force this betrayal in some way with the stone shackles? I think that's largely up to you guys. But whatever the case, nowadays the trolls are said to have lost their minds and are inseparable from the weight of their rusty swords, which have long since lost any trace of gold. So whether they carry coffins or mine down at the bedrock of the earth, their sad state brings to mind enslavement now, more than anything else. That said, some trolls do seem to have a little bit more dignity. These are the ones that fought against the Erd Tree later on. These were the enchanted troll knights, deemed comrades of the young Renala, and they were called into service when the queen invoked an oath that they swore long ago. As mentioned earlier, the trolls go way back to when the fire giants and the astrologers were still neighbors, and back then it seems, for whatever reason, they swore an oath to the astrologers. And later, when the Carians went to war against the Erdtree, I assume, the trolls were finally called into that service to be treated as true knights of Caria, wielding swords embedded with blue glintstone and summoning enormous glint blades. They fought arm in arm with their long-lost human comrades. Iji is another such example of that relationship, by the way. He became the Carian family's royal blacksmith, and unlike the Stone Digger trolls, he actually uses that weapon for its intended purpose as a blacksmith's hammer, and now he serves the Lady Rani, who he's known ever since her childhood. Next, I want to talk about the Knights' Cavalry.
Play a
These
game
recurring
on
bosses
troops,
wander the dim roads at night, and were once led by the Fell Omen. Now, this description specifically references Margit's title as the Fell Omen, not Morgoth's title as the Omen King. And I think this is important because Margit represents this undercover extension of Morgoth, who scouts further out in the world and takes out champions who approach all the way from Stormvale Castle. Morgoth's big role in the story is that he's a stout defender of the Erdtree who wouldn't dare betray the Golden Order. He calls all the other demigods willful traitors all, simply for fighting over the great runes of the Elden Ring. Even Radahn, who has a lot of signs of being quite loyal to the Golden Order, is called a traitor, simply because he fights at one stage another character who has a great rune. You can even see Morgoth in one of these opening cutscene cinematics leaping onto what looks like
a list of resources
managing
and
to
stuff
even
for
get
YouTube.
an attack off on one of the mightiest of the demigods. Actually, a channel named Smotown has a really good little video discussing whether this is indeed Radahn.
Orphans are here for commercial use.
Check that out. Anyway, my point is, the Knights' Cavalry seem to fulfill a similar role to Margit. According to their armor, they were deliverers of death for great warriors, knights, and champions. Simple as that. No motive is listed,
anything also
except
on social
that
stock images and videos. Best thing to give credit.
And that makes sense.
That
would be their aim.
Yep, sure. For music,
only the strongest can
likely
acquire
already
two
know this,
great
but it's
runes
huge library
and
of free music.
approach the Erdtree. So it's almost as if
Post Google
strength
Fonts
itself must be stifled,
I
so
stream
that
highlights on
Morgoth's
YouTube.
failing
If
order might be
I
maintained.
stream
As for
A
why
on
Margit
Twitch,
defends
B on YouTube
Stormvale,
Live.
I like to think that he's fighting
This
here because
varies
he
highly
recognizes that
depending on
Godric
a few
is the
questions. Do
weakest
you
of
have
the
anyone
demigods
watching the streams
who
who
yet
might want to
remains,
catch up? Are you
so
particularly
he's
talented gamer
bolstering
who has
his
a lot of
strength
great
in that
notes?
sense
Are
and
you
trying to maintain
a really
this
funny group? Yeah,
unsteady
sure. Your highlights are
stalemate.
probably worth making into a video. The reason
Having
I add
a
these
strong
caveats is
defense
because
is
highlights
essentially
require
the
highlights. It
guiding
cannot be
principle
slightly
of
edited
those
version
who
of the
serve
stream
the
that nobody
Erdtree,
watches, which has
especially
nothing
as you
happening.
get closer to the
Happy for
capital.
let's play a few months of
There
people
are numerous
talking
examples
to
of
you
this.
over
The
hours. It
soldiers
needs to
of
be a
Leyndell
standalone content.
fight their battles defensively. The knights of
I know
Leyndell
that.
always put their shield before the sword, and Leyndell itself, the city, is
It's a
built
fine
to
line
withstand
between the
siege,
two.
with layers and layers of defensive measures.
Let's
built
see what
in.
you're doing.
And the protective standard to which all defenders of the Erdtree aspire is that of the Tree Sentinels, whose order became the living rampart of the Erdtree, embellished with golden tree-crested armor and shields that can retaliate with bolts of light. They turn defense into offense. And that's the idea in Leyndell. Defense is the best offense. And the way this idea is presented is just such beautiful storytelling. So many characters in other areas of the lands between long to return to the blessed land of the Erdtree, and even for you it's this goal that looms over you the entire game. So the path is designed to repel everyone getting close. You know, the highway through Leonia has fallen apart, so you need to take this secret, waterlogged route up through the mountain. This was my favorite part of the game, by the way, finding this secret path through the mountains and infiltrating the Altus Plateau.
Resources.
And then when you finally get there, there are countless ballista and golem archers, and they're all positioned facing outwards. And finally, you even find a side entrance to Leyndell, and that is even guarded by a tree sentinel.
And stuff from YouTube.
It's not just any tree sentinel. This one is actually a draconic tree sentinel, which is kind of different. This variant of sentinels arose after the ancient dragons attacked Leyndell in its history, and we talk more about this event in the video about the demigods, but in the end, the ancient dragons were befriended, and worship of the ancient dragons was deemed acceptable, alongside belief in the Erd Tree. Dragons were conjoined with the Golden Order, so to speak, and the dragon cultists took after them in a physical fashion. Also instrumental to the rise of the Erd Tree were the Crucible Knights. They were eventually scorned for their strength, for their appearance, and for their close resemblance to chaos, and how that inspired who they originally were. 16 of these knights served Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, and all 16 of them yet remain across the lands between. One is imprisoned in an Everjail, 2 appear to be dead and are summoned to fight you as spirits. A number of Crucible Knights still patrol Lane Dell, some protect Great Tree roots, though most just stand dejected in lost corners of the earth, and one of them has even found a new blasphemous master. So, the next time you fight these, think carefully about where they are and who they're fighting with, because each knight is a distinct character, with purpose, or lack thereof, even though they were all once united by a common purpose and a single lord. Many of these knights fight with different aspects of the Crucible. Some fight with wings, some with horns, fire, and tail, but what they all have in common is their mastery of their Lord Godfrey's signature stomp attack, which breaks up the earth beneath their feet. This is such a cool homage to Godfrey. You know, knowing the lore is great. It definitely makes dying to it feel a little bit better, right? Anyway, I think it's important to remember that Godfrey and his Crucible Knights existed in an age before the Erd Trees, an age with the Great Tree in its primordial form, back when there was this red-tinted crucible of life, and these were warriors who drew power from its chaos. Eventually, however, they were brought on board with order, which is best exemplified by Godfrey being tamed by the Beast Regent upon his back. There are 2 types of ornamentation that the Crucible Knights can have. There's axe ornamentation, which is worn by Crucible Knight Ordovus and his men, and I think the axe is a bit of a homage to Godfrey again. And then there are some knights that have Great Tree ornamentation, and these are displayed by the Knight Siluria and her men, which is of course a reference to the Great Tree itself. And I'd like to quickly talk about the Great Tree. In one of my first lore videos, I proposed that there was a Great Tree that must have existed before the Erd Tree, and that the Erd Tree might have even replaced this Great Tree. This was based on the English root resin item description, which has the word Great Tree capitalized and as one word, which certainly makes you think that it's a distinct tree, right? The line is, "The roots of the Great Tree once linked to those of the Erd Tree," which is a line that seems to clearly set up that these are 2 separate trees. Except the Japanese translation doesn't say that. The Japanese translation says, "These roots are said to have once been connected to the Golden Tree." It does mention the Great Tree earlier, but it seems to just be referencing the Erd Tree as that Great Tree, because it is a really big tree. Some people have taken this to mean that there was no Great Tree before the Erd Tree, and you know, while that's certainly possible, I do think it's still fair to argue that a Great Tree existed before the Erd Tree. For one, many of the Crucible Knight items reference a primordial form of the Erd Tree, and they have ornamentation and history that is based on this primordial holiness that is not the holiness of the Erd Tree. So calling it a Great Tree might just be referencing that tree. And secondly, Siluria defends a giant tree in the deep root depths. It's one that has this hollowed out entrance that is reminiscent of the entrance at the Erd Tree as well, so maybe there's something here. I just kind of wanted to set that straight for now. But the reality is that we don't really know for sure, and hopefully DLC will shed a light on some of these past ages of the world, which seems to be a common trend with From Software DLC, and there just really are so many remnants of previous ages in this game, and I'd love to see a little bit more about what their cultures really were like. It kind of makes you resent just how all-encompassing the Erd Tree became. So many of these cultures have been lost, and I guess that's how a lot of characters in-game feel as well. They feel upset by that, and knowing this fact helps you understand why so many of these characters are okay with burning down the Erd Tree. They're totally fine with that. And this brings us to our next boss, because in the act of burning down the Erd tree, you release a slew of ulcerated tree spirits from it. These spirits lie suffering beneath the ash until you come along. But of course you fight many of these tree spirits across the lands between, even before the end game. There's an ulcerated tree spirit at the husk of this minor Erd tree, there's a bunch in catacomb dungeons by great tree roots, there's even one at the husk of the Halig tree. There's a lot of these. Some might even say there's too many of these bosses. I think they're the worst boss in Elden Ring. But anyway, understanding their lore might make it a bit more palatable. So, while these creatures fight near the trees, I don't think they're defending them. Rather, I kind of think they're this corrupted byproduct of dead or dying trees. We know that one of the new purposes of the Erd tree is to accept spirits and allow them to live on, and it's almost like these ulcerated spirits are this horrific failure of that process. One of Miyazaki's favorite themes in these games is the idea that life is not supposed to be eternal, and I think these spirits are a physical manifestation of stagnation and decay. They're this product of an age of an Erd tree that really should have ended a long time ago. Most tree spirits drop golden seeds, which are also found at the base of smaller illusory trees, and they read, "When the Elden Ring was shattered, these seeds flew from the Erd tree, scattering across the various lands, as if life itself knew that its end had come." A talisman also goes on to say, "The Erd tree was once perfect and eternal, and thus it was believed that Erd tree seeds could not exist. This was back when there was an age of plenty, when blessings literally dripped from the boughs of the Erd tree like sap. And the Erd tree's warm light healed those who bathed in its rays. The Erd tree flourished with abundance, yet it was only for a fleeting moment. Such is the course of all life." Then the leaves began to fall, and as you know from the introduction and the endings, the fallen leaves tell a story. The story is that the Erd tree was withering. Scattered across the lands between are minor Erd trees, where you go to collect crystal tears. Basins were placed at the feet of minor Erd trees in order to collect these tears, though in some cases these tears are dropped by Erd tree avatars instead. When the Elden Ring was shattered, the avatars emerged, wielding ceremonial staffs that depict the Erd tree in its historic radiance. These creatures are the will of the dying Erd tree, made manifest, I think. They are literally part tree, after all, and they fight desperately to protect the minor Erd trees, which are the offspring of the withering Erd tree itself. Some avatars placed in Caelid and Miquella's Halig tree are rotten avatars, and they even have this uniquely designed staff that festers with rot, just as they do. Remember, the Halig tree is also an emulation of the Erd tree, so it makes sense that it has its own avatars as well. And they fight on, because to many of these creatures, any Erd tree, whether it's minor or a copy or doomed, is something worth protecting. So, if you've made it all the way to the end of this video, then chances are you love this kind of long-form content, so an Audible subscription might also be just right for you. Sign up at audible.com/Vaatividya or text Vaatividya to 500 500 and you'll get a free credit for the first month and then again for every paid month thereafter. But this time I'd recommend you spend that credit on The Sandman, which might be just one of the most unique audiobooks that you've ever listened to. It has its own cast of voice actors, including the author, Neil Gaiman himself, who narrates, as well as sound effects and music. It's an incredible introduction to the story that a lot of people are talking about right now. Have a listen and see what I mean.
The year was 1916. Roderick Burgess conceived a plan.
In my power.
He would capture death. Did Burgess know what he had got?
Damn you! You are death. At last, finally, I am free.
So, if you'd like access to this or to thousands of other audiobooks or podcasts, then visit audible.com/Vaatividya or text Vaatividya to 500 500. Thank you to Audible for sponsoring this video, and thank you for watching. I think everyone had this moment in Elden Ring. You find a building hidden in the forest of Limgrave's Mistwood, and the door mysteriously opens of its own volition to reveal an elevator down that just keeps going and going, on and on until you forget that you're even underground. The cavernous roof is now so far above that it might as well be a false night sky, and the world below has life, light, and a culture of its own. But what's interesting about the environment down here is that it's actually a fusion of cultures. There are the dynastic remains infested with claymen, and then there's the ancestral grounds brimming with wildlife. But built amidst it all, between the ruins, beyond the ancestral grounds, and even hanging from the ceilings, are the incredible eternal cities inhabited by the Nox. For now, think of the Nox as just these enemies, the monks, swordstresses, and night maidens of the eternal cities. The word Nox means night in Latin. Some of you might remember this from the phrase Verio Nox in Dark Souls, which was commonly held to mean fear the night. And this theme has carried over to Elden Ring, where fear and respect for the night is conveyed by characters like Ranni, who seek to usher in an age of stars.
Here beginneth the chill night that encompasses all, reaching the great beyond, into fear, doubt, and loneliness.
And just like the Age of Dark in Dark Souls, the coming Age of Stars is presented as a bit of an inevitability in Elden Ring. Or at least it might have been, were it not for Star-Scourge Radahn, who locked the stars out of motion and fettered the fate once writ in the night sky on behalf of the Golden Order. Again, this is just like in Dark Souls, where the coming Age of Dark was stolen from mankind by a greater power. Yet, even now, the Age of Stars continues to be championed by a people called the Nox, except now the Nox have been banished to the underground, and here they live in this state of eternal anticipation, just endlessly waiting for a fate that has been taken away from them. We're never explicitly told which act it was that led to the Nox's banishment, but my best guess is that it has to do with this, the Fingerslayer Blade, which we loot beneath the giant's throne in Nokron. A part of its description reads, "This blood-drenched fetish is proof of the high treason committed by the Eternal City and symbolizes its downfall." So, what was the nature of the Nox's high treason, then? Well, this is a Fingerslayer Blade, one that is able to harm the Greater Will and its vassals. This blade is drenched in blood and proof of high treason, so it seems like the weapon was successfully used, but we can only really speculate on which pair of two fingers this blade might have been used on. Of course, it might have just been high treason to create this blade in the first place. This weapon is said to be born of a corpse, so let's take a closer look at its icon. Doing so reveals a spine running up the blade and two arms that form the hilt. So clearly this weapon is born of a corpse, but it's not the only weapon in game that's like this. Remember that moment at the end of the game where the Elden Beast reaches into the ground and pulls a sword from Radagon's corpse? That is the Sacred Relic Sword, and it too is a spined, spiral blade with a human forming the hilt. So to some in this item's description, this weapon represents the end of an age, and to others, the beginning. Now, I kind of doubt that the Fingerslayer Blade is made from a corpse that's as powerful as Radagon, just because it seems so much smaller, broken, and limp, but regardless, it clearly was an attempt to bring about the end of one age and the beginning of another. Just so, the Fingerslayer Blade can only be wielded by Ranni, who needs the weapon to claim her fate and achieve her ending. But this can only happen when you defeat Radahn and unlock the fate in the night sky, because doing so sets free a star from the cosmos, which crashes into Limgrave, revealing the path to Nokron, the Eternal City, where the Fingerslayer Blade lies hidden. There are multiple Eternal Cities that are spread widely across the lands between and located deep beneath the earth. First, we have the city of Nokron, that lies beneath Limgrave. The entrance to this city is torn open by Radahn's meteorite when we explore it, so all of the foremost buildings are ruined, but they form the path leading to this undisturbed, multi-layered city that's sort of tucked behind the dynastic remains and the ancestral environs that were built here long before. Then there's Nokron's twin, the city of Nokstella, which is located beneath Liurnia. I think most people would have got their first hint of this city when they wound up in the Ainsel River fighting the Dragonkin soldier of Nokstella, but the true city is further up from here, stretching out between long sections of ant-infested tunnels. Here, the Nox have actually learned how to ride these ants, though the ants will happily turn on them if given the chance. But there's a third city, a completely devastated, nameless city located beneath Leyndell, which is a place we'll have to talk about a little bit later in this video. These three cities just have incredible architecture. I love Nokron's massive inverted towers, and it's cool how Nokstella's shining city is built right into this low-hanging false night sky. Now, the game isn't really clear on whether these cities existed before the Nox's banishment underground, or if they were built afterwards. However, I'm inclined to think that they actually existed before their banishment. Take the Fingerslayer Blade's description, for instance. This weapon is the most likely reason for the Nox's banishment, and it lays the high treason at the feet of the Eternal City. It doesn't blame the Nox, who would have existed above ground at some point. It blames the Eternal City. But regardless, while they at least might have already had these well-developed cities down here, their banishment was still a brutal punishment, because the Nox would have been cut off from the true night sky, which was a core part of their culture. As some small comfort, I speculate that they created these false night skies, which are made of suspended white fragments. This they accept as they wait for the Age of Stars to begin. In order to learn more about these cities, though, I'd like to look at some data mined information. Of course, you have to take this with a grain of salt, but in version 1.0 of Elden Ring, the Eternal City buildings are frequently listed as Marika's ruins, and the Eternal City pavilions are Marika's pavilions. What's more, the Nox themselves are actually called Marika's descendants. This obviously has pretty huge implications, so let's try to break down Marika's ancestry and see if we can arrive at the Nox. So, Marika herself is of the Numen race, who, according to the character creation screen, are supposed descendants of denizens of another world. The only other supposed Numen in-game are the Black Knife Assassins, who, according to their silver armor, were all women and rumored to be Numen, who had close ties with Marika herself. And we have proof that these Numen Black Knives were tied to the Eternal Cities.
They say the assassins who carried out the deed were scions of the Eternal City.
So if we take Roger at his word, then it seems like Numen are indeed tied up with the genealogy of the Eternal City, and that Marika herself is likely one of the Nox's ancestors. You could go as far as to say that Marika is actually from an Eternal City too. She is called the Eternal, after all. But again, remember, this is data mined information that we're not really supposed to know. But at any rate, while the Nox might be descended from the Numen, I think enough time has passed that most Nox aren't really considered Numen anymore. If anything, they're now more akin to the Nightfolk, which is actually another descendancy you can choose for your Tarnished in the character creator. Nightfolk and Nox share similarly hued skin, and Nightfolk are a race that was said to bleed silver long ago. So let's finally actually talk about the Nox monks, the priestesses, the Night Maidens, and the silver that they wield. The monks of the Eternal Cities are all men, and they fight with flowing weapons of liquid metal. So too do the Swordstresses, a female caste of the Nox who are agile warriors and serve as the personal guards of the Night Maidens. The Night Maidens themselves are said to be of the highest clerical rank, and it's definitely interesting that a group of maidens would be of the highest clerical rank. It's almost as if the Night Maidens exist as a sort of parallel to the Kindling Maidens of the Two Fingers, who serve the Tarnished so that they might become Lord. Because remember, a core part of the Nox culture is also about searching for a Lord to serve. Except unlike the title Elden Lord, the Nox are waiting for a Lord of Night. In a way, this Lord of Night is almost an imitation of the Elden Lord, which would make sense because the Nox are extremely well versed in the art of imitation. So let's talk about that. I think I speak for a lot of us here when I say that a core part of so many of our late game playthroughs were the Mimic tier Spirit Ashes, which copy the form of their summoner. And from a lore point of view, the whole point of this Mimic tier is actually to mimic the Tarnished who might become the Elden Lord. Its description reads, Mimic tiers are a result of an attempt by the Eternal City to forge a Lord. However, the description also says that their mimicry does not extend to imitating the summoner's will. This makes it seem like Mimic tiers are this tool, right? They're something to be used to achieve the Eternal City's ends. So it's important to point out here that Mimic tiers are actually more accurately Silver tiers, and Silver tiers literally are tools, because they're wielded by the Nox as weapons. The Nox Flowing Hammer and the Nox Flowing Sword are forged from the liquid metal of Silver tiers and tempered to hardness. This gives them the ability to extend, bend, and when wielded by the Nox, to drastically change their form into spiked shields and even giant hands. And what's kind of chilling to realize is that these weapons are actually living beings. This is all quite clearly inspired by ancient alchemical conceptions of mercury, or quicksilver, which was this compound that was believed to be able to shift between liquid and solid states, as well as life and death. In-game, Silver tiers are called formless life, able to be reborn again and again into imitation. They are as much a substance as they are a living organism, and we see this in their multitude of forms: silver spheres, trolls, and even nightfolk, to name but a few. There's even this entire cut questline that would have had you bond with a silver mimic tier called Asimi. In the cut dialogue files, this mimic tier claims to have grown a desire for life and knowledge and lordship, and she desires to share the throne with you.
You could have become Elden Lord, and I could have become Sovereign Eternal.
I think, and I know a lot of you guys did as well when I mentioned this last time, I think this would have gone a really
mic
long
wasn't
way
on.
towards making players relate to the story
Alright, cool.
of the Nox, and it would have made them question the Order of the Erd Tree even more.
Alright,
And
that's fine.
after learning
Alright,
about this
so now you have a
questline, I
bunch
can
of
definitely
resources.
see why mimic tiers and artificial life might
Okay,
have been this
let's see
enormous
what we
threat
have now.
to the Erd Tree's authority. The Nox were, after all,
Okay, so we
messing
have
with these crucial things that the Erd Tree had
Google
come to govern.
Fonts.
They were messing with the powers of life, death, and
Done.
rebirth. Of course, we know that death was
Google
sacrosanct
Fonts.
to the Erd Tree during its age. As I discussed in my video on death, many ancient
GitHub.
methods of death came to be abandoned or shunned in favor of returning to the Erd Tree's roots instead,
Subday.
through the process of Erd Tree burial. All the old ways of death were abandoned.
YouTube
And
Gladiator.
as for rebirth, well, the Erd Tree is never really explicitly said to be able to rebirth beings. I think a lot of people just assume that it's implied, but there is a bit of evidence. Many depictions of the Erd Tree actually show human forms growing along its branches, just as they show human forms being absorbed in death by its roots.
Oh, this is dead.
And you can't forget that an entire Great Rune of the Elden Ring explicitly governs rebirth. This is Renala's Amber Egg, and inside it is the Great Rune of the Unborn.
In the end, Lady Renala was left alone, cradling the Amber Egg Lord Radagon bequeathed her. Now she devotes herself to it through forbidden rite, the grim art of reincarnation.
I think Miriel calls Renala's reincarnation a grim act here, because reincarnation already has a bit of a history with the Nox in the Lands Between, and Renala isn't the Erd Tree, so I can see how what she's doing might be a bit sacrilegious. She's even capable of using larval tears from the Eternal City, so Miriel, speaking as any follower of the Erdtree would, understandably decries Renala's rebirths as forbidden rites. And when I searched for this phrase, forbidden rites, in my dialogue spreadsheet, I stumbled upon cut dialogue from Thops, who confirms that forbidden rites like this did indeed originate in the Eternal City. I don't think it's a coincidence that forbidden rites is the same phrase used for Renala and by Thops as well.
Oh, one more thing.
That's fine.
Beware the Albinorics, accursed souls born of a forbidden rite of the Eternal City.
That's fine.
The Albinorics. Albinorics seem to be a reference to the ancient notions of artificial life, and that's something that's supported by the Albinoric blood clot description, which calls them life forms made by human hands. According to the Albinoric shield, Albinorics are said to have been created from a primordial drop of dew, which, to me, evokes the Erdtree's own imagery of dew, where drops of life dripped from the Erdtree's branches. Sort of imitation in that way to me. The ripple blade that is wielded by young Albinorics echoes this, stating that ripples are thought to be at the origin of their species. Obviously, these are all references to liquid, and it suggests that Albinorics are born of the same liquid silver that we just discussed. An older description of the blue silver set also confirms this, calling Albinorics children of silver. And there are a few different types of Albinoric that can be encountered in-game. There are first-generation Albinorics who have withered legs and are called the Albinorics of old. And then there are second-generation Albinorics who resemble frogs and are called the young Albinorics. Let's discuss these first-generation Albinorics first. As far as enemy models go, there are the men who are commonly the subject of torture and genocide. And then there are the women, who seem to have learned to defend themselves as Albinoric wolfback archers. This is probably a good time to mention, this isn't the only example in this video where the women of the culture are far more dexterous than the men. All of the Black Knives are women, the Nox Swordstresses defend the Knight Maidens, who are of the highest rank. And if we're talking about rank, then Caria and its princesses as well are a prime example of that. Speaking of Caria, actually, Pidia is an example of an Albinoric man that serves Caria, and other Albinoric men in Caria have clearly learned glintstone sorcery, not to mention Loretta, but maybe that's the story for another time. Moving on to the second generation Albinorics. As newer Albinorics in the lands between, the formula for these artificial humans seems to have been improved, as they now have legs, which they put to comically good use, although Thops in his cut dialogue does say that they've lost the use of their tongues. So they really haven't got the formula quite right. There's something also going on with their heads, which From Software themselves call dumpy and frog-like. You can even loot the Albinoric mask, which is literally just their own face, skinned in an act of malicious mockery. And I really shouldn't laugh, but it is kind of funny, admittedly, that even Elden Ring players are also guilty of genociding helpless Albinorics. There's this site in Mogwin Palace where it's just far and away the best way to farm runes, and thousands of players just kill these Albinorics over and over again. And it's just the perfect example of gameplay matching lore. Anyway, with all of this terrible shit happening to Albinorics, frankly, just for the sheer audacity of them simply existing, it's no surprise that they see Miquella's Haligtree as a haven, but in talking about that, we're getting far away from the Eternal Cities, so let's get back to there. So, it appears the Eternal Cities weren't content with just birthing Silver Tears and Albinorics, because the Dragonkin, too, were born in the Eternal City. There are a tragic few that you can fight down there, and unlike the real stone dragons up above, they knew no true sky nor true lightning. It seems these Dragonkin were created, I think, with the intent of achieving a sort of immortality. Something that is suggested by the Dragon Scale Blade, which is an ice lightning weapon that reads,
it was more or less content focused. Your hygiene for being the basis for the primary focus on an upload, you consistent content where a Hobbit being a medium is going to be something designed to gain a bit more attention, still within the main line. Hero content is your big verse that you're going to premiere, or generally going to be viral content. Sorry, I haven't been making content for 4 years. Yeah, for example, Hero is
just like the
10x
Fingerslayer
gains
Blade
for
is this
broader audience.
hidden
Hobbits.
treasure of the Eternal City that is capable of harming the Greater Will. Ancient Dragon Smithing Stones, too, are a hidden treasure of Faram Azula, capable of creating weapons that can slay a god. So, like so many other things in this video, the Dragonkin almost seem like they are imitations that were born with a malign purpose. But just like Renala's children and the first-gen Albinorics, these imperfect births only led to withered legs and a pitiful existence.
That, and I legit.
And now we finally arrive at the third city, the nameless Eternal City, which is located deep beneath the Erd Tree at the Deeproot depths, and it's lost its sky, its name, and even all traces of the Nox. And I believe we know exactly what is to blame for all of this. Astel, Bastard of the Void, is responsible.
Using a popular One Piece review I watch, I would say this is probably these are his top 10 videos of these stories.
And with all the force of a falling meteor, it seems, Astel destroyed an Eternal City and took away their sky. Logically, this nameless Eternal City is that Eternal City he destroyed, since it's absolutely devastated and it is missing its false night sky. And when the description says Astel took away their sky, I believe that's really literal. I think Astel really did take it away. Far away, because we don't fight Astel anywhere near the nameless Eternal City. We fight it way further south, almost as if Astel ruined the nameless city, then flowed all the way down the Ainsel River to the south, past Noxtella, and into an enormous cavern where it set up a suspiciously familiar night sky. The Eternal Darkness spell tells us that it's this manifestation of the despair around the ruin of the Eternal City. And the spell in question is essentially this black hole with a powerful gravitational force drawing everything into it. The Astel don't seem like these super sentient beings to me, so what if they were mere animals, just drawn towards a sort of black hole, or maybe towards another powerful gravitational force, like a moon? Which brings us back to the city of Noxtella. Exploring Noxtella's tallest towers rewards you with the legendary Moon of Noxtella talisman, a treasure of theirs that represents the lost Black Moon. This moon apparently was once the guide of countless stars, and might have served as a sort of artificial moon below ground. But tragically, it seems, this Black Moon was shattered into pieces, because fragments of this moon can be found in memory stones, which have a really similar gameplay function to the talisman, granting you additional memory slots. These stones are rightfully treasured by sorcerers, and above ground, towers evoking those of the Eternal City would be built to protect these precious artifacts. I'm not sure how these fragments were stolen from the city, though over in Nokron there are examples of foreign forces making incursions into the city. These beings are members of the Company of the Fallen Hawk, a company of slaves that were ordered to explore the Eternal City. Logically, these
examples include weekly series, scheduling, recurring or typical content related to your niche, hygiene also disciplines, common questions or searches related to your topics, and for evergreen discovery of research. Hygiene often brings new viewers to your show. Examples includes how-to videos,
because these soldiers once had hawk crest shields and king, dating back to ancient times, back in
nice.
Stormvale. And so, as the theory goes, the crest for this company became that of an inverted hawk, symbolizing their fall and perhaps referencing the inverted towers of the Eternal City that they were doomed to explore. As for why they explore the city, the first thing that comes to mind is that they might have been sent here to look for the Fingerslayer Blade, which is the hidden treasure of Nokron, where the Fallen Hawks were sent, although this is mostly all just speculation. whatever the case, it really helps to characterize these enemies for you. Otherwise, the only other observation we can make is that many of the fallen hawks can be found digging hopelessly in the ground, hands bloodied by their long efforts to this day. Torches are an important part of their design, and this reinforces the idea that they're here looking for something, to the point where the band's last embers were used up in their
was meant to be
long
making
search,
thumbnails,
and they
but
began to
today's
burn
just
the
more
bones of
research.
their fellows, acquiring the cold ghost
Okay.
and with this new flame in hand, they became dwellers of the underground for all eternity.
Chaos 4 dies, but that's
Like
about
with
it.
the Fallen Hawks, there are some really open-ended parts to the stories of the Eternal Cities. Some things that are curiosities to me,
Such an
and I
idea.
welcome you to try and answer them. For example, the giant thrones with the giant Nox skeletons on them, they're almost a complete mystery, I think. The only place the game references these thrones are in the symbols for night sorceries and bubble sorceries as well. Beyond that, they're clearly a central part of Nox culture, though we don't know what purpose these beings had. Below each one, though, you can loot Great Ghost Glovewort, which
Let's see what it does.
were given in
Let's say it's a popular
tribute
game on
to
Video
those who
Days, which
died the most glorious of deaths,
gameplay
in the hope their stories would become legend. So it seems the Nox not only venerated these
system
beings with
and
giant
with
thrones, but that their spirits as well were
new game, survival mode, puzzle challenges, character skits. Okay, that's not right.
The distorted bodies that are found in the Eternal Cities.
It's funny as shit. Okay.
Of the Nox. Are these the
video
of the city?
ideas for Honkai Star Rail.
The giants? What are these? And finally, there are the gargoyles that are found in the nameless Eternal Cities with misshapen bodies. None of these gargoyles have been mended.
Honkai Star Rail.
Those that are mended with black
creating engaging
wax
information
and
beginner's
based on
guide
the
over a
black
complete
blade.
introduction and covering
Many
basic
of you will
experiences.
remember that two
Tips for new
valiant
players,
gargoyles
highlights such
defend
tips.
the path
Should
from
we do
Nokon
beginner
to the
guides?
deep depths
Should
where
we
the
actually do that?
city
It's like
is. And interestingly, it's a
event
coffin
guides,
that
current
takes you
events,
up there,
detailed on how to complete current
suspended
events,
on a
including
golden
strategies,
script.
rewards, and time limited
This
challenges.
golden
Event
script
reviews,
reminds me of
discussing the
description
impact
of
and
the
level.
cipher pater, which reads,
Gacha system
"Furtive
content,
description
summon
appears to
rates,
hang in
and
the air,
expectations.
language of light spoken by the two fingers."
Expectation for
It
Jerry
makes sense
Forster,
that the two
expectations,
fingers
summoning
would be
results,
aligned
pulling
with
videos,
these gargoyles
highlight rewards,
that
create highlight
serve
rewards of best
Malekith,
pools
and
or rares so
maybe
items
some
obtained,
power of the two
budgeting for
fingers is
content,
what takes you up to the
free to
nameless
play
Eternal City.
strategies,
In
strategy
this
for
coffin.
gameplay analysis.
Speaking of coffins, there's another coffin that
That's
you
right,
ride
that's right.
down
It's too
from the
robotic for
Grand
you.
Cloister
It's too
to
robotic for
Astel's
too
lair,
many nuances on
and
this.
there are a ton
Use it
of
as a tool,
coffins
not a
found in
clutch.
the
If you're a better
Eternal
way of
Cities in general.
phrasing
Beyond
something, ask
being
it
some absurd
how
method of transport,
it
perhaps
your own.
sending
If you want some
remains
ideas for
along the
videos
river
and topics,
was
including
some
such a
sort
type
of
of video,
burial
sure.
rite.
You needed to
At any
clarify
rate,
sentences such
many
as
of
your
these
how to
coffins
do
have
it.
been waylaid along the Ainsel River tunnels where
Oh.
ants feast on their remains. And
So
there's
exactly
something fascinating going on with the ants
what
as
you
well.
just did.
A lot of these have these enormous abdomens. These ants in particular are based off honeypot ants, which essentially function in nature as these living sources of food storage for the colony. And the Elden Ring variant drop one of the most valuable runes in the lands between. They drop a Newman's rune, which makes a lot of sense because these ants are feasting upon corpses, and we did speculate earlier that Newman are indelibly tied to the Eternal Cities.
What
I
is
can
Newman's?
speculate further, but again, I'd welcome your thoughts on these curiosities. Exploring the
This
lands
video
between
ideas
in the
can help
modern
you to
era,
get first.
it's clear that the Eternal
Human
Cities
entertainment,
have had
funny
this
modes,
significant
compile, share
cultural
funny
impact upon
priorities,
many things that we
cosplay,
find
merch,
above
ignore that,
You can
fan
take the
theories
walking
and
mausoleums,
lore,
for
there's an
example. These
idea,
have really explicit
comparative
Eternal City
reviews,
architecture, which is
compare
something that
Honkai Star Rail
you can't
to
help but
others,
notice
highlighting
when you see
similarities.
one of them wandering down
Gameplay
in the
updates and
nameless Eternal
patches,
City.
character
These mausoleums, it
reviews.
seems, were appropriated from the
Tier
Eternal
list.
Cities to house the remains
We
of
fucking
the Golden Order,
tier list.
something that suddenly became
I
very
don't-
necessary to do after
I don't
Godwin's
have the
death.
brain
And this
to do
tracks
that.
because the Eternal Cities do have a bit of a history with spirits. We mentioned earlier that they entomb their heroic spirits with legendary Glovewort, but even the rebirth monuments above ground that you need to summon spirits look kind of like Eternal City constructs. So
they do.
I speculate that these might have been pioneered
Community
by the
spotlight,
Nox,
player
who,
creations,
even if they
showcases
didn't use
art,
these to summon
interviews,
spirits, they definitely
conduct
might have
interviews
used
with
them to
top players and
summon
content
puppets,
creators of
because
several countries,
puppetry is
challenge
an
ideas,
invention
in-game
of the Eternal
challenges,
Cities.
viewer
To
challenges,
create a
invite
puppet
viewers
of
to
someone,
suggest
you
challenges
need them
on
to
missions,
drink a potion
attempt them,
made
and
of
videos.
starlight shards,
Okay.
which are a prized
Apparently the
item
one I
that
was
was once
referring to is
used
kinda...
in the Eternal City as an ingredient in
Oh
intoxicating
yeah, I remember that.
crafts.
I don't want AI in here.
Starlight
Plus some
shards are
parts
used
don't
for
make
this
sense to me.
because the
So
stars command people's
it
fates,
helps, but
and
it does
even
goes
the fates of the
for
demigods,
would I use
and
it?
so they can
And
be
I don't feel
used
like
in
watching
potions
YouTube
given
videos.
to create puppets with commanded fates.
Ah.
We know of 2 such puppets from the Eternal City, the
Okay.
Night Maiden and
Interesting.
Swordstress puppets, who became puppets of their own volition. So keen were they, it seems, to serve the Eternal Cities. But when you look at all the puppet summons that you can get
Pretty
in
much
Elden
only
Ring,
use it when I want
these
media
2,
ads or
the Night
something that
Maiden
I
and the
can't find on
Swordstress
Reddit.
of the Nox, these 2 are a bit of a special case, because most puppets we find are actually controlled against their will and are extremely unwilling to serve their masters. An excellent example of this are the puppets that are controlled by Celivis, or should I say Pidia, who turn on him immediately when they're given the chance. These puppets are Knights of the Cuckoo, a faction that are explicitly aligned against Caria, and yet these knights are forced to fight on Caria's behalf here in Caria all the same. Carians also seem to have appropriated a lot of the tools of the Eternal Cities, like puppetry and inverted towers as well, which is only natural considering how much they actually have in common with the Eternal Cities. Carians are descended from astrologers who also venerated the night sky. Another example of an invention of the Eternal Cities that the Carians use.
To be honest, the inspiration tab changed my whole YouTube game. I use that for content ideas. No, it's not for everyone. Inspiration tab.
At the church, Radagon famously repented his territorial aggressions and cleansed himself.
Again, phrasing stuff. I've been using it for upcoming TTRPG campaign just to help get some ideas out of my head and onto paper better.
Which reverses all antagonizations.
It is one of the best resources for almost any topic.
Backwards, in a sense, to a time or a feeling before those antagonizations took place. And eventually, faraway descendants of the Eternal would finally be found above ground as well. This is in Celia, within Caelid. Gowry calls Celians descendants of the Eternal, and in addition to having one of those signature thrones at the center of the city, there's also a couple of Nox bosses here. And finally, Celians were famed for their Knight class of sorceries, which
it is one of the best resources for almost any topic.
Celians were also really proficient at turning invisible, which is an art that the Black Knives used, since they are, after all, also scions of the Eternal Cities. And it's just amazing how it all overlaps in the end. And in the end, another group would seek inroads to Nokron. This is when we play the game.
Sure.
These were Iji, Blythe, and Rani. Rani is a character that inherits a lot of the Nox's legacy. She becomes the final chapter in a story that they started to tell so long ago. Prepare to cry, because I can't wait to cover her story properly, as it deserves. But before I go, I want to share a quick word about Audible. Speaking of people banished to the underground, I actually have the perfect audiobook to recommend to you guys today.
Yeah, well, I've been using it about
2033. New members can try Audible free for 30 days. Just visit audible.com/Vaatividya or text Vaatividya to 500 to get your free trial started today. This is the story that inspired the video game of the same name, and it reveals this world where mankind are resigned to the train tunnels underground after some sort of nuclear disaster turns the surface into this radioactive wasteland. Bandits, monsters, and other horrors live below now in the tunnels, and listening to this audiobook will really transport you there. Check out this sample.
It made Artyom shudder to imagine the tunnel beyond the 700th meter. It was horrifying just to think about it. No one had the guts to go beyond the 700th meter to the north. Patrols had made it to the 500th.
From the sounds of things, we're not getting any viewership here, so I might as well just do this instead.
That no scum had crossed it, they hastily returned.
5k viewers.
Even the scouts, big guys, former Marines, would stop at the 680th meter.
I feel as if it's a bad idea to go to just chatting.
Cigarettes into their cupped palms and stand stock still, clinging to their night vision instruments. and then they'd slowly, quietly head
Oh wait,
back
I want to put the
without
autism
taking
tab.
their eyes off the tunnel and never turning their backs
Autism.
to it.
The narrator for this title is really good, and they really nail the Russian
It's
accent
fine.
and just the voice acting as well. for
English
your
feature got
immersion.
comfy,
New members
backseating
can
allowed,
listen to
just
Audible
chatting
free
autism.
for 30 days. So, to listen to
Done.
this, head to www.audible.com/Vaatividya
Alright.
or text Vaatividya to
True,
500.
Regrettably, I haven't been used so far. Yeah.
Thank you to Audible
But
for sponsoring
Reddit can
this
be
video,
useful. You can
and
also
thank you
get
for watching.
to your.
Long ago, an astrologer looked to the sky and found something called the primeval current in the stars above. Then, miraculously,
To the point,
what
I
they
use
saw
it to
in the
Google
cosmos
things
actually
often instead of
manifested
Googling it. Like,
in
lol.
reality, and the very amber of the stars rained down on the lands between. This glintstone of the cosmos would go on to inspire those that studied it, but there was also a darkness up there between the stars, and what some saw would break their minds and inspire a fate that was worse than death. This is the story of Elden Ring's cosmic sorcery, a force that would define an entire era of life in the lands between.
This is gonna minimize that.
It all began with the founding Reign of Stars,
Okay,
a legendary
doesn't do
sorcery
what I wanted
that
to do.
was the founding glintstone sorcery. You might have missed this spell in your playthrough, but it's located here, hidden along an illusory path leading to the heretical rise within the mountaintops of the Giants. Its description reveals that it is the eldest primeval sorcery, said to have been discovered by an ancient astrologer. Now, we don't know who this astrologer was, but we know they were not alone, for it was here, in these icy peaks closest to the sky, that the astrologers who preceded the sorcerers established themselves. And with ancient tools of astronomy, they looked to the cosmos above and read fate in the stars. But this was more than mere stargazing. The stars quite literally govern fates in Elden Ring. We learn this from the starlight shards and amber starlight items. The former is a pale blue shade. It's what remains of a passing flash of starlight, and the latter is the same, except it has a pale amber glow, and it tells of the belief that if the stars command our fates, then amber-hued stars must command the fates of the gods.
Alright, so
During
this is just a
Corvus's
check.
questline, the blue starlight shards are distilled into this blue tonic, which can be given to other NPCs to turn them into summonable puppets. You are quite literally using starlight to forcibly control and take away their fates when you do this. These exact same intoxicating drafts had historically been used in the Eternal City, as is exemplified by the Night Maiden and Swordstress puppets, who actually chose this controlled fate for themselves, presumably so that they could better serve the needs of the Eternal City. You can learn more about that in this video, where we discuss the Eternal City in its entirety. But the Nox of the Eternal City weren't the only ones that were drawing power from the stars in this way. The Royal House of Caria, too, drew great power from astrology. The telescope item, for example, is actually a smaller part of a larger astrological tool that was once used by members of the Carian royal family for their own brand of Carian astrology that revolved around Renala and the full moon rather than the stars. But to most, the moon was not considered equal to the stars, and it was actually the stars that most would draw upon for their sorcery. These sorcerers would come together at Raya Lucaria, a place of learning that institutionalized the practice of glintstone sorcery.
Pinching that everyone uses for a position, including the server, has a problem with E, so I fixed it.
There's the Nox and their descendants, there's the Carians, and there's the sorcerers of Raya Lucaria, who all trace their origins back to astrology. These factions overlap at times,
Figure out
they
what you
interact
fix and
and
never is.
clash,
Well,
and
if
their
I
shared
show you
history
now that
is
you see it
fascinating
everywhere
and
else like
complicated,
I do, huh?
but
That's
it
why I
all comes
provided
back
the
to
fix.
the cosmos
And why
in the
everyone
end.
was using the broken ones, because it has the highest quality AVX logo with transparency. Now my fixed one is.
But let's return once again to the founding Reign of
Where is it?
Stars, which tells us that the glimpse of the primeval current that the ancient
Comparison
astrologers saw
is not
became a
here.
reality,
This is from 5 years
and the
ago.
stars amber rained down on this land. But what exactly is the primeval current? Well, let's break down the term. The word current means it's a moving flow or torrent, and the word primeval means that this torrential flow likely existed
Logo?
from the very beginning of
Can we just
time.
use
And
Reddit
based
and
on the
actually find what we're
description
looking for?
Comet Azure,
Apex
we know that
custom
the primeval current is a
word map
distant
logo challenge.
starry expanse, something that is visually similar to the torrential comet generated from this spell. But what's truly amazing about this cosmic force is that somehow this ancient astrologer managed to manifest a rain of stars upon the earth merely after glimpsing it in the primeval current of the cosmos far away.
Save
And I
images.
speculate that starlight shards are actually another example of this phenomenon. Their description reveals that these are what remains of a passing flash of starlight, and we exclusively loot these at the foot of giant stone astrolabes, which are these ancient stargazing tools. Thus, rather than being a piece of star that has fallen to the ground, I think these might be a byproduct of the act of looking up at the stars. Why else would we loot them here? And so, in this same manner, first established with these starlight shards and then the founding rain of stars, glintstone sorcerers would go on to replicate this phenomenon, using their powers of comprehension to conceive of new cosmic elements that could be manifested in reality. Or, put another way, they formulated spells that let them throw giant rocks at each other, and it was a huge hit with everyone. But among these glintstone sorcerers were some who wished to truly understand the mysteries of the primeval current, no matter the cost. These were sorcerers like Lusat and Azur, who would literally become crystal in order to sync up with and better understand these powers of the cosmos. And then there was Selen, the Graven Witch, who threw all ethics to the wind and wished to see humanity ascend no matter the cost. And make no mistake, the stars are alive, in a sense. Look at Estelle, for example. This is a malformed star, but a star nonetheless, birthed from a void, or so it is said. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Most sorcerers, it seems, would just be content with merely manifesting cosmic power, and so they would embed a piece of physical glintstone into a staff and then use that glintstone as a sort of catalyst for the stars above. And since glintstone was needed to channel spells, and since sorcerers needed glintstone to study, I think having access to physical glintstone would have been a really important thing. And luckily for the sorcerers, glintstone, being sourced from meteors and comets, had fallen to the lands between before. So these valuable crystals were mined and put to great use. And so atop and amidst enormous quantities of
so confusing.
a place of learning was built, an institution known as the Raya Lucaria Academy. Sorcerers as a whole were powerful. They could read fate in the stars, fire cosmic projectiles at their enemies, and potentially even command the fates of others. So, naturally, there needed to be an institution for their power, a place of learning, but also a place of hierarchy and even governance, where rules about sorcery could be debated and enforced. When you journeyed through Raya Lucaria, you would have collected these symbols of their institution. These are stone masks, called glintstone crowns, and not just anyone is supposed to wear these crowns. They are a symbol of achievement, and they represent one's mastery of a certain conspectus or school of learning within the academy. They also make a good weapon, if all else fails. But why was this design specifically chosen as a symbol of achievement? Well, according to many item descriptions, there isn't just life in stone, but there is a wisdom contained in stone as well. So their masks were crafted with stone and set with glintstone. The glintstone is typically set upon the eyes and or the brain, a tradition that I speculate originated with the sorcerer Azur, who was one of the first, if not the first, glintstone sorcerer. His blue-green glintstone crown was set with crystals and eventually replaced his own brain and skull altogether, which enhanced his powers by helping him catalyze with glintstone, though it clearly came at great physical cost. And I speculate that this crown eventually replaced his own brain and skull, because glintstone kind of does that. It corrodes, it consumes, We see its effects best on other creatures like the dragon Smaragd, who was a devourer of sorcerers with a body that became corroded over time by their glintstones, thanks to that strict sorcerer diet. But as with Azure, this corrosion did not come without benefits, and he now breathes a powerful glintstone breath. The sorcerer Azure was an early sorcerer of the primeval current, but he wasn't the only one. There was also the sorcerer Lusat, who experienced a similar glintstone convergence of body and mind. Together, these masters of sorcery each glimpsed a part of the primeval current. And from what I gather, the primeval current seems like the sort of thing that can only really be glimpsed once before it either breaks or terrifies the viewer. Azure and Lusat only have one primeval current spell each, after all. For instance, when Lusat glimpsed into the primeval current, he conceived of the spell Stars of Ruin as he beheld the final moments of a great star cluster, and upon seeing it, he too was broken. And when Azure glimpsed into the primeval current, he saw darkness and conceived of the spell Comet Azure, but was left both bewitched and fearful of the abyss. Both Azure and Lusat clearly had a prominent role at the Academy, but Azure specifically was the first founding glintstone sorcerer to have an impact upon Raya Lucaria, for there is a line of research called the Carolus Conspectus, dubbed the oldest of the Academy's lineages of study, begat by the sorcerer Azure. Sorcerers who follow in his footsteps by studying this conspectus pursue the mysteries of comets, leading to new kinds of comet sorceries like glintstone comet shard and shard spiral. Each conspectus appears to be named after a founding individual. These stone crowns are designed after actual people, after all, people you can see in the flesh upon their matching portraits in the Academy. So even though the Carolus Conspectus follow the path began by the sorcerer Azure, their conspectus of learning must have been sort of formalized by someone named Carolus. But as time went on, more conspectuses needed to be created as new lines of inquiry were discovered, and so logically the Olivinus Conspectus should have been the second to be created, for this line of research is also concerned with the study of meteors in the primeval current, except this conspectus began with the sorcerer Lusat. Their spells study clusters of stars, with lesser spells like glintstone stars and star shower, all echoing the great Stars of Ruin spell
Really pretty.
originally broke Master Lusat. Lusat and Azure were true masters at the Academy, after all. They were actually dubbed Grandmasters, specifically, with special robes that reflected that, and it seems like no one ever went on to achieve such a rank or sacrifice as much as they did. And they sacrificed a lot. They can barely even move anymore, and when Selen talks about them, she talks about their bodies rather than a traditionally living person. Perhaps they've actually ascended to a higher plane of existence. That might explain why they weren't really around anymore to form their own conspectuses, something that was left to Carolus and Olivinus and others instead.
Interesting.
With such enigmatic founders, many dedicated themselves to the study of glintstone, taking vows of virtue and austerity. In return, they received the deep blue robe of Raya Lucaria, and were able to study on its grounds. Some nobles of Leyndell were even permitted to study here clearly, though their meagre accomplishments never warranted them earning a stone crown, and fittingly, you only see them casting glintstone pebble in-game. To assist in their learning, a powerful spellcaster would often go and cast a spell called Terra Magica from the tallest belfry of the Academy.
I manage tons of games and I keep losing track of it, so on Notion you can create followers like this.
Experience of spellcasting success that it turned many a fledgling into a true sorcerer in a flash of understanding. But not all learning took place at the Academy. In fact, a couple of signature spells were specifically given to those who departed from the Academy. to embark on
Okay,
journeys.
cool. So
Starlight is a spell that guides such sorcerers in dark places, and it reads, even during the blackest nights, sojourns underground, or imprisonment in jail, the stars are never far from a sorcerer's side.
alright, so where
And
are
then
we
there was
looking for?
Glintstone Arc, which would allow these fledgling sorcerers to cleave through the ranks of the fools that would outnumber them on their journeys. Such journeys were encouraged by the Academy. There was even a conspectus for this practice called the Hierodus Conspectus, with a crown that was granted to scholars who engaged in nomadic study away from the Academy. In-game, this crown is worn by errant sorcerer Wilhelm, who fights with night sorceries and wields the Staff of Loss, which enhances night sorceries. This staff doesn't even have a glintstone embedded in its tip, and supposedly it can only cast night sorceries as a result. That's how important asceticism was to some sorcerers, and they believed that it was a powerful path towards discovery. This conspectus also seemed to see value in depriving the senses. The crown of Hierodus is blindfolded, after all. We see this same practice of veiling the eyes down in the Eternal City as well, and the Nox's descendants were of course accomplished practitioners of night sorceries, which seem to be thematically tied to this blindfolded, ascetic embrace of the void. Moving on though, this habit of sending fledgling sorcerers away must have posed a bit of a problem, however, as when war broke out in the lands between, Raya Lucaria would close and seal its gates, preventing access to most, including its journeying fledgling sorcerers. The only way to get back inside was to use a glintstone key to activate the warp magic within the seals. These keys only seem to belong to accomplished sorcerers, and they remember their users, meaning that thieves or bluntstones like Thops could not get inside. In the current age, Thops mentions that the Academy closed its gates after declaring that they wouldn't interfere with the shattering. Now, this suggests to me that the Academy might have had a bit of a habit of striving for a sort of neutrality or indifference in world affairs. Indeed, they had developed an entire conspectus who sought power in order to quell conflict. These were the battle mages of the Heimer Conspectus, who wielded stone clubs and spells of cannon and gavel. A gavel is commonly used as a symbol of judgment, but rather than interfering with outside affairs, I believe the Heimer Conspectus mainly functioned as the Academy's judiciary. Their crown is even blindfolded, which is widely regarded in the real world as a symbol of unbiased justice. And with their preparedness for combat, the Heimer Conspectus were cited as being the only ones who dared to venture outside whenever war had broken out. And just like the blindfolded members of the Hierodus Conspectus, the battle mages of Heimer believed that seclusion was no way to foster discovery, and instead believed that it was only a convenient form of escape. That said, we do find sorcerers of other conspectuses outside.
Oh god, this is scary. Teaching kickoff meeting.
You can sort of infer that they're a bit wary to be scary because they're often accompanied by marionettes. The marionettes
you can create a page for a description of it.
that were
Have a link
crafted
to
and
page
animated
to
by the
track it. It's
sorcerers
very
who
interesting.
are their masters. There are a couple of variants. There's an avian variant with curved swords that can fly and throw fire pots.
Already lost.
Then there's the typical marionettes with spiked spears, short swords, and short bows. Lots of short bows. These will commonly drop down upon you in ambush, and while they like to go a bit ballistic, they do act as crudely effective support for a ton of the sorcerers that you'll meet. You'll even find a few of these down in the Raya Lucaria crystal tunnel.
I'm just using my brain, just learning shit. It's so tiring.
Extracting glintstone and ore. These miners don't use conventional tools though. Instead, they mine with a digger's staff, embedded with a glintstone, casting spells such as Shatter Earth or Rock Blaster. A fascinating little detail here though is that these mining spells carried enormous stigma at the Academy because they marked their user as a failed scholar, perhaps as someone who had to turn to menial labor, lacking the intelligence to pursue the complex mysteries of the cosmos. Indeed, the Overseers attack by crushing scraps of glintstone rather than with any advanced sorceries. At the end of the crystal tunnel is a crystallion, an inorganic being that was hewn from crystal long ago. But these are more than mere constructs. They are ancient and even possess a faint sort of intellect dubbed the wisdom of the stone.
Oh,
Long
my
ago,
head's
they even
not
made
working.
a concord or
It's not
an
working.
agreement with the Carian royal family. We don't know the nature of this agreement, but some can be found chilling upon the moonlight altar, allowed to stay in close proximity to their crystals, perhaps. And for their part, we do know that the Crystallians did teach the Carians a spell called Magic Downpour to mark the occasion. And Raya Lucaria sought kinship with these beings as well, for they are close to the ideals of the primeval current, and so are revered guests of the sorcerers.
Oh my god,
Might
okay.
be down in the dimly lit Academy Crystal Cave underneath Raya Lucaria, a crystal cave that is not mined, perhaps out of respect for the Crystallian duo at the end of the tunnel.
Lost. I
There are
won't be
even
using that
living
yet.
quarters down here, and I
Okay.
suspect these belong to a group of sorcerers called the Crystal Cadre, which was a group that was founded to research the wisdom of stone possessed by the Crystallian. However, just like the primeval current, these sorcerers clearly don't have all the answers on these beings. They call them inscrutable, and note that they have but one clear purpose, and that is to safeguard their crystals unto the end. Though there is one theory on these beings, and it's that they are waiting, yearning for the return of their creator, who will carve for them new brethren. A few sorcerers down here near the Crystallian are in possession of the Twin Sage Helm, which marks them as members of the Twin Sage Conspectus. These were the elites of the Academy, permitted to study and excel in sorceries of all kinds, and I assume it was these members, these elite members, who would climb out of this cave and cast the legendary Terra Magica that would cover the entire Academy's grounds from this tall belfry that we mentioned earlier. But the Twin Sage Helm wasn't the only mark of a proficient scholar. There was also the Witch's Glintstone Crown, which was granted to a scholar who excelled in her studies, which also merited the title of Witch. And again, you can see most of these conspectus portraits hanging in Raya Lucaria. For example, here is the Witch, the Twin Sage, Carolus, Olivinus, and all of these portraits are hung in the debate parlor of the Academy, where members would likely have engaged in argument in order to test and help validate their ideas about sorcery. It's also where I assume they argued about whether certain things even should be allowed to be learned here, or whether certain members should be exiled, but we'll get to that shortly. Because first, the final conspectus that we haven't yet mentioned is the Lazuli Conspectus. These sorcerers studied lunar sorceries, a quote-unquote heterodox pursuit that views the moon as equal to the stars, with a robe coloured in the hue of the full moon, which signifies their
Why
heresy.
no work?
And of course, these sorceries include many signature spells of Caria. And so we finally arrive at Caria. This is Carian Manor, and to the south are their stargazing grounds, both situated upon the western coast of Leonia, which, according to the map, has always been closely associated with Carian royalty. They have been around for a long time, a really long time. Specifically, Caria traces its roots all the way back to the ancient astrologers that existed alongside the fire giants. This is most apparent when you're looking at two items. First, the Sword of Night and Flame, which became a storied sword and treasure of Caria Manor. It was clearly crafted to commemorate the astrologers' early experiences with the primeval current and their shared experiences with the fire giants as well. And the fact that Caria inherited this sword suggests that they trace their ancestry back to the time of this sword. And then there's the Stargazer heirloom, which tells of the rise of Caria as a house of royalty through Renala.
Okay, it's fine.
The young astrologer gazed at the night sky as she walked. She had always chased the stars every step of her journey. Then she met the full moon, and in time, the astrologer became a queen. This royal house continued this tradition of stargazing and raised princesses and Carian knights to serve as their retainers. One of the foremost Carian knights was named Loretta. a woman we talked about recently in the video I did on the Eternal Cities, as it was rumored that she was an Albinoric. Albinorics, as you may know if you watched that video, were widely despised in the Lands Between, though Caria is one of the few factions that seems to be pretty friendly with them. Albinoric sorcerers are found all throughout Caria Manor, and one, named Pidia, is literally called a Carian servant.
It don't work. I don't know what to do.
In an alliance, perhaps, that might have allowed them to learn more about the stars from the Elden Ring. Full moon sorceries was the champion of Caria, a prominent one too, apparently. And it's no surprise when you look at the powerful characteristics of her full moon. It has immense gravity, and it eclipses all other magics.
God, why is this happening?
It is enchanting.
Save image as.
Renala used all of these traits to charm the Academy, to bewitch them, and become not just the Queen of Caria, but also the Master of Raya Lucaria itself. And so, of course, here is her portrait, displayed most prominently in the Academy of Raya Lucaria, right next to what many assume is a portrait of Selen. For if you unmask her in-game, then she actually looks very similar to this witch.
Wait, why is
someone who was worthy of an entire conspectus, and apparently was the most promising sorceress in the history of the Academy. But even Selen, with all her promise, or perhaps because of her promise, would not be tolerated in the end.
If you recall, I was exiled from the Academy of Raya Lucaria. It was for attempting to restore the primeval current of glintstone sorcery. The toothless pedantry peddled by the Carian royal family can rot for all I care. I want glintstone sorceries that open our minds, unbound by terrestrial taboos.
For Selen to know so much about what she calls toothless pedantry peddled by the Carian royal family, I assume she was a part of the Academy during Renala's reign over it, and that it was Renala's influence that finally led to the Academy's intolerance of primeval current research. And Selen wasn't the only one expelled from the Academy. The Masters Azure and Lusat, two of the founding masters of glintstone sorcery, were at some point driven from the Academy as well. And it's easy to see why. The primeval current is dangerous. Lusat's mind was broken after watching a star cluster break apart. Azure saw a darkness in the primeval current and was left fearful of its abyss. And imagine something so dangerous that just looking at it can damage your mind irreparably. In this way, the primeval current is almost Lovecraftian in its horror. We can't pin down the exact truth of why it terrifies, but we see its terrible effects on others and are left to wonder. What's more, this cosmic current is primeval. It's one of the first, if not the first thing to exist in the universe. And the fact that our cosmic origins might be
I wish DaVinci Resolve
really is kind of a bizarre
loaded, but it just doesn't.
Thought, right? I mean,
it doesn't
in this current that's driving everybody insane. Although I will mention again, we kind of know that at least creatures like Estelle are up there, and Estelle kind of is a signature, horrific Lovecraftian monster, so, yeah.
Oh my god, why does it keep doing this?
Now, with power and influence in the Lands Between, and with these things, naturally, there would have come a need for self-preservation. And the biggest threat at this stage wouldn't have been external, it would have been internal. The biggest threat was probing the primeval current too deeply. And so, while primeval current research seems to still be okay as long as it's under the Karalos or Olivinus conspectus, a line was drawn, and the Masters Azure and Lusat were eventually driven from the Academy, as was Selen the Witch. When we first meet her, Selen states that glintstone sorcery is rooted in the study of the stars, and she laments that most sorcerers have forgotten that fact. She resents that the sorcerers took their power and then sort of turned a blind eye to deeper research in order to protect themselves, and it's kind of easy to empathize with her and to see her as this underdog fighting for the truth against an enormous institution. Even Thops thinks she's a good person in the end, but can you really blame Raya Lucaria for taking a stand when you see this? This is a school of graven mages, a mass of sorcerers fused together so that they might be fashioned into the seeds of stars. As the lore goes, this was apparently a valid line of research into the primeval current, and that in the name of this research, fellow sorcerers should be collected and fused together in a cluster to, I guess, create a star made of life. These creations were considered the nightmare of the Academy, and rightfully so. They represented Selen's complete loyalty to the truth, no matter the cost, to her fellow man. Naturally, such a thing had to be forbidden, but then you have to empathize with Selen a little bit and agree that it is a bit ironic that the exact line of inquiry that gave rise to the Academy was the very thing that posed a threat to its existence in the end. Eventually, the Academy would seek to rid itself of Caria's influence, but the Carian royal family had long prepared for the disloyalty of the Academy. There's a reason why the Carian Knight's shields are extremely magic resistant. There's a reason why there are many spells based on a policy of Carian retaliation, where magic can be absorbed and then turned back against its caster. There's a reason why their knights were specifically sworn to the moon, not the stars. Renala, as a proficient astrologer, might have even foreseen the eventual disloyalty of the Academy, although that's just speculation on my part. But before that, there was another war that would come first, a war against the Champions of Gold, which Caria was extremely prepared to face as well. The Order of the Erdtree had conquered fire giants, the Storm Lords, and Caria and the Academy were next, it seems. Led by Radagon, who we now know was a part of Marika, a great war began. But here, the Order of the Erdtree actually met their match. Despite numbering fewer than 20, the Carian Knights were a match for even the Champions of Gold in battle, and enchanted troll knights fought on Caria's side as well, called into service from an ancient oath made with Renala back in her youth atop the mountaintops of the giants.
Interesting.
And so, instead of weathering a stalemate, a truce was proposed between the two parties and sealed in holy matrimony.
Radagon once cleansed himself with celestial dew, repented his territorial aggressions, and swore his love to Renala. The Order of the Erdtree and the fate of the moon were conjoined, and all the wounds of war forgiven.
And of course, we all know that Radagon is Marika, but no one else did. And so secrecy was of the utmost importance to Radagon, and he imposed this need upon his newly acquired vassals. These are the Carian Preceptors, essentially professors of sorcery who serve the Carian royals. They wear these blue robes embroidered with cosmic designs, which is a reference to Caria's astrological heritage, surely. But when Radagon married Renala, he ordered the Carian Preceptors to wear an additional piece of attire, a mask, with the mouth sewn shut with gold thread in that signature crisscross pattern that is emblematic of Radagon, to make it clear that all their matters were to be kept strictly private. For of course, Radagon was hiding something that might be able to be seen if anyone looked at it too closely. Indeed, this desire for secrecy was well-founded, for someone did look at him too closely during this time, a sculptor who secretly rendered this dichotomy between Radagon and Marika into his work. But no one else discovered Marika Radagon's secret, not until we came along, and long before that, Radagon would leave Renala, and her heart would go along with him. And it was then that those at the Academy realized that Renala was no champion after all. When we see her, we realize that she was likely left quite witless and innate after this loss of Radagon, and so it was no surprise that the Academy took this chance to rebel against the Carian royals. With Renala essentially held hostage and safely locked in their grand library, the Academy went to war with Caria, focusing their assault upon Caria Manor, for that is where a siege commemorated by this graveyard of swords took place. The enchanted soldiers who fought on behalf of the Academy were named the Knights of the Cuckoo, wearing red and blue surcoats that depict their namesake and carrying shields that boasted high magic damage negation. They were explicitly purposed as mage hunters and have been quoted as stating, "Our enemy is none other than Caria itself." They also throw Albinoric pots, which reference the torture of Albinorics and the hatred of Albinorics that the cuckoos have. And again, the Albinorics are found throughout all Caria, so these Knights of the Cuckoo were fighting against some true enemies here. But despite some of their descriptions saying that the Cuckoo Knights were sworn to the Academy, I think that's actually just wishful thinking by Raya Lucaria. The Scholar's armament and shield spells, for example, were actually spells that were quote-unquote taught to the Knights of the Cuckoo as payment for their contract. So they were getting paid to fight, and learning these low intellect spells suited them because they were not proficient sorcerers. For example, instead of casting spells, they would crush broken clumps of glintstone, dubbed faux sorceries or fake sorceries by the Academy. But most telling about their loyalty is the Cuckoo Knight armor, which says, its left breast is emblazoned with a peering cuckoo, whence came their name, which straight up admits that perhaps the bird's shrewd gaze is an expression of their refusal to be mere servants of the Academy. And in the end, the Knights of the Cuckoo failed pretty hard. They were not only defeated in the siege of Caria Manor, but they were turned into puppets there, and many now fight on Caria's behalf. We get an idea of how much they must resent this when they somehow break free and confront Pydia, a Carian, an Albinoric, and a mage. 3 things that they absolutely hate. But unfortunately, guys, that's where I have to leave things for now. There's an entire summary I also wanted to do about Celia, the town of sorcery, as well, but honestly, I feel like Celia is very difficult to speculate on and puzzle out, so considering how long that would take to put into words, I think it might have to wait until another video. But please subscribe, because I will talk about it eventually, and I think I'll also give Selen her own Prepare to Cry episode as well. Hers is going to be amazing. There's some good things ahead, as always. Special thanks to Quelag for reviewing this script, and of course to MissPap1, who did all of the incredible visuals in this video. He's a true master, and I'm lucky to be working with him. But I'll see you in the next one, guys. Thank you for watching. Miquella is many things: a fundamentalist, the unalloyed, creator of the Halig Tree, Lord of the Eclipse, Saint Trina of the Cradle Song, and not just a demigod, but a fearsome Empyrean who has been captured but is unresponsive, for now. And after watching this video, I think you'll agree that Miquella is a topic that almost has to be explored further in some upcoming DLC. For how could they not be? Their character is surely too major, too foreshadowed, and too intriguing to just ignore. So, let's learn everything that there is to know. For starters, Miquella is the demigod child of Queen Marika and King Consort Radagon, who, as I'm sure you're well aware at this point, are the same being. You can learn more about the timeline of events from my other videos, but basically, after Radagon left Renala, the Academy told Radagon to go fuck himself, basically, but Radagon took that literally, and he sired a 3rd set of demigod children all on his own, who were the twins Miquella and Melania. These children appear to be represented by the butterfly items in the game, and the nascent butterfly appears to represent Miquella. Its description elaborates on his state of eternal childhood, stating that it appears as if it's just emerged from its cocoon for its entire life. Indeed, the word nascent means that something is just coming into existence and beginning to display signs of future potential. And that nascence is eternal for Miquella, and I think that this eternal nascence is incredibly important for his character. For Miquella and Melania both seem to occupy different sides of the life and death cycle. That's not to say that Miquella represents life and Melania represents death. Rather, it seems like both land somewhere in the middle of each process. Melania is constantly resisting her scarlet rot and is in this perpetual state of dying, and Miquella is in this constant state of nascence. he is newly born and showing an abundance of life and burgeoning potential. Special thanks to Quailag for making this clear to me. So Mikola is nascent, but he's also abundant, and I think that's another extremely key word for him. For example, there's this cut weapon called the Abundance and Decay Twin Blade, which symbolizes the twins and suggests that the twins were born from an inseparable fate and hold the runes of both abundance and decay between them. Not to mention, the word abundance is also literally spoken by Mikola in his cut content. And thanks to a very recent discovery by Sekiro Dubi, we know this cut dialogue I'm about to voice is Mikola speaking. And here he appears to be leading you towards a unique ending for the game, and he talks about his ability to make life flourish, stating, "This is for thee, mine abundance, my drop of dew. Quench thy thirst throughout thy frame, blossom and burgeon, time and again, grow larger, stronger, until the day cometh, when thou canst share in my dream. Elden Ring, O Elden Ring, beget order most elegant from my tender reverie." And before I go on, I do want to say that Mikola talking about his abundance is cut content, and you shouldn't really take it as canon, but I think it does give us a deeper look at not only the powers that Mikola might have had, but also the world that he could create. He goes on to say, "If thou covetest the throne, impress my vision upon thine heart. In the new world of thy making, all things will flourish, whether graceful or malign." And I love that final line, "all things will flourish, whether graceful or malign," because Mikola isn't enforcing any real notions of good or evil here. Instead, in the new world of his making, he simply wants all things to flourish, and I feel like that is a very unique viewpoint for a character in a Souls game. Not to mention, Mikola is certainly one of the few beings that is capable of creating this new world. That's because he is an Empyrean. He is one of the very few who were candidates chosen by the Two Fingers to succeed Queen Marika and become a god to usher in a new age. Now we could go into an entire debate about why the twins are valid Empyreans and why they were born afflicted, but honestly that could almost be an entire video of its own, so for now I'll just give the simple answer, which is that these twins were probably valid Empyreans because they have singular parentage from a god, but that this singular parentage was probably also responsible for their afflictions as well, due to the almost incestual implications of such a thing. Why do I feel like it was George R.R. Martin that wrote this part? Anyway, let's move into the early childhood years of Mikola's eternal childhood. Mikola's early years were clearly quite inspired by their father, Radagon, who fostered a bit of a fundamentalist streak in his prodigal son, and Mikola would go on to invent fundamentalist incantations of his own, dubbed Discus of Light and Triple Rings of Light, which he gave as gifts to his father. These gifts reveal that Radagon and Mikola had a good relationship, and Radagon must have been proud of his son because these two spells do represent those two key fundamentals of the Golden Order, namely that there is a law of causality, which is a branching cause and effect that goes outwards, but also that there is a law of regression, that all things yearn eternally to converge once again. And in gratitude, Radagon countered with a gift of his own, showing Mikola Radagon's Rings of Light. These incantations would go on to become core fundamentalist spells, as they are true to those two concepts that form the basis of the Golden Order. But there is another aspect of Golden Order fundamentalism, and that is the persecution of those who live in death. Hunters of these undead would attempt to stamp them out with spells such as Order's Blade and Litany of Proper Death, which deal additional damage against those who live in death and prevent them from resurrecting. To recap, those who live in death exist because of Godwyn the Golden, who was one of the early sons of Marika and Godfrey, who was eventually killed with a fragment of the Rune of Death, and then the Rune of Death would eventually spread its undeath throughout the lands between via Deathroot. And there is an entire debate that we could have here about whether the persecution of those who live in death is even true to the core principles of fundamentalism. Goldmask certainly doesn't seem to think so. In fact, according to the Order healing spell, Goldmask laments the hunters of those who live in death, deeming them to be fanatics who wanted nothing more than an absolute evil to contend with. And the reason I bring up this debate at all is because you could argue that Mikola was on the side of these fanatic hunters, as he created multiple weapons that were capable of effectively slaying those who live in death. For example, this is Golden Epitaph, and it is a sword that was made to commemorate the death of Godwyn the Golden, first of the demigods to die. It is infused with the humble prayer of a young boy and reads, "O brother, Lord brother, please die a true death." So this weapon is an effective tool of killing those who live in death permanently, and clearly the young boy who created it was Mikola. We can infer this because the sigil that appears when you use this blade's skill is the Haligtree sigil, and once activated, this ability, called Last Rites, imbues the sword with a holy power that prevents those who live in death from reviving. But beyond this being a potential tool to slay those who live in death, is that this weapon points towards an early kinship between Mikola and Godwyn, a relationship that might have made it all the more painful when Godwyn's soul would perish, but his body would remain, spawning Deathroot. This is interesting, as it gives Mikola a legitimate emotional grievance against those who live in death. And it's almost a bit hypocritical, I think, for what I believe to be Mikola's character, as we previously established that he might have been this character who wants all life to flourish, but I guess that principle might not extend to those who live in death for him. This sword might not be the only representation of Mikola's relationship with Godwyn. That relationship is potentially strengthened even more when we consider this statue found in Elfale before the Haligtree. It depicts a larger figure who is clearly embracing the two Empyrean twins, Mikola and Melania, but then who is this larger figure? It could be their parent,
What
Marika
stream was it?
Radigan, but then it doesn't have their signature hair braid, and instead it has this long, wavy hair. What's more, the statue asset is flat-chested, which appears to rule out Marika, at least. And after reading a good amount of debate online about this, I think it's a fair conclusion to say that this statue represents Godwyn, who himself does seem to have long, wavy hair. And this statue being enshrined here really tells a story. It's a story of two gifted but afflicted siblings who were supported by their older brother, but then they were left alone, as their older brother would become the first demigod to die. And
Alright,
this
so
isn't
it's
the only
this.
statue in this location.
Okay.
Far more
Fucking
prominent
found it
in
finally.
the area are these statues, which depict two siblings left alone after their brother died. There was one sibling, Mikola, who was forced to remain as a young child, and another who grew up in great pain, eventually losing vision and limbs to rot and decay. These statues are everywhere in the Haligtree, and they tell that sorrowful story. They are an early sign of Mikola's extreme empathy for his sister, and they foreshadow his desperate attempts to give her relief from her terrifying condition. And so the young Mikola abandoned fundamentalism, for it could do nothing to treat Melania's accursed rot. This was the beginning of unalloyed gold. So, what is unalloyed gold? Well, an alloy is something that's created when you combine metals, usually because you want to create a stronger compound at the expense of its purity. So, if we were to view Marika's Golden Order as if it were a metal, which I think is something that the lore wants you to do considering the implications of the tarnished and everything like that, then Marika's Golden Order would definitely be an alloyed metal. Just think of all the foreign powers that it's absorbed in the interest of strength. For example, Godfrey and his Crucible Knights were enlisted to devastate Marika's enemies. The ancient dragons were won over and eventually became a part of Laendel's forces. Even the House of the Erdtree and the Moon were married at one point. Literally. After all, as Miriel puts it, all things can be conjoined under the Golden Order, so I think Marika was definitely open to fusing factions and ideologies to an extent. as long as it made her treasured Golden Order alloy stronger. So hopefully now you understand what I mean when I say that Miquella's gold is unalloyed, it is pure, it is untainted, and it is, perhaps, a singular ideology. And if you subscribe to the idea that the cut content is still representative of Miquella, then I would say that his ideology is what I had Miquella quote earlier, that in his new world all things should be allowed to flourish, whether graceful or malign, and that is his pure ideology. Though, of course, that is my speculation based on cut content as well, so please keep that in mind. But Miquella's unalloyed gold couldn't have just been this metaphysical concept of pure ideology, it was a physical material as well. For example, this is an unalloyed gold water lily, said to have been beloved by Miquella. This is a bewitching branch, blessed with an incantation of unalloyed gold. Unalloyed gold decorated the armor and shields of his soldiers, it was inserted into their weapons, and most importantly, perhaps, it was forged into a set of armor for his sister, Malenia. Because, remember, the whole reason Miquella embraced unalloyed gold in the first place, it seems, was because he thought that it could treat his sister's accursed rot, while fundamentalism could not. And he was right, for Malenia's scarlet rot is no mere disease, it's literally the divine essence of an outer god, and Malenia is its vessel that will one day bloom into a true goddess. But unalloyed gold is one of the few materials in the game that can ward away such meddling of the outer gods. Another example are the mirror helms, like the one that Iji wears, which literally reflects the influence of the outer gods. And personally, I think the reason that unalloyed gold inhibits the meddling of the outer gods is because it is a pure metal and potentially a pure ideology. But if that's not enough reason for you, then Quelaag actually has a great video where she breaks down potential reasons at a chemical level. But at any rate, reasons aside, Miquella crafted needles of unalloyed gold, which could be inserted into the tortured flesh of one afflicted by rot to alleviate their suffering and forestall the effects of the rot. And true to the needle's descriptions, the outer god of rot isn't the only one affected by this. Our character actually uses the final version of this unalloyed gold needle to subdue the outer god of frenzy, which is something you might want if you decided to be a terrible person and burn down the world. Anyway, when we first find Miquella's needle, it's been broken, snapped in half, and picked up by a commander at the very center of the Scarlet Swamp. But once this needle has been prepared, we can give the golden needle to Millicent, proving that it does indeed work to forestall the rotting sickness, to remove pain and nightmares from the afflicted. It is, after all, lovingly crafted by Miquella himself.
Well, well, this is a marvel indeed. The work of a true artisan, a meticulous, bold craftsman who grasps the essence of life.
In crafting these needles and pursuing unalloyed gold, Miquella is attempting to save his sister from her affliction. It seems like this objectively good deed, which is a rare sight in Elden Ring,
It
especially
is
for
still
a
being shown to
demigod
people.
whose strengths
That's
have
good.
been known to tip them towards madness,
Engagement.
and that is what makes Miquella
Coverage
such a
duration.
pure and likable character in Elden Ring. So it's no wonder really that Malenia venerated her brother. She is a character of undefeated prowess, and she's an Empyrean, no less. And yet, she dedicated her blade to Miquella, and Miquella alone, for she believes that he possesses the wisdom, the allure of a god, and that he is the most fearsome Empyrean of all.
Fiction.
The story of their bond and duty to one another is
Fiction.
legendary,
Oh,
and that's
total
something that
traffic.
becomes quite clear when we explore Miquella's
Interesting.
Halig tree
Channel pages.
and see these statues depicting their embrace all around. And if you were one of the many defiled outcasts in Elden Ring, you too might have felt inspired by this story, and you might have felt inclined to earn Miquella's favor and make the long pilgrimage towards your salvation, towards the distant divine Halig tree and its brace that was Miquella's domain.
What is a good color?
So first, what even is the Halig tree? Well, it's pretty obvious that it's a sort of Erd tree. For one, Erd tree avatars have clearly emerged from it, which they only do in order to protect the Erd Tree's own offspring. And then there's the Haligtree Knight Armor, which confirms that the Haligtree ultimately failed to grow into an Erd Tree. And one thing I've been wondering is, when exactly was the Haligtree planted then? If we knew when, then we might be able to guess at its purpose. Was it planted before or after the shattering of the Elden Ring? Because when the Elden Ring was shattered, golden seeds flew from the Erd Tree, scattering across the various lands as if life itself knew that its end had come. These seeds create these little illusory trees and likely spawned the minor Erd trees as well, so I think it's a fair assumption that Miquella might have planted the Haligtree from an Erd tree seed. And if that was indeed the case, then it should have happened after the shattering, for before that, the Erd tree was considered perfect and eternal, and it wasn't even believed that Erd tree seeds could exist. But on the flip side, the golden epitaph sword that we mentioned earlier likely existed before the shattering, as it was created to commemorate Godwyn's death, and this sword displays the Haligtree sigil when its weapon art is activated, so one could infer that the Haligtree must have existed at this point too, right? So I guess it's always possible that Miquella somehow procured an Erd tree seed before the shattering, or simply grew it from his own being, as he is a scion of the Golden Bough after all. But whatever the case, Miquella clearly decided that growing such a tree was important, and he even went so far as to water it with his own blood. This confirms that the Erd tree is indeed a blood-sucking parasite. Just kidding. Sort of. I mean, you have to admit, it is pretty disturbing that an Erd tree could flourish in such a manner. But this does lead us to the final question, which is, why was the Haligtree planted? What was the point of it? And at the end of the day, the main reason is always going to be because it's like the Erd tree. It's natural to compare them, and the item descriptions seem to want you to compare them as well. The Erd tree is this enormous icon of power and faith in the lands between, so evoking that and inspiring worship is clearly a valuable thing. But the Erd tree was only really an icon of faith in its later years. Before that, it was a symbol of abundance, with light as warm as the gentle sun that could gradually heal all those who bathed in its rays. But perhaps most importantly, during this time of abundance, it would drip sacred dew, sap or tears that could bestow blessings, form crystal tears, and even be embedded into talismans. These were treasured things, and naturally this was an extremely valuable symbol for Miquella to evoke, since he is himself associated with dew and abundance in the cut content. And his Haligtree did drip with dew. The greenish amber of the Haligtree can even be seen in cut content items. It even looks as if it's mingled with a bit of Miquella's own blood. And that signature green hue of Haligtree amber is also seen in the Haligtree Knight sword, which is not a cut weapon, and this was modelled after the Carrion Knight's own swords, except it was embedded with amber from the Haligtree instead of glintstone. Okay, so the Haligtree is a great symbol of faith and power and abundance, and Miquella is related to abundance in the cut content, but what else does the Haligtree add in terms of value? Well, the Haligtree itself is something of a vessel, fit for a god. Miquella plants himself inside it later on. Melania returns home to it, and speaking of it being a home, many other creatures have made their home within the tree, and within the brace that supports it as well. And I guess you could also argue that the Haligtree might be a sort of a tool to be used. After all, Marika puts the Erd tree to use in such a way, using its roots to absorb people after their death, and perhaps even its branches to rebirth life. And then the Erd tree is later used as a prison, with thorns that are almost entirely impenetrable. But I don't think Miquella planned to use the Haligtree in such a way. Perhaps the biggest difference between the Haligtree and the Erd tree is that the Haligtree was built in a largely inhospitable region. It is extremely difficult to reach, and unlike the Erd tree, it might not really be designed for the benefit of the vast majority of the world. As it stands, the Haligtree strikes me as being more like the Painted World from Dark Souls. It's a place for the outcasts, the heretical, and the malign, not to mention the low and the meek, who are specifically named in the description of the Sacred Crown Helm. While many of the Scarlet Rot Afflicted seem to be here because of the eventual decay of the Haligtree, I think that there are a number of refugees here that would have been here before that, namely the Misbegotten, the Crystallian, these astray mages of Raya Lucaria, and of course Loretta, who deemed this place to be a great haven for the despised Albinaurics. The second generation Albinaurics even carry a weapon called the Ivory Sickle, which reads, "These weapons are evidence of their dedication to the Halig Tree, despite never having entered its presence." And we really don't find a single Albinauric within the Halig Tree. I'll admit, I do find this a bit strange. You do find quite a few Albinaurics so close to the Halig Tree. It's a bit strange to me they don't go just that little bit further. The reason given for the first generation of Albinaurics not being at the Halig Tree is given by Albus, who says that their faded legs are the reason for that. But yeah, we find them defending Mikola and his Halig Tree all the same at the Ordina liturgical town, which takes us to the Halig Tree via a puzzle within an Everjail. The word liturgical means relating to public worship, and this town is fittingly filled with many statues of Mikola sitting alone, cradling what might have become the Halig Tree back when it was still just a sapling. I also find it interesting that the Halig Tree is never called out as competing with the Erd Tree, or never called out for housing all these undesirables. Perhaps the House of the Erd Tree was happy to see ungraceful folk leave their lands. Perhaps the Halig Tree was extremely well hidden from everyone and they didn't know. Or perhaps Mikola could just get away with it because he was beloved by all. For example, the Bewitching Branch is an item that you can create from Mikola's lilies, and it is blessed with an incantation of unalloyed gold and reads, "The Empyrean Mikola is loved by many people. Indeed, he has learned very well how to compel such affection." And that second part that says he has learned how to compel affection, to me that's saying that Mikola is very good at knowing how to inspire others' affection to his own advantage. And nowhere is this more clear, I think, than at Castle Sol. This is the Halig Tree Secret Medallion. It's furnished with that signature green amber, and it features the Halig Tree in the background, for it allows you to access a secret lower level of the Grand Lift of Rold and progress through the consecrated snowfields to this sacred place. Having both halves of this secret medallion is therefore extremely desirable, for the medallion has another name. It's called Mikola's Favor.
Mikola's favor can be yours. Slaughter, slaughter, slaughter. The all-hearing slaughtered. But alas, it was for naught. But all you need do is snatch it from the big pot.
Gideon is the all-hearing man in this dialogue, and he slaughtered an entire village just for one half of this medallion, but he did not find it in Albus's possession. But you can. And the other half is at Castle Sol, right before a nameless phantom who says this: "Lord Mikola, forgive me. The sun has not been swallowed. Our prayers were lacking. Your comrade remains soulless. I will never set my eyes upon it now. Your divine Halig Tree." So this phantom seemingly has, or I guess had, one half of the medallion, and yet he laments that he will now never set eyes upon the Halig Tree. To me, this suggests that Mikola might have been withholding the second half of the medallion from him, or that this phantom believed that he could solicit the second half of the medallion from Mikola and make it to the Halig Tree if he achieved his goal here at Castle Sol and basically earned Mikola's favor. But what exactly was supposed to happen here at Castle Sol? What does it mean when the phantom says, "The sun has not been swallowed, our prayers were lacking, your comrade remains soulless"? It means, I think, that the residents of Castle Sol and Mikola were attempting to restore the dead soul of Godwyn the Golden. And just to refresh your memory, when a fragment of the Rune of Death was used to kill Godwyn, it was also being used at the exact same time to kill Rani, and since they perished at the same time, Rani lost her body, and Miquella's demigod brother, Godwyn, perished in soul alone. And despite this death seeming so final, Miquella clearly believes that some sort of ritual performed here could restore the soul of his comrade. For example, here's some more dialogue from a different phantom that reads, "O great sun, frigid sun of soul, surrender yourself to the eclipse, grant life to the soulless bones." But the question is how? How does that work? How does an eclipse restore life to Godwyn? Now you can just take Miquella at face value and trust that he knows what he's doing, or we can try to learn as much as we can about the eclipse and see if we can reason out the mechanism behind this process. So at Castle Sol we find the Eclipse Chotel, which reads, "Storied sword and treasure of Castle Sol that depicts an eclipsed sun drained of colour. In Sol, the sight of an eclipse inspires a dreadful awe, preventing an onlooker from averting his gaze." The most important part of this description, though, is the part that says it's the storied sword of Castle Sol, as this proves that the veneration of the eclipse here goes back a long way. But what does an eclipse represent? So, according to the Eclipse Crest shields, the eclipsed sun, drained of colour, is the protective star of soulless demigods. Honestly, I think calling it a protective star is kind of the closest we come to understanding the mechanism here, because you could reason that a protective star might be a sort of outer god that lends them power, though that is just speculation. The description goes on to say that the sun in eclipse is said to be the symbol of the wandering mausoleum where the soulless demigods slumber. So note that it says demigods plural here. Now, this could be because the wandering mausoleums come to house many demigods from a gameplay point of view, because you can take their remembrances here, but it could be a word that is slightly lost in translation, as the Japanese version of the word demigods does not specify whether it's a plural or whether it's a singular word. So my take on this is that I think the wandering mausoleums became necessary when Godwyn died. I think that the mausoleum was intended to be a resting place for him initially, but then also for any future demigods, as all of a sudden all of their true deaths had become possible as well, with the theft of a fragment of the Rune of Death. The Mausoleum Knights themselves are these headless soldiers who behead themselves, willingly following their master into death. As such, they become these headless spirits, tied to the land so that they might better defend the walking mausoleums. They also carry eclipse-crested shields, and the eclipse is said to aid the Mausoleum Knights by keeping destined death at bay. It is their symbol, and by keeping destined death at bay, maybe it's helping to keep their souls tied to the land. We could speculate for a long time on how the eclipse has this power, and I've done my best. Maybe other people have a better take on it, and maybe you guys do in the comments, but in the end, it's simpler just to trust that Miquella knew what he was doing with the eclipse at Castle Sol, where he wanted to block out the sun and restore Godwyn's soul. All that said, we can't trust him too much, I guess, because it's important to remember that this ritual failed. According to this phantom, the sun was not swallowed. I guess the protective star of the soulless demigods did not listen to their prayers, and it did not appear. But it is really fascinating to learn that such a thing might even be possible. That Godwyn, whose soul seems to be as dead as Rani's body, might actually not be? So if his soul is somewhere, then where has it fled to? A part of me wonders, if his soul is lost, then maybe it's lost within a dream. One theory I did come up with regarding the mechanism by which Godwyn's soul is brought back by the eclipse is that his soul might be brought back by bringing about a sort of artificial dusk with the eclipse. That's because those who live in death are called the Duskborn, after all, so there is an association between night and death, to be sure. And there's also an association between death and sleep. For example, when you pursue Fia's questline, you use her as a medium to enter Godwyn's deathbed dream, which is an entire dreamscape where the dragon Fortisax is futilely fighting against the death in his companion. And then there's Roger, who speaks this line of dialogue as he is on the precipice of succumbing to Deathroot.
Maybe I should tell you. Lately, I feel I'm on the precipice of falling into a deep, fathomless slumber.
He does say he's about to fall into sleep. So, in conclusion, a realm of death does seem accessible through dream, and I think this is the perfect time to mention that Miquella has an alter ego. Some say she is a comely young girl. Others are sure he is a boy. This is where we have to talk about the enigmatic figure named Saint Trina. Perhaps the biggest in-game clue about Saint Trina's true identity is Trina's lily, which bears this undeniable resemblance to Miquella's lily of unalloyed gold. Its description reveals that it is a symbol of faith in Saint Trina, dulls the senses, preventing agitation. Naturally, it can be used to craft a bunch of sleep-afflicting items like Saint Trina's arrow, which states that the sweet oblivion of sleep can become quite the habit, and it tells of the priests of Saint Trina who use these arrows to spread their teachings, though the Japanese description seems to specify that these were more of a tool used for their rituals. So it's largely left to your imagination as to what rituals these priests might have been performing, though I will mention that it seems Saint Trina might actually be able to be found somewhere within sleep. This is suggested by Feather's cookbook, which reads, "A record of crafting techniques left by a man who was utterly captivated by Saint Trina. He continued the search for her in his slumber." We get a side profile of her in the hilt of Saint Trina's sword, which hints at that flowing astray hair that she has, and then we get a much better front-on view of this feminine adult form upon Saint Trina's torch. The carvings depict Saint Trina, but in adult form, somewhat unnervingly. The carving is indeed unnerving, and it's certainly strange considering Miquella is supposed to be eternally a child. It raises the question, what has to happen for Miquella to grow up into this? And why is this bizarre creature the adult form that he takes? Another question worth asking, I think, is whether Miquella even has total control of Saint Trina. What if he's in a similar situation to Marika Radigan, where their alter ego is an opposite of sorts, and able to act almost as if they have their own free will? So, all of this is definitely a little bit of a disturbing view of what Saint Trina could be, but I guess we do have cut content that does somewhat reassure me that their alter ego is still a benevolent person. This cut content was first showcased by Sekido Dubi, and this cut content is truly ancient. It exists in one of the oldest versions of the game that we know about, so a lot has probably changed since then, but regardless, here we can learn about Saint Trina's crystal ball, which once read, "A crystal ball full of mist, symbol of Saint Trina of the Cradle Song, copies dream mist from a sleeping being. Dream mist was once used as an ingredient in rare and potent physics. May the quietude of slumber come to all and sundry, even to those whose red eyes burn with the flames of frenzy." So this reveals that this cut version of Saint Trina even once had sympathy for those afflicted by the flame of frenzy. They even went so far as to teach the merchants their songs.
Our song derives from an old lullaby, sung for us long ago, deep inside our tomb. But whoever it was sings no longer. Its melody allowed us to sleep, despite the cursed flame.
The description of Miquella's songs as a lullaby is referenced by the modern-day sleep pot description, which reads, "Like a lullaby or a quagmire, its light purple haze irresistibly draws its victims down into sleep. Sweet dreams." This is the closest thing we have to Dream Mist as well, which was an item that you could again once collect from sleeping enemies. And after you did this, you were supposed to sell this Dream Mist to the merchants, who used it to quell their flame of frenzy. But as the merchants once said, whoever it was that sings, now sings no longer, and this is a detail that has remained intact even in the final version of Elden Ring, with Saint Trina's sword stating that Saint Trina's appearance was as sudden as their disappearance. Something clearly happened to Miquella that prevented them from continuing their work as Saint Trina, and that is what we will discuss next. At some point, Miquella embedded himself into the Halig tree, Why he did this is never explicitly stated, but I think we can make a good attempt at puzzling it out. So, Mikola famously watered the Halig tree with his own blood, since it was a sapling, so I guess you could argue that he embedded himself in it to simply feed the tree more, which I guess is possible because the tree does eventually wither without Mikola inside it, and Gideon seems to tie his removal with the death of the Halig tree, or it turning into a husk, but I don't think that can be the only reason why he embedded himself. For instance, look closely at the Halig tree roots, and you'll see the form of a tree-like woman, and where her womb should be, there's a gap that once contained Mikola's cocoon cradled by the Halig tree. Now, either Mikola was attempting to fuse into and become this woman-like figure, who might even be the adult form shown on St. Trina's torch, or there was a rebirth occurring here. This is a cocoon within a womb, after all, so rebirth could have been the intent here, but regardless, it seems things ended prematurely, for Mikola would eventually be ripped out of the womb and the Halig tree would split and decay. And so, when we arrive at the Halig tree and the town of Elfale that is built into the brace that supports it, the music here hits extremely hard. This place is just so sorrowful, for the Halig tree and Mikola's lilies and even St. Trina's lilies are all wilting, and all who live here are just hoping and praying for their lord to return. I love the little detail of the guards looking outwards and sitting dejectedly. To make matters worse for them, it was here that they realized that the sacred light inside them would explode upon their imminent deaths, and yet, in spite of this, their spirit ashes show their faith and state, "May the flash of our deaths guide Mikola's return." And Melania is here too, holding to the husk of Mikola, dreaming and waiting for Mikola to return, and believing full well that he will.
Corpse after corpse left in my wake, as I awaited his return.
Melania's set reveals that she believes her brother will keep his promise. So what was that promise, I wonder? Was it merely to return, or was it something more? How much does Melania know? Why did she fight Radahn? We'll have to talk about all of that in another video. So there is still faith. There's even this one phantom in the consecrated snowfields who has somehow puzzled out who took Mikola and even where they are. He is pointed towards the portal that takes you to Mohgwyn Palace and Mohg the Omen. So, indeed, it was the demigod Mohg who somehow broke into the Halig tree and absconded with Mikola's infant form. And it's with him that this story ends. Or maybe it's where this story truly begins. So, if you're not familiar, Mohg is the Omen son of Godfrey and Marika, and being an Omen of royalty, he was born into a wretched mire of filth in the subterranean shunning grounds below Lanedale capital. But unlike his brother Morgoth, who reviled his accursed blood, Mohg reveled in it, and it was assumedly because of this accursed blood that he chanced a meeting with an outer god called the Mother of Truth. And as Mohg stood before her, deep underground, his accursed blood erupted with fire, and he was truly besotted with the defilement that he was born into. Mohg is just one of many characters who discovers a new identity in the ways that they have been discarded by the world. And how could he not? For his defilement was validated by nothing less than an outer god. And as always, we know very little about this outer god. We know she is called the Mother of Truth, and the formless mother. We know that she desires wounds and bestows power upon accursed blood. Her followers can thrust their arms into her body to scatter blood flame, and followers of Mohg can share in the Lord of Blood's power and send blood flies before them. There's even been some speculation in my recent shorts and my TikToks as well that the formless mother is also an outer god called the Bloodstar. But the one thing that all outer gods seem to have in common is that they all require vessels to move through. So, in this case, the formless mother's vessel was Mohg. For example, the sacred spear that he wields is a weapon, but it's also an instrument of communion, and Mohg may well be doing her bidding with his actions. These actions included him starting a new dynasty called Mohgwyn, deep below the earth, in the grounds of these ancient dynastic remains. This is a secret place, difficult to reach, and it was here that Mohg brought the infant Miquella, torn as he was from his cocoon. I mean, that's how we see him in his opening cutscene, but in-game, Miquella seems to be back with a new cocoon here. You can even see it sat upon this giant pelvic bone, which seems to be a reference to the womb of the Halig Tree woman that he was literally ripped from. And it's from the remembrance of the Bloodlord that we can learn of Mohg's intent here. He wished to raise Miquella to full godhood and become his consort, taking the role of monarch. To this end, Mohg has begun soliciting blood offerings to Miquella, and that certainly explains the state of so many who reside here. According to the Lord of Blood's exaltation talisman, he proclaimed, "Render up your offerings of blood to your lord, drench my consort's chamber, slake his cocoon's thirst. His awakening shall herald the dawn of our dynasty." And then, to return to Mohg's remembrance, it's stated that, so far, this has all been in vain, for no matter how much of his bloody bedchamber Mohg tried to share, he received no response from the young Empyrean. So maybe nothing will happen. Or maybe, according to the Pure Blood Knight's medal, it is not yet time, for Mohg yet slumbers beside the divinity. Be patient, the new dynasty is nigh. What do you think? I mean, it's kind of hard to know. Even Gideon has no clue. But something does seem to be happening to Miquella in there. He has clearly grown, for one, since being taken, so maybe his adult form is manifesting? And personally, and this is really speculation, but this reminds me a lot of Berserk, which we know Miyazaki is always inspired by. Spoiler warning, really, you should watch that show, but there's this moment at the very end of the first chapter where Griffith betrays his companions in this sacrificial ceremony of carnage and bloodshed in order to be inaugurated and reborn as a god within an egg of sorts. This really reminds me of that. It also reminds me of a scene with Griffith where he allows himself to be abused basically in order to get what he wants. So I wonder, what if this was also what Miquella wanted? We know that he is extremely proficient at compelling others to love him, and Mohg is clearly enraptured. We know that Miquella is an Empyrean prodigy, and we know that his sister, who knows him best, has total faith that he will return, so you'd think he's still in control of the situation somehow, but that could be a part of the tragedy, and Miquella, this benevolent being, might not have predicted this at all, and is now being completely taken advantage of. Or maybe he did intend to be taken, but he's going to get more than he bargained for with the Mother of Truth. Or maybe Miquella's fate really is long gone. There's one other thing I want to mention. There is this place called Miquella's Hideaway in the Altus Plateau, and here we can loot Amber Starlight, which Seluvis mentions is the very fate of a demigod. Clearly, since it's here, you'd think it's Miquella's fate, right? And then you also have to consider that the cut content that we are basing so much of this video on is very much removed from the game, because it might not fit the developer's intent. That's always possible. So I really do hope you all bear that in mind, as I would really hate to promote ideas that are against the developer's vision for this character. But I really do think that it's a possibility that we're going to one day enter the dream of this slumbering demigod. After all, there was once a cut character called Rico who was supposed to say the following, standing before Miquella's cocoon at Mohgwyn Palace. He says, "Finally, I have found it. St. Trina's, no, Lord Miquella's cadaver, such that I may aid you, O Lord. So please, I hope you welcome your humble servant Rico into your dream, the world of your heart. Indeed, I beg you grant my wish, that when you transcend from Empyrean to God, allow me a place by your side." Plus, if we do get DLC, it's going to need a new Great Rune to acquire, right? that's a huge gameplay mechanic in these games, and it'd be weird if DLC came and you couldn't get more great runes. Apart from Miquella's Great Rune, the only one we don't know about also is Rani's Great Rune, which was allegedly cast aside. So there's always that to consider. But hopefully we get some DLC to answer these questions, or more likely we'll get DLC that will give us more questions than we started with. That's always how it seems to go, but I really hope they throw us some good curveballs with this one, as they always do. But regardless, it's always a ton of fun to speculate with you all, so if you're still listening to this extremely long video, thank you for giving me your time today. Thank you to Quelaag for reviewing the script for me. Thank you, Miss Pap, for the incredible visuals, as always. And I also want to give a sincere and really reverential shout out to Eugenia Lysa, who created the speculative visuals of Saint Trina. Please follow her work in the description. She's one of the most talented artists that I've ever known. And yeah, thank you, as always, of course, for watching my videos, and I'll see you next time. The Scarlet Rot is one of the deadliest things in the Lands Between, for it has no real cure, and famously, even the demigods could not stave off its effects. I guess no one told them about preserving boluses, huh? Anyway, what's really interesting about the Scarlet Rot is that it's actually a very old legend, one that predates Melania and all of the horrors found in Caelid. And so, to understand where it all began, we have to go below, to the Lake of Rot, where we can find a few item descriptions that speak of this time. For example, here in the southeastern corner, we can loot a crown of mushrooms that forms this towering headpiece, and it reads, "Long ago, great lords served the Scarlet Rot. Perhaps such fungal bodies served as their crowns." And the rest of this set is made up of the mushroom set, which are considered holy vestments for those enraptured by the Scarlet Rot that root them to the earth. So already we have this hierarchy of mushroom lords that served the Scarlet Rot back then, as well as worshippers who venerated it. And you might think it's strange that these beings might worship or serve a sickness, but the Scarlet Rot is so much more than that, because the Scarlet Rot is no mere disease. No, for proof of that, one only need look at the Crystallian. Crystallian are inorganic beings, and yet they can be afflicted by the rot just like any other. There's even some Crystallians that are infused with rot and can spread it to others as well. Because it's not really just a disease. Instead, the map for the Lake of Rot calls it the divine essence of an outer god, something that was sealed away long ago in this underground world. And if you've been following Elden Ring lore for any length of time, you should be no stranger to the concept of an outer god. They are these indeterminable, abstract beings that impress an order or a will upon the world through their avatars, their servants, and their vessels. And in the case of the Scarlet Rot, its order is one of decay, where beings are put into a progressing state of death, with the intent to achieve this glorious rebirth that will follow that process. The poison armament description tells us this, saying that those who dwell within poison know rot all too well, the death that begets life, that comes to all equally. That is to say, it is the cycle of rebirth put into practice. A great example of this is Miquella's Halig tree, which might be completely dead were it not for the fungal growths that have sprouted upon the tree. And of course we also see this in Caelid, where flowers of the rot are on the very precipice of budding, despite all the decay. Of course, it's debatable whether this type of life is even desirable at all, but you can't argue that it is life, and the agents of the rot god certainly find it desirable, so they do their utmost to spark this sacred cycle of rebirth in others, infecting them with poison and rot, and putting this cycle of rebirth into practice. On that note, there is one extremely curious item that you can find down in the Grand Cloister, and it's called the Scorpion Stinger. This is a dagger that's glistening with scarlet rot, and it's called a ceremonial tool, which I think means that any ceremony that used this dagger would have been a ceremony to stab and infect another being with the scarlet rot. It would have been a ceremony of spreading their treasured affliction to others. But what's really interesting about this dagger is that it's fashioned from a great scorpion's tail, and it's also specifically said to have been crafted from the relic of a sealed outer god. And when you consider that phrasing, it makes you realize that it's saying that this dagger was fashioned from a relic of the rot god, who was also a great scorpion. That's what it sounds like it's saying. Anyway, I mean, many historical relics in our history are often the physical remains of deceased saints or holy persons, so the god of rot might really be, or at least might have manifested as, a great scorpion. So I guess this scorpion stinger is kind of like the eye of the fell god, or the three fingers of frenzy, or the whole winged theme that death has going on. It's a small remaining hint at the visual identity of these ephemeral outer gods that is intended to stimulate the imagination, even if we never truly find out what these outer gods look like. And whatever rot truly is, it and its scarlet rot essence was eventually conquered, or sealed at least. This was done by a legendary figure known as the Blind Swordsman. As the story goes, the Blind Swordsman was favored by a fairy called the Dancer in Blue. The fairy bestowed upon them a flowing curved sword, which was patterned after flowing water, and with this sword the Blind Swordsman sealed away an ancient god, a god that was rot itself. There's quite a bit to unpack in these descriptions. First, who or what was the fairy called the Blue Dancer? Well, I think that the warrior's blue cloth set gives us a clue. It reveals that the blue color of its fabric symbolizes brisk waters, and the cloth doll that represents the Blue Dancer is styled to look just like water. The description goes on to say that just as still waters turn foul, stagnation leads to decay, so warriors must remain ever drifting. It's essentially saying that flowing water is the very antithesis to rot, which thrives in stagnant water. And I think, and this is just speculation, but I think that the Blue Fairy might essentially be a sort of river spirit. If you've ever seen Hayao Miyazaki's Spirited Away, then you might know what type of being I'm talking about. In that movie, just quickly, a stinking sludge monster comes to the bathhouse, where it is eventually revealed that it's actually a river spirit whose river was bogged down and corrupted by pollution. But once his waters are unblocked, the river spirit is restored. And Elden Ring, by comparison, does also have two legendary rivers called the Shifra and the Ainsel, which just so happened to flow underground next to and around the scarlet rot that was eventually sealed all that time ago. So I don't think that it's a stretch to think that the Blue Fairy might have occupied or might have been a supernatural extension of those underground rivers. I think it's a fun theory, and I think it helps to explain the Blue Fairy's relationship with water and why it might be a natural enemy of the Rot God. So the Blue Fairy gave the Blind Swordsman a flowing sword, and he fought with the power of flowing water to seal away the Rot God. But what's unclear here is how exactly the Scarlet Rot God was sealed away by the Blind Swordsman. Did he, sword in hand, battle a great scorpion boss in one-on-one combat and just seal its essence away? Or was their battle more of an abstract one, where the Eternal City dams were built and rivers were rerouted to encircle the rot and contain it underground, or something like that? These details are left to your imagination, but one way or another, the Scarlet Rot God was sealed away, but it was not defeated, and eventually it would return. And this time, it would do so in an Empyrean vessel, corrupting Melania, a demigod, at the very moment of her birth. Like her brother Mikola, Melania was born an Empyrean. Empyrean meaning she was essentially a valid candidate to replace Queen Marika as a god, and as such it seems she was a ripe candidate for an outer god's meddling. And it's unclear how the Rot God afflicted Melania as soon as she was born, but it did, and That's a shame, because Melania's Great Rune does state that it should have been the most sacred Great Rune of them all, were it not for what I assume was the Rot God's meddling. And speaking of Great Runes, in the sister video to this one, we talk about how Miquella was essentially the flip side to Melania in many ways, especially in cut content where the twins were born of an inseparable fate and said to hold the runes of both abundance and decay between them. And to reflect this duality, it seems, Miquella is in this constant state of overflowing abundance, while Melania was in this constant state of overflowing death, essentially. We sort of see this tragedy unfolding in a few statues of Melania, since you can see back then she did actually have all her limbs once upon a time, until the rot continued to take hold, moving her inexorably towards her inevitable death and rebirth as well. And that must have felt inevitable, for it seems like in these early days there were few known ways to ward off the rot. Fire was probably the obvious one, and then there was also the act of consecration, which was used, which is essentially the act of declaring something as sacred, which was done to the weaponry of Melania and her knights, and apparently it helped their armaments, at least, to resist the rot. But their flesh was still susceptible. Melania's knights were therefore called the Clean Rot Knights, and they vowed to fight alongside Melania despite the inevitable, if gradual, putrefaction of their flesh. And it was this fact that made these warriors so fierce, for they had basically already accepted their terrible fate, and so logically they had nothing else to lose in battle. These knights were bestowed the winged sword insignia, given only to those who fought alongside Melania the Severed. Interestingly, this is the only item that gives Melania the title the Severed, and I assume that it's referencing a time where Melania was known for her prowess despite her fragmented body, as it's called in the Japanese. And I guess it's possible that she wasn't yet known as the Blade of Miquella at the time, though that's just my own speculation. At any rate, Melania Blade of Miquella is her most common title, and it's easy to see why she would dedicate herself to her brother so fully. For her brother was so dismayed by her condition that he dedicated himself to finding a treatment for the rot, and this search for a cure dramatically affected Miquella's worldview. For instance, he was formerly a faithful fundamentalist of the Golden Order, with all the magic to boot, but he would abandon those practices as they could do nothing to treat his sister's accursed rot. Instead, he pursued a path of unalloyed gold, and he crafted for Melania a needle that could be inserted into her flesh, granting relief from the rot and preventing the progression of the rotting sickness. If you're interested in why unalloyed gold was able to do this and work that way, then I'd recommend you check out this video afterwards, which talks at length about Miquella. But we learn about the needle's specific effects in-game when we give it to a character called Millicent, who is also suffering from the Scarlet Rot. Millicent is this great parallel to Melania that teaches us so much about what Melania might have felt or experienced. So Millicent too has lost a limb, and she is also losing her memories, and when we find her she is unable to even move. But as soon as we give her the needle, she's able to function and fight once more. Therefore, it's fair to assume that similar benefits were conferred upon Melania when her brother gave her the needle. It's also worth noting that the multiple needles that we find in-game, they aren't finished. Even the final version of this needle can only be used in the storm beyond time at Farum Azula, where it allows you to cheat fate, essentially. And that makes sense here, because you're outside of time in this place, so maybe you can prevent these afflictions from the outer gods before they even happen. So perhaps if Miquella had been able to imbue his needle with some time warping capabilities, he could have eventually undone the effects of the rot god entirely, but again, the needle was unfortunately never finished. The needle isn't all that Miquella created with unalloyed gold. He also crafted for his sister a prosthetic arm, leg, helmet and armor of unalloyed gold, which, again, like Millicent, surely allowed her to overcome her one-armed shortcoming and reach for newer heights as a fighter. So Melania's prospects were already looking up, but things didn't end there, for Melania would go on to meet a man who would become her mentor, and he would give her this final, invaluable tool that could be employed against the Scarlet Rot. We see their meeting play out on this image of the prosthesis wearer heirloom, which depicts a scene from a heroic tale. You can even see Melania's prosthetic arm and leg in this image if you look closely, which is why I assume that this meeting took place after Miquella's intervention with all of the unalloyed gold prosthetics. So her mentor was, as you might have guessed, the blind swordsman, the man who first sealed away the Rot all those years ago, the very same. And after encountering her mentor and his flowing blade, she gained wings of unparalleled strength. This meeting says a lot about the blind swordsman. He must have known that Melania was basically inhabited by his ancient enemy, and yet he doesn't attempt to kill her here. Instead, he takes her under his wing and teaches her the techniques that he himself once used to curtail the Rot in the first place. It's a pretty wise thing to do, and perhaps we shouldn't expect any less from someone who was able to defeat an outer god in the first place. So this is why the skill on Melania's blade is called the Waterfowl Dance. This is why Melania recovers health by attacking during her boss fight. By moving relentlessly, like flowing water, the damage of the Rot was offset, and Melania was able to achieve unparalleled strength and to maintain her pride. But it was that same pride that she would abandon in her fight with Radahn. Radahn was born of Queen Rennala, who was the Queen of Caria, and King Consort Radagon, who was previously a great champion of the Erd Tree. Thus was the Order of the Moon and the Erd Tree conjoined. And while Radahn was a true Carian, and certainly proficient in the art of sorcery, we can see in his character an inclination towards another path, an aspiration to be like Godfrey, for example, who was the first Elden Lord, and also his father Radagon, who would become the second Elden Lord. Caria was, after all, a largely matriarchal society, meaning that power was passed down to the princesses in the family, so perhaps it's no surprise that Radahn was not as motivated by his Carian heritage compared to his sister Ranni, for instance. So Radahn's set was decorated with a golden lion that symbolized Godfrey and his beast regent, and it states that from his youngest years, Radahn was naturally captivated by the Lord of the battlefield. Then his golden helmet was designed with his flaming red hair in mind, which Radahn inherited from his father, drawing attention to the fact that he was fond of the heroic implications of being Radagon's son. Radahn and his knights were fittingly known as the Red Mane, which conflates Radahn's red hair with the mane of Godfrey's lion, and Radahn was even quoted as saying, "I was born a champion's cub, now I am the lord of the battlefield's lion," which borders on being a statement of complete loyalty to Godfrey and the Golden Order, but we'll get to that debate a little bit later. So, naturally, this was a guy who reveled in the art of warfare, and even in his youth as a Carian royal, it seems Radahn was already a renowned general. We can infer this because of a man named Jeren. The Eccentric's armor specifically says that after spending time as a guest of the Carian royals, he became a guest commander for General Radahn. Therefore, Radahn must have still been in close contact with his Carian family, as Jeren met Radahn through these Carian royals, and when they did meet, Jeren and Radahn seemed to immediately share a certain bond, for despite Jeren preferring to have a nomadic existence, he decided to become a guest commander for General Radahn, and then, despite the temporary implication of such a title, Jeren, this restless tumbleweed, as he was called, would become bound by honorable oath, and he and Radahn swore a vow of honorable death to one another, promising that they would die honorably in battle, even if it was death by the other's hand. So, it's not stated which battles that Radahn was fighting at the time, nor which war he required a new guest commander for. But then the world was very different at the time, and there's so much of the Lands Between's history that we don't know about. So I guess it's possible that the battles were being fought for distant lands like Limgrave and Caelid. The Limgrave East map does say, after all, that this path here was trod by many a soldier in the past. Maybe Radahn's forces took this path as well? And this was before Caelid was even afflicted with the Scarlet Rot, so things might have looked really different here, although admittedly we do have this shot from this trailer that shows that it still kind of looks a bit like a red hellscape here, with the red sky, and this was technically before the Scarlet Rot took hold. Caelid did still have some culture to boast of though. For example, in the very middle of Caelid, there is, or was, a town of sorcery called Celia, and despite Radahn's relationship with Caria and Raya Lucaria as well, presumably, it was here in Celia that he studied, learning gravitational magics that likely could not be taught anywhere else. He did this, as the story goes, all so he would never have to abandon his beloved but scrawny steed, for gravitational magics could relieve the weight of Radahn and allow his scrawny horse to carry him evermore. Also, in case you don't know, the horse's name is Leonard, according to the data, so that is the name that we're going to use going forward. And what's interesting about Leonard is that he's specifically called out as being scrawny, as if that's the reason why he can't carry Radahn, who is enormous. Shouldn't Radahn's size be the reason why he can't ride his horse? So I think, personally, that Radahn actually didn't become as large as he is for a very long time. And I think there's some good evidence to back that up. For one, his throne in Leyndell is of regular size. Two, his portrait is of a simple grown man. And lastly, we see a brief shot of Radahn fighting in this image where he barely even matches Morgoth in size. So personally, I think that Radahn probably only grew in size when he acquired a great rune. Regardless, at this stage anyway, it's clear that Radahn initially learned gravitational magic for the sake of his horse, but that gravitational skill set would certainly come in handy as the years went on. For one, these gravitational magics were passed on to some of his elite soldiers, like Ogre, who was the longest-serving member of the Redmane Knights, who studied techniques to manipulate gravity alongside Radahn. The equipment and the skill sets of the Redmane Knights really were very inspired by Radahn. For example, the surcoat of Radahn's Redmane Knights depicts a red-maned lion raising a sword in the image of Radahn. All of them proved that they were worthy of the Redmane name. Even their great shield's design takes that symbolism further, being shaped like a fang and featuring the crest of a red-maned lion. And these knights were strong, like Radahn too, with descriptions stating that they were reputed to be masterful warriors, and it was popularly said that the Redmanes knew no weakness. But for all of their prowess in battle, a conflict was coming that no military strength could ward away. And I'm not talking about the Scarlet Rot, I'm talking about the stars. But luckily, for this upcoming conflict, Radahn was able to solicit the help of an extremely knowledgeable teacher. According to the Gravity Well sorcery, Radahn's master was an alabaster lord with skin of stone, and these onyx and alabaster lords were a different race entirely to humans. Meteorite sorcery tells us that the reason they were called lords was their help because a similarly meteoric destructive power was on its way.
Oh, my mic was off. Thank you for the follow, Corgi.
Earlier we established that he explicitly did learn gravitational magic so that he could ride his horse, but the collapsing stars sorcery also explicitly says that he learned gravitational techniques so that he could challenge the stars.
Where does that come from?
Which I think suggests that there were two distinct periods of learning here for Radahn. Learning for the sake of his horse, and then learning for the sake of keeping Celia safe.
Fine.
And there's also quite a bit of evidence that suggests that Radahn's actions
here
were
I think we're at
defense.
30,
For example,
aren't we?
the sword gravestone in Caelid specifically tells us that Radahn held Celia secure. The
think it's
Star
like
Scourge heirloom tells us
gold.
that Radahn confronted the falling stars, as if they were the aggressors. Finally, this event was also called the Star Scourge Conflict, suggesting that there was a clash of some kind here, like a back and forth, if you will. So
Start new
Radahn
goal.
seemed to anticipate that this event was coming, but I guess that
Start
isn't
goal.
so strange when you consider that Radahn was of Carian lineage, who were renowned for reading fate in the stars. So I would think that anticipating a starfall would be pretty straightforward for them, and I think it would make sense that Radahn would want to intervene if it was headed for Celia, which is where he learned his magic from in the first place. So Radahn took defensive measures, and I guess you might argue that he even went a bit overboard, for he didn't just defend Celia from the falling stars, he actually sealed the stars' movements completely. So after Radahn challenged the stars, the fate in the night sky was said to be no more, and this manifests quite literally in Rani's questline, for example, where Radahn has to be killed so that the stars can be unfrozen, so that one of them can literally smash into Limgrave and open a path to Nokron. If not for Radahn, I feel like a star would have smashed through Celia instead, and opened a path to Nokron that way all those years ago. The eternal city of Nokron is said, after all, to sleep below Celia, so Radahn really might have intervened here at the very last moment, since a star is released and hits Limgrave as soon as you kill Radahn, though I'll admit that it is a bit strange that that star hits Limgrave and not Celia, which he was said to defend. I wonder why. Anyway, there's one more thing I want to talk about here, and it's that you could also make the argument that Radahn might have intervened at Celia and frozen the stars on behalf of the Golden Order. After all, the telescope item description literally says that the fate once writ in the night skies was fettered by the Golden Order, and Radahn was a fanboy of Radagon and Godfrey, who were two proponents of the Golden Order, so it's definitely possible that he did this on the Golden Order's behalf. Personally, though, I think that both things can be true. I think that Radahn was clearly motivated to defend Celia from Starfall, and I think that the Golden Order did stand to benefit from one of its vassals achieving such a feat. Radahn, and most of the demigods at that stage, for that matter, were technically on the side of Marika's Golden Order. So I guess technically Radahn was aligned with the Golden Order and could have fettered the stars on their behalf, technically. But the impression that I get from Radahn is that he has no real loyalty to anyone other than himself and his men. This is my speculation, but I think this because he's not really hated by anyone in the current age or anyone in-game. Even his brother Rykard has his picture up on the wall, and Rykard famously hated anything to do with the Golden Order. So while I think Radahn served the intent of the Golden Order, I don't think he was beholden to it, especially not in the later years, when the Elden Ring was shattered, because remember this cutscene with Morgoth?
Willful traitors, all.
Morgoth labels all of the demigods as traitors to the Golden Order, including Radahn, who we do see in a clash with Morgoth, suggesting that he might have abandoned his loyalty to Order and marched on Leyndell after the shattering. For Radahn, like his demigod kin, had claimed a great rune, and it's easy to assume that a warmonger like him would have had great ambitions for power, and might have even aspired to become Elden Lord. And it's around this time, when the demigods were clashing, that Malenia enters the picture once more. Because Malenia, Blade of Miquella, was marching towards Caelid, past Godric in Limgrave, and towards Radahn.
Honestly, Godric's nothing more than a jumped-up country bumpkin. Lord? Oh, don't make me laugh. First, he hid himself amongst the womenfolk to flee the capital, then hid from Radahn in that castle. Then he insulted Malenia, lost to her in battle, only to lick her boots rather than die like a man. Has he no shame, the big girl's blouse?
This dialogue from Kenneth Haidt is a great piece of lore as it tells us about this crucial late part of the Shattering War. At this point, Godric had just failed to usurp Lanedale capital and had fled with his tail between his legs to Stormvale. Here, he hid in fear of Radahn, who was a close neighbor in Caelid, and it makes sense that he'd fear Radahn, who was considered by many to be the strongest of the demigods. But while he was hiding here, a different army approached. From the north, not the south, as Godric must have feared. Malenia and her Cleanrot knights were passing Stormvale on their southwards march from the Halig Tree to Caelid. And this event, this passing, is marked at the Leonia Highway sword gravestones, which state, "Nothing will hinder the wings of the blade of Miquella and the Cleanrot knights." These gravestones tend to mark points of battle, and Kenneth does state that Godric insulted Malenia and lost to her in battle, so I assume this is where that happened. As to the nature of the insult, well, we have cut dialogue from Godric to help us out here.
"There is only one tree, and only its branches, that bathe in true rays of gold. Not the fool-omened king, nor the rank malformed twins."
So Godric considered Miquella and Malenia rank and malformed, so I assume the insult was along those lines, which was not smart on Godric's part. Malenia must have messed him up, but tellingly, she did not kill him. And that's a curious detail, because this was the Shattering War. We're supposed to believe that all of the demigods were fighting for power, but if Malenia was seeking power here and looking for others' great runes to acquire in order to restore the Elden Ring and live up to Miquella or her own Empyrean promise, then you'd think that she would have killed Godric, that she wouldn't have shown him mercy. But instead, she lets him live. So, to me, that suggests that Malenia might not have been on this southward march to take power. Because if she didn't claim Godric's great rune, then she probably wasn't here for Radahn's either. So why then? Why did Malenia come full force towards Radahn on this southward march? I feel like there are 3 options. 4 if you count the theory that Malenia might have chased down Radahn in order to get control of the Elden Ring, but as I've just explained, I feel like that's unlikely. Option 2, although it's still unlikely in my opinion, is that Malenia might have sought out Radahn simply for the sake of fighting him. He was, after all, widely considered the mightiest of the demigods, as was Malenia in many cases, so it's not ridiculous to think that both of them might have fought simply for the sake of pitting their strength against one another, but that's a pretty unsatisfactory answer, in my opinion. Option 3, I feel, could be because Malenia was looking for her brother. At this point, Miquella could have already been stolen away by Mohg, so perhaps she was simply looking for him. She pretty intentionally makes a beeline towards the south and towards Caelid, and Mohg's palace is essentially underneath Celia and underneath the area where Radahn and Malenia fought, so I guess it's possible that Malenia had some intel leading her here in a search for Miquella, but again, this is only speculation. But my favorite theory is the 4th one, which is that Malenia, and by extension Miquella, may have wanted Radahn dead for the same reason that Ranni eventually does, so that the stars could resume their movement, bringing certain fates back into play. And you might be asking, but why would Miquella want the stars to resume their movement? Well, perhaps Miquella's own fate was locked in stasis. We do find a demigod's amber starlight shard in Miquella's hideaway, after all, and I feel like it should be concerning that his fate might have fallen like this. But the best answer, I think, is that Miquella wanted the stars back in motion so that the moon could properly eclipse the sun. This was a ritual that Miquella seemed to believe would revive Godwyn the Golden, his brother, and we talk about this a lot more in this video, and I can definitely see how the stars being in stasis would prevent the moon from eclipsing the sun, so I really like this answer. But I'd love to hear your theories. Surely there's more than just these 4 options. But in the end, there's only really one answer that I'm confident in, and it's that we can't confidently say for sure why Malenia fought Radahn. Not yet, anyway. But whatever the reason, it must have been a good one, because it was during this battle that Melania sacrificed everything.
There is something I must return to Melania. The will that was once her own. The dignity. The sense of self that allowed her to resist the call of the Scarlet Rot, the pride she abandoned, to meet Radahn's measure.
In Elden Ring's story trailers, we see this legendary fight play out. Cleanrot Knights finally arrive with Melania, facing off against the Redmane Knights, and manage to plunge a ton of spears into Radahn during their clash. You can actually see these spears still sticking out of his back to this day. Then Melania and Radahn appear to be the only two left standing. Melania sacrifices her prosthetic arm to get close to Radahn, grabbing her blade and plunging it into both of them, giving us a close-up view of the two characters. Here Radahn looks monstrous, which I theorize could again be because he's tainted with the madness of a great rune, though that is just speculation. And we can also see Melania's lips moving here, muttering some final words, or perhaps the incantation for the Scarlet Aeonia, which envelops herself and Radahn, putting an end to their fight. In this video's first chapter, we talked extensively about Melania's battle against the Scarlet Rot within her, but in this moment, she seems to lose that fight, maybe intentionally, and she allows the Scarlet Rot to take hold. Millicent, who is a great parallel to Melania, says that this is when she sacrificed her dignity, her sense of self, her will, and her pride. Melania did all of this just so that she could meet Radahn's measure. Thus did the Scarlet Rot explode outwards, infecting Radahn and the very land itself, as their battle came to a horrific standstill. In the end, neither party was in a state to continue fighting, so technically Melania didn't lose, so she was technically still undefeated. Few survived the Battle of Aeonia, but one who did was the Cleanrot Knight Finlay, who, in an unimaginable act of heroism, carried the slumbering form of Melania all the way back to the Halig Tree. They managed this alone, fending off all manner of foes along the way. But back at the center of Caelid, Melania's scarlet bloom remained. A nearby phantom's dialogue reads, "Sublime, I tell you. The very first flower of Aeonia bloomed on this very spot. Melania, may you blossom into a goddess." In the present day, Caelid features at its center a giant tree that spirals in a similar manner to Melania's first scarlet bloom, so it probably is the same scarlet bloom. As the Phantom says, this was the very first flower of Aeonia, and the beginning of the Scarlet Swamp in this land. And at the very center of that is another curious thing. There's a boss called Commander O'Neill, who carries the Commander's Standard, which reads, "Even after his lord was fled, Commander O'Neill continued to brandish this flag in the devastation of the rot-eaten field of battle, the sole veteran who remembers this battle with pride." And it's hard for me to say exactly whose side O'Neill would have been on. He summons the spirits of exiled soldiers who themselves have no real affiliation to speak of, though I will say that you can summon one of Millicent's sisters to help you in the fight against O'Neill, which might suggest that he's opposed to the idea of rot and that he might have fought for Radahn, although I feel like you could go both ways on this, because the Commander's Standard says that his lord was fled, and both Melania and Radahn fled this battle. Anyway, when you defeat O'Neill by luring him into the guises of Scarlet Rot because it's funny, he doesn't just drop the Commander's Standard, he also drops an heirloom of the Battle of Aeonia, a broken needle of unalloyed gold that was once buried within Melania's own flesh, repelling her Scarlet Rot until it snapped. A really interesting question here, considering the needle is broken, is whether Melania snapped the needle intentionally when she plunged her blade into herself and Radahn. Perhaps she knew that it would cause the rot within her to flare up worse than ever if the needle was broken, and allow her to defeat Radahn. Millicent does explain that the explosion of rot in her is worse after she takes out the needle. almost as if it's been building up inside them all this time.
I paused to even tell you, but I took out the needle myself. The scarlet rot writhes now, worse than ever.
So it's pretty clear that this is where the final moments of the battle took place, and we even find Cleanrot Knights able to rise outside when you're near, even now. But then, we don't find Radahn anywhere near here. Instead, we find him closer to his former home, at Redmane Castle. In a nearby catacomb, the spirits of the war dead actually continue to clash, refusing to surrender, even in death. And outside, Radahn is exactly the same way. And while witless, he's still alive, even managing to keep the stars in stasis, even now, for he's still in possession of his great rune, which itself started to burn to resist the encroachment of the scarlet rot. His feet have rotten off, the spears of Cleanrot Knights remain in his flesh, but he fights on, simply using those spears in his back as arrows to fight off anyone who threatens him, refusing to give up and die in anything but an honorable death.
Are you one for festivals or flowers? To the south, a grand festival to make the stars turn. To the east, the hardened bud of a flower to be. But dare you enter into the heart of the scarlet rot?
As the rot takes hold, Caelid becomes a fresh hell, and the land itself becomes a threat. Even the dragons in this place were forced to flee, and they would make a new nest on a plateau that would be dubbed Dragon Barrow, and no one since then has dared to enter it. That said, a few dragons did not make it away unscathed. The dragon Exekis succumbed to the scarlet rot, though he did not forget his hatred, and sadly, Grail, the mother of all dragons, who dwarfs them all as well, can be found on death's door surrounded by her children and completely blighted by the scarlet rot. Kind of sad. Thanks for the 50k runes though. And in the end, it was Melania's scarlet rot, not really Melania herself, that would eventually drive Radahn's Redmane Knights to defeat. According to their armor, when they were driven to defeat by Melania's scarlet rot, the Redmane Knights burned off the crest on the left breast of their armor to indicate their resolve, stating, "Alas, dear home, I shan't see you again, for our duty is to remain here, a bulwark against the blight." The knights using fire to burn away their own crest in this way is such a great symbol, for fire was their one and only weapon for fighting back against the rot. And interestingly, according to the Armorer's Cookbook, a lot of these tools and techniques to do with fire were passed down by an armorer who served the great General Radahn, as his books contain knowledge of dealing with rot, the application of fire in particular. And so, this flame of the Redmanes clearly became a large part of their identity henceforth. Corpses of rabid wildlife were piled high and burned. Long smouldering walls of flame were built in order to prevent the rot from spreading to neighboring lands. These same walls border their own castles. They burnt down churches, and they even managed to commandeer some flame chariots to help in their fight. They utilized torches, firepots, arrows, everything. And fittingly, Knight Gerran's beloved sword, a flamberge, became the symbol of the castle itself, thanks to the flame-like undulation that gives this sword its difficult-to-pronounce name. And Gerran himself remained at Redmane Castle to regularly host a celebration of war, calling champions from far and wide to deliver death, a death for his friend, who is now festering with rot and crippled by madness, who now only wishes for an honorable way out. Meanwhile, amidst Melania's Aeonian butterflies, pale pests emerge from the swamp of Aeonia. And though they appear to be mere bugs, they're not. These creatures are intelligent, with a quote-unquote keen intellect that allows them to craft uncanny weaponry from sharpened shell. They can incant spells as well, and they can even tame wild beasts. That said, they are ultimately creatures of worship, and Gowry actually calls them witless, which admittedly does contrast with them being described as intelligent in this item description. Regardless, the pests are also called the abandoned children of the goddess and servants of the goddess of Rot, who have been forsaken. And it's not hard to see why. Not only was Melania carried far away at the very moment of her bloom when these pests allegedly emerged, but she resents and resists the scarlet rot inside her unless she's pushed to the absolute brink. So, of course, these pests are abandoned in that sense as well. And who wouldn't hate them, honestly? Is there anything more annoying than this bloody attack? Nevertheless, the pests persist. They even have a quotable line of dialogue in the Kindred of Rot's exaltation talisman, which reads, "Rot for the Scarlet Goddess. O scarlet blossoms, flourish in distant lands, and return to us the unwanted children." Which brings us to the phrase, scarlet blossoms. This might not be talking about literal flower buds of the scarlet rot, but instead I think it's talking about actual people. I think it's talking about these 5 sisters. I think these are the scarlet blossoms. They are Pollyanna, Maureen, Amy, Mary, and Millicent.
The girl, Millicent, she is a bud, green and undeveloped, waiting to flower into magnificence. What a wondrous day that will be. In truth, before her, I'd never seen a bud of such superior quality. She might very well outshine her sisters.
So it seems like these pests, including Gowry perhaps, have a keen interest in cultivating these scarlet blossoms. I'd prefer to talk about Millicent's questline in a future Prepare to Cry episode, so subscribe and turn on notifications, but I will hold off for now. But essentially, Gowry does all of this in anticipation of these daughters becoming Scarlet Valkyries, who he believes might one day serve Melania when she ascends as the goddess of Rot. At this point, Melania hadn't been seen for a long while, not since she was carried off to the Halig Tree, and the Halig Tree's location itself was a mystery to many. But there were still those who venerated and worshipped her, and they weren't all pests. Some of them were human, like Malie Marai, the Castellan of the Shaded Castle. Malie wears the Marai mask, which is something only worn by the head of House Marai. It bears the likeness of the first of their line, and it describes this long dual history of the Marai family, who served as both executioners and castellans of the Shaded Castle. So fittingly, their storied sword is the Marai Executioner's Sword, a broad-bladed weapon that would eventually be used against them. For one day, they made the mistake of capturing a bell-bearing hunter named Elima, but Elima, who knew battle skills that allowed him to move objects with his very own will, snatched the sword from the site of his looming execution and overthrew his captors. But it doesn't seem like he wanted to rule over the castle in their stead. Instead, the castle falls into ruin, and when we find him, Elima is just standing and staring at an enormous portrait which is a picture of Melania, who some believe is to blame for the fate of the castle. A nearby phantom laments the state of things and states, "House Marai is ruined, just deserts for falling for that severed harpy. No surprise that guilty cretin took the castle and our storied sword." In the outskirts of the castle, you can actually find and fight Malie Marai, the former castellan of the castle who has now been ousted. He wields the ant spur rapier, which is a weapon that evokes the scorpion dagger that we mentioned at the start of the video, as it's also a blade fashioned from a chitinous creature. In this case, it's the spur of a giant ant. Fittingly then, its description reminds us that Scarlet Rot is an old legend, and goes on to state that Malie Marai of the Shaded Castle was a private believer in the Scarlet Rot, and indeed, he eventually found his own personal goddess. The Marai robe explains why he was so enamored with her, stating that the sons of House Marai are all sickly born, and so Malie Marai was beguiled by the beautiful and fierce goddess who was born into Rot. Malenia was, after all, a powerful and fierce figure in spite of her affliction, so it's easy to see why Malie Marai looked up to her. Though I guess it's possible that he took this veneration too far, as the castle is found sinking into a poison swamp, and the throne room is filled with prosthetics which mirror Malenia's own. Indeed, it's possible that he even found Malenia's very own prosthetic, as you can loot the Valkyrie's prosthesis here, which reads, "Golden prosthesis once used by the one-armed Valkyrie, a masterwork of craftsmanship. With practice and skill, it can be used as proficiently as a real arm." When Malie Marai, Lord of the Shaded Castle, embraced this prosthesis, he claimed to feel the presence of his personal goddess. Now, I'm not really sure if this is Malenia's actual prosthesis or not. I feel like you could make debates for and against that, but regardless, it drives home just how much of a fanboy this guy was. But in the end, the castle is not much more now than just a home for some surviving Clean Rot Knights who would understandably feel at home in such a place. And I guess they have nowhere else to go, as Malenia slumbers back at the Halig Tree, where she does very little else until you arrive and trigger what I think is her second transformation.
Wait. The scarlet bloom flowers once more. You will witness true horror. Now, rot.
Now, I got some bad news for you guys in this final chapter. So, you know how difficult Malenia was to defeat, right? Well, what if I told you that wasn't her final form? It might not be, for the Scarlet Aeonia description reads, "Each time the scarlet flower blooms, Malenia's rot advances, and with the third bloom, she will become a true goddess." So, it's known that Malenia's first bloom was in Caelid, and we know that she blooms in a fight against us, so the debate becomes, is this mid-fight bloom Malenia's second bloom, or her third? Some would argue that this is Malenia's third bloom, and that she's already become the Goddess of Rot. She does, after all, literally have Goddess of Rot as her title, and there is a bloom right outside her boss room which could have been the site of her second bloom. So how do you argue against that? Well, for starters, the bloom outside might not be hers. For one, it'd be kind of weird if she had a second bloom that is never described, right here, when she's slumbering in just the neighboring room. But not only that, in front of this bloom, you actually loot the Traveler's set, which is the same set worn by Millicent and her sisters, and Melina as well. Considering Millicent and her sisters are buds of Malenia, and considering Millicent also leaves behind one of these blooms when she dies, it's not ridiculous to think that one of these sisters might have flowered here already. And I don't think that Malenia having Goddess of Rot in her boss title means that much. Many, like Gowrie and the Pests, already believe that Malenia is the Goddess of Rot. The Scarlet Aeonia description instead specifies that the third bloom will make her a true goddess, and I think anything before that is just a brief flash of the Rot God shining through. But the biggest piece of evidence that Malenia hasn't yet reached her third bloom yet, in my opinion, comes from Gowrie, who goes to extraordinary lengths to nurture Millicent, encouraging us to kill her even, just so this betrayal can turn her into a Scarlet Valkyrie that will serve Malenia.
It must be done by your hand, no other. Millicent trusts you, rather deeply in fact. Sever that trust. Nurtured by betrayal, her bud will flower most vividly. When Malenia ascends to godhood, Millicent too shall be reborn as a Scarlet Valkyrie.
If Millicent dies, she flowers, with Gowry's expectation being that she will be revived after this. So considering that there's a bloom in Melania's boss room as well that appears after you defeat her, I feel like it's possible that Melania could have another revivification after this as well. And one final piece of evidence was actually pointed out by you guys in the comments of my recent Oracle short. In that video, I argued that the Oracles might be there to herald the return of Mikla as a god, as their spirit ashes state that it is said that when Oracle envoys appear playing their pipes, they do so to herald the arrival of a new god or age. But I completely neglected to mention that they might be here to herald Melania's ascension as a god instead. So thank you guys for pointing that out. If you haven't already, I'd appreciate if you tried out some of my shorts content. It's extremely difficult to fit everything within 60 seconds, but it's a fun challenge and I'm pretty happy with some of the short stories that I've been able to tell in those shorts. Anyway, personally, I wouldn't be surprised if we fight some incarnation of Melania again in the DLC, and I'd be down for that fight, provided she rises again with her lower half as a scorpion or something. But what I find to be the most disturbing thought about Melania's potential third bloom is that Gowry believes a scarlet bloom will be more vivid if it's nurtured by betrayal. That's what we see in Millicent's questline. So what if Melania's third bloom could be more vivid if she's betrayed by her brother, Mikla? But it's late now, and I'm really getting into some deranged speculation territory, aren't I? So that's probably my cue to end the video. A special thanks to Mispap for the footage and editing help, as always, and special thanks to Quelaag as well for looking over this script, and thank you, as always, for watching. So you've become the Elden Lord, but before you it was Radagon, and before him it was Godfrey, who items call the first Elden Lord. And yet even before Godfrey there was another, Placidusax, an ancient dragon who ruled as Elden Lord in the prehistoric age before the Erd Tree. It's him and his kin that you're going to be learning about in this video. But to quickly summarize, first there were the ancient dragons who had these stone scales that could twist time, making them essentially immortal. And yet some ancient dragons can be found dead, buried in the rocks of Farum Azula, which twists and crumbles in an eternal storm. On the ground, their descendants roam the lands between without the stone scales of their ancestors, and instead of stone scales, they've inherited aspects of their environments. The ice dragons roamed the icy mountaintops. The glintstone dragons feasted on sorcerers. One's hatred was so strong that he even endured the scarlet rot in Caelid. And it's here in Caelid that Grail, mother of all the mortal dragons, lies dying. There's a lot to talk about. This is the story of Elden Ring's dragons. Many item descriptions note that the age of the ancient dragons was prehistoric, and I think that's an important word because it might explain why Godfrey's recorded title is the first Elden Lord, even though he's not. Placidusax is. The word prehistoric denotes a period of time before written history, and while there are spoken legends from this time, I think what they're trying to get across is that the Elden Lord before Godfrey wouldn't be well known. This was before the age of the Erd Tree after all, and the Erd Tree would eventually come to be considered perfect and eternal. So the idea that there might have even been an Elden Lord that came before could have been considered irrelevant at best and sacrilegious, I think, at worst. But what really is an Elden Lord, and why was Placidusax considered one? I feel like the role of Elden Lord can be roughly narrowed down to three things. You are made eligible by A, your strength, B, your validity as a consort, and or C, your willingness to bring about a new age or order. Specifically, the Elden Lord is tasked with bringing about the Greater Will's order, one built around the Elden Ring that it sent here long ago, hence the name Elden Lord. Sounds simple, but then remember, the nature of the Greater Will's order can vary wildly, as is shown by all who come to champion it over the ages. The Greater Will's order is malleable enough that it can even accept a number of endings that our Tarnished brings about, where the Elden Ring is mended by runes that will dramatically redefine the world. So it is that our role as a Tarnished is actually pretty unique, as our primary goal now is to reunite the broken shards of the Elden Ring. With Marika, the god that is the vessel of the Elden Ring, locked away inside the Erd Tree, it's not up to her to will a new age into being, it's up to us, and we have to gather the great runes to do this. So it is that in most endings, you ascend the throne as Elden Lord alone, without a god or living consort by your side. Instead, your crumbling god is a vessel for your Elden Ring, and not much more. But previously, it seems an Elden Lord was chosen by their god, chosen for their strength, chosen to sire a lineage, chosen for their usefulness to their god's order. So it was that Hoaraloo was chosen to be the Elden Lord as the Age of the Erd Tree began. He defeated Marika's enemies, he sired the golden lineage, and then was discarded in favor of Radagon, an Elden Lord who betrayed Marika's enemies and sired more demigod children with her before being shattered alongside his god. And since we don't actually know much about Placidusax's god, we rely on Hoaraloo and Radagon and Marika as well to teach us the things that we should assume would have been traditionally true about her. So it is that Placidusax's god likely chose him as Elden Lord because Placidusax was powerful, politically expedient, loyal, and or perhaps a valid consort. And speaking of Elden Lords being consorts, it's certainly possible that Placidusax consorted with his god, but I don't think that means that all or any of the ancient dragons would have been the result of that union. In fact, as noted by Zully the Witch, the heads of Placidusax are different and are labelled as male and female respectively, so who's to say Placidusax didn't spawn their own ancient dragons? Whatever the case, the ancient dragons were exceptionally loyal to their lord, and multiple item descriptions state that the ancient dragons who ruled in the prehistoric era before the Erd Tree would protect their lord as a wall of living rock. This is why the shape of the dragon has become symbolic of all manner of protections, and indeed we commonly see dragons on shields and on damage reduction talismans. But even without his kin laying down their lives to protect him, Placidusax is intensely powerful in their own right. In fact, I'd say that Placidusax was likely chosen as Elden Lord for their strength in battle, and the physical evidence of battle is all there. Their form is severely scarred, and even his heads have been severed in unknown fights. I think it's fair to speculate that Placidusax put their life on the line for their god, just as Elden Lords would do for their gods in years to come, and just as his ancient dragons did for him. But what exactly is an ancient dragon? To help us distinguish between all of the dragons in the game, it's important to note that not all dragons in Elden Ring are of the ancient variety. Most are actually lesser wyverns like these. Though they're all descended from the same stock, ancient dragons specifically are characterized by their mastery of red lightning, as well as their 4 wings, 4 limbs, and stone scales. These stone scales are perhaps their most defining characteristic. You would have found these stone scales in your playthrough. They would have been looted as gravel stones, which are said to be the scales of the ancient dragons. These gravel stones can be used to craft dragon wound grease, a weapon buff that increases the damage you deal to dragons. It reads, "When the dragons were born from their ancient kin, they lost their stone scales, which can now be used to cause them mortal harm." Talk about insult to injury. So just like in Dark Souls, it's these stone scales that gave the ancient dragons their signature immortality. And as further evidence for that fact, consider the Dragon King's Cragblade, which reveals that today's dual-winged, two-legged dragons are considered paltry and mortal, again confirming that the ancient dragons were immortal by way of comparison. But why are they immortal? Well, the mechanism behind this immortality is revealed by the ancient dragon smithing stone's description, which marks it as a golden gravel stone and a scale of the ancient dragon lord. Most importantly, though, it reads, "This stone lightly twists time." Therefore, it's Placidusax's very scales, and likely also those of his kin, that have time-twisting properties, explaining the ancient dragon's longevity. It seems they're immune to the effects of time. This also explains why Placidusax's Old Lord's talisman messes with time, lengthening the duration of sorceries and incantations in the hands of the tarnished. Most interesting, though, is that the smithing stone goes on to state that it allows for the creation of a weapon capable of slaying a god. Presumably, this is because of the scale's time-twisting abilities, which I theorize might help to sort of undo the god that gets smacked with this from existing in the first place. Maybe time undoes them in that way, or perhaps it speeds up their eventual irrelevancy over time. It's really fitting that a god would be weak to time and nothing else, really. Now, scales twisting time is one thing, but all of Farum Azula seems to exist outside of time to some extent. There is no day and night cycle here, for example, and this time-twisting effect is particularly strong in Placidusax's arena, which you access by lying down at the very edge of his storm. In a way, you kind of become a part of the environment here in this moment, as the space you're lying in is actually a shallow grave meant for entombment. It's just missing a skeleton, whereas the other graves have them. And now that you're part of Farum Azula itself, time stops, then actually begins to bring you backwards in time, with the repairing ruins to Placidusax's Forum, where the Dragon Lord once dwelled eternally beyond time. So, time is extremely convoluted in Placidusax's arena. And I say this because it's here, in the heart of the storm beyond time, that you're able to use an item called Miquella's Needle, which is one of the unalloyed gold needles that Miquella crafted to ward away the meddling of outer gods. Now, currently, this needle is only a temporary solution. It only wards off the outer god's influence. It doesn't cure one of it, as Melania is evidence of. Indeed, the final silver version of the needle reveals that the needle is still, as yet, unfinished, and can only be used in the heart of the storm beyond time said to be found in Farum Azula. It's here alone that the needle does finally function fully, removing the entire influence of the outer god in your body. Miquella originally intended to use this needle to repel the outer god of rot within his sister, but here, if you're locked into the Lord of Frenzied Flame ending, you can use the needle to cheat fate and undo the Frenzy god's influence instead. This reveals that the final missing component of the needle is time. It just needs this final time-twisting effect to be complete. So, as with the smithing stones we just mentioned, perhaps you are inserting the needle at a point before the outer god's influence existed upon you, or perhaps the gods are simply, again, weak to time's effects. I wonder if Miquella knew this. I wonder if he knew that time twisting was what was needed to complete the needle. And I wonder if he even realized that this is a place you could come to do that. Anyway, the one weird thing about Miquella's needle is that you can use it in Placidusax's arena even though he's dead, raising the question, hang on, if it's Placidusax's scales that twist time, why is it time is being twisted here in a location, even without him and his scales present? Now, I do have a theory that might reconcile this issue. Remember how I brought up that time only starts moving backwards when you lie down in a burial space and become a part of the environment? Well, my theory is that what if it's the landmass of Farum Azula itself that also twists time? I think it might be able to do this because the landmass literally has ancient dragons and their time-twisting scales entombed within it. The official art book reveals a ton of these ancient dragons, and indeed, ancient dragons can be found within Farum Azula's geological stratum. I asked data miner Zuli the Witch to take a closer look at these assets, and she discovered that there are 2 variants of these entombed dragons that show up here, 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 and here. So 4 dragons in total that we can see, at least. At first I thought that these might represent Placidusax's missing heads, but the intact variant of the model displays 4 wings and 4 legs, meaning these were entire ancient dragons. That said, they don't look entirely like ancient dragons. In fact, their heads are actually the same as Placidusax's, albeit rendered in a lower level of detail. So, personally, given the information I have, I believe that this suggests that these entombed dragons might be Placidusax's offspring, or kin, perhaps even an older generation of ancient dragon, entombed in a previous geological stratum of Farum Azula's ancient history. So it is that I think you can argue that the landmass of Farum Azula itself can twist time. But additionally, or alternatively, Farum Azula's storm itself might represent this time twisting. Miquella's needle does say that it can only be used in the heart of the storm in Farum Azula, so perhaps Placidusax's golden scales sort of twisted a storm into being, and maybe that storm twists time irrespective of whether Placidusax is alive or not. Also, I really like the idea that twisting storms are a visual representation of the scales that twist time, because the scales do specifically use the word twist in regards to time, so the storm and these twisting hurricanes are so perfect visually for that. But as we move into the next chapter, I want to point out one more interesting thing about these golden scales, and it's that according to their item descriptions, they're only made into stones after being polished. And thanks to their older item description text in version 1.0 of Elden Ring, we know exactly who it was that polished these stones in the first place. They were refined by sentient beasts that regarded them as holy relics. So it is that we arrive at the Beastmen of Farum Azula, who were the ancient dragon's clergymen, worshippers, and lessers. There are a few types of beastmen in Farum Azula, but most wield their signature curved sword, a weapon that is forged from dull iron, but is so well designed that despite its weight, it's comparatively easy to wield for the damage it delivers. This skill in smithing seems to extend to their thrown weapons as well, which boomerang through the air towards you like nothing else in the lands between. As the Beastman Cleaver itself states, it's clear the Beastmen possess knowledge beyond human ken. As you start to progress towards the latter half of Farum Azula, you'll start to be assailed by red lightning, wielded by the Beastman clergy. Some warriors even carry weapons blessed with its effects. This is significant because red lightning is explicitly called the weapon wielded by the ancient dragons. Lightning in From Software games has always been a weapon of divinity, and those that wield it are naturally the blessed adherents of that divinity. In this case, the divines were the ancient dragons who wielded this lightning within the storms of Farum Azula. So, for the Beastmen to wield it, the art was probably taught to them. For additional context, one of the only other characters who wields a weapon imbued with red lightning is Vike, a tarnished beloved by an ancient dragon. Indeed, certain beastmen were quote-unquote chosen or blessed in a similar way, with the Azula Beastman Spirit Ashes stating that Farum Azula's giant mausoleum was guarded by chosen beastmen who wield weapons clad in lightning. For more evidence of the Beastmen's reverence of ancient dragons, we can look to the 5 Sites of Grace in Farum Azula that mark different sections of the Dragon Temple, a sprawling place of worship that features multiple statues of beast clergymen bent in reverence towards ancient dragon statues. And the central part of the dragon temple is this, the place where you would have fought the godskin duo, an altar overshadowed by an enormous dragon skeleton. For reference, these skeletal remains dwarf even Placidusax, and are matched only in size by the dragon Grail and the ancient dragon Gransax, both of whom we'll discuss a little bit later. The Azula Beastman spirit ashes state that Farum Azula is said to be the remains of a giant mausoleum enshrining an ancient dragon, and given this dragon's prominent placement in the Dragon Temple of all places, I actually think the enshrined dragon in question might be this one, though you could certainly make the argument that the enshrined ancient dragon was Placidusax instead. But regardless of exactly what it's enshrining, Farum Azula really is just a huge mausoleum, with burial customs literally around every corner. Considering all the jars in this place, one such type of burial that comes to mind is jar burial, a practice documented in ancient human cultures all across the globe. Now, this practice would show up more explicitly later in Elden Ring's timeline, with the living jars, which are literally filled with the interred remains of powerful warriors. But beyond the powerful funerary imagery in Farum Azula, there's actually no explicit evidence that I can find that suggests actual entombment within these jars. In contrast, the Beastman's jar shield is quite clear that the Beastmen have always fired earthenware jars for the express purpose of making shields. The description comments that these ways are strange, and I feel like I can offer a strange theory here. We know that the Beastmen value golden stone scales, right? And we know that there are literally ancient dragons entombed within the earth of Farum Azula. So what if the Beastmen value the dragon-infused earth for this reason, firing pots from this dragon earth in an initial burial custom, then breaking them to use as sacred shields? We established earlier that the golden-scaled ancient dragons are a symbol of protection, and considering these are earthenware shields that are flecked with the same golden hue as their scales, I feel like this theory is alright. It's the only way I can rationalize making shields out of pots that are made out of earth, anyway. Somewhat predictably, the Beastmen practice entombment of their own species as well. And I'm not just talking about their gold-adorned tombs, I'm talking about their entombment in the architecture itself as well. The skeletal remains of the Beastmen frequently show up within the architecture of Farum Azula itself. This reminds me of the historical practice of immurement, which was this sort of horrific form of capital punishment usually, where the subject was entombed in a structure while alive. That said, there are historical examples of immurement being more about human sacrifice, a part of a grand burial ceremony in some cultures, and believed to make buildings sturdier in others. And I feel like it would have been the Beastmen who built the architecture of Farum Azula, not the dragons themselves. It is structured to be a mausoleum, after all, and since it's the Beastmen who revere the ancient dragons, it's naturally the Beastmen who would have occupied the labor roles in society. That said, I guess humans also could have built it, since humans are depicted in the architectural reliefs of Farum Azula, so it stands to reason that humans were a part of this culture as well, even at this early prehistoric period of time, which is kind of crazy considering how much humans contrast with the Beastmen here. As with a lot of the architecture in From Software games, I feel like it would be a bit dishonest of me not to mention that these in particular are reused assets, also present in Bloodborne, so it's possible that From Software didn't expect us to read into these assets too hard, but let's give them the benefit of the doubt and assume that they at least wanted to suggest that there was a human presence in Farum Azula once. So, not only were humans present, but they were worthy of being enshrined. Who were they? Well, our biggest clues about different types of humans comes from origin text in the character creation screen, and there are two human types in particular that I think might be a match for the humans in these reliefs. First are the Numen. The Numen are supposed descendants of denizens of another world, and the Numen's rune tells us that the Numen are said to have come from outside the lands between. Considering Farum Azula experienced a cultural revolution with the coming of the Greater Will and the Elden Ring, which arrived upon an extraterrestrial star, I wouldn't be surprised if Numenoid humans came along for the ride as well. Alternatively, the character creator reveals lore for the stony face of the people of the ancient dragons, among whom life is typically short. It certainly seems to be suggesting that these humans are descended from the ancient dragons. Why else would it note their stony faces or their short lives in contrast to the ancients? As we'll discover later, ancient dragons can turn into humans, so perhaps they intermingled at some point in the past to create these humans. That said, this is all just speculation, and a human presence on Farum Azula is otherwise quite hard to process, considering the beasts are clearly the legacy of Farum Azula. For it was the beasts who would gain intelligence and shape the world around them, not humans. Ancient historians have long speculated that it was the development of long, opposable thumbs that helped facilitate early humans' use of tools. Similarly, in Elden Ring, having 5 fingers is something to be celebrated, as is revealed by the Cincadea, a weapon of the beast clergyman. This item description is one of those ones that is just hugely significant for the lore. The name Cincadea means 5 fingers, and it visually shows 5 skeletal fingers on the blade. The item description goes on to state that the design celebrates a beast's 5 fingers, symbolic of the intelligence once granted upon their kind. So before there were beastmen, there were simply beasts here, and it was the bestowal of intelligence, which is equated with having 5 fingers, that led to the beast men. This of course begs the question, who or what bestowed intelligence upon the beast men? And luckily it's a simple one to answer. It was the Greater Will. The Greater Will is all about fingers. It speaks through the 2 fingers, it hates if you have 3 fingers, it will tolerate 4 fingers, but 5 is the amount to be celebrated. Or at least it was long ago. And if this veneration of fingers wasn't enough evidence for you, well, the 1.0 version of the Cincadea literally states that it was the Greater Will who granted the beasts intelligence. So that's that. The Greater Will clearly also has a bit of a thing for acting through beasts. Just look at the final boss. It's an Elden beast, one that the Greater Will sent hurtling into the lands between so that it could later become the Elden Ring. And in this prehistoric period, the ancient dragons would be graced by the Greater Will first, with the beastmen later being granted intelligence as well, all the better to revere the ancient dragons with. According to bestial incantations, stones were the first weapons of the beasts who had gained intelligence. And having gained intelligence, the beasts must have felt how their wildness slipped away as civilization took hold. Of course, this is yet another example where the Greater Will takes away wildness or chaos in favor of order. It seems to care little what form that order takes. It only cares that some order takes hold, preferably taking hold with a full 5-fingered fist. In-game, the 5-fingered Cincadea is wielded by Geraint, the beast clergyman. According to the weapon, it is only given to high-ranking clergymen of Farum Azula, marking Geraint as one of their number. Presumably, this means he is, or was, a clergyman of the ancient dragon faith, before being repurposed by the Greater Will, becoming a shadow for Marika instead. After all, when we encounter him in-game, the age of the ancient dragons has long passed, yet he still achieves relevancy in this age, in yet another subservient role, as is common to all beasts, except this time it's to Marika, and this time he is a shadow of the Empyrean, which is a topic we should touch on next. We first meet Gurranq at the Bestial Sanctum, a place in Caelid that bears a striking resemblance to Farum Azula. There's even a bridge down the way called Farum Great Bridge, with a dragon defending it, no less. These are no mere ruins that have fallen from the sky. This architecture is intact and must have been built for and by the beasts at some point after they received intelligence. We'll get into that point a little bit later, but for now, let's focus on Gurranq. We first learn about Gurranq from his bestial incantations, which are given to us when we hand him Deathroot. They read, "Long ago, Gurranq was a beast of such terrifying ferocity that his former name meant Death of the Demigods." This former name in question was Malakath, a new name to suit his new purpose, which was to seal away the rune of destined death for Marika, who was his Empyrean. So first he was Gurranq. Then, as the age of the ancient dragons ended and Marika became a force in the world, Gurranq became known as Malakath instead, who was, and I quote, a shadow-bound beast given to his Empyrean, who was Marika. Marika had one job for Malakath, and that was to lock away destined death. To a degree, he fails at this task, and a fragment of destined death is stolen, becoming the Deathroot that spreads throughout the lands. So it is that Gurranq has returned to the lands between now, trying desperately to scrape together all the Deathroot in the world. The Beast Claw incantation talks about his present identity, as this spell represents the fury of Gurranq, his bestial nature returned as much as it does his restless agitation. But after realizing his mission is impossible, Gurranq pieces out, and then we're only able to find him in one place alone, Farum Azula, where he has ascended with a draconic tree sentinel as his defender. Here, he sort of exists outside of time, defending what remains of destined death within his very own flesh. It's easy to get confused about when Gurranq exists in the game, so apologies for skipping over this topic quickly, but this video is about dragons after all, and the main thing I really want to get across here is just how much the beasts have been repurposed to suit the needs of the Greater Will. First it gave them intelligence, and then they served the Ancient Dragon's order. But then, when the Ancient Dragon's age ended, beasts like Gurranq were given new purpose, commonly as shadow-bound entities, compelled to serve order once more. Whatever form their Empyreans dictated that order should take. The Raging Wolf set states that, according to the old legends, wolves are the shadows of the Empyrean. It's certainly possible that this legend originated in Farum Azula. There is, after all, a statue that features 3 wolves deferring to a human woman. It might be a stretch to assume that this is depicting wolves as shadows of the Empyrean, but I thought I'd mention it, at least. Again, in case you've forgotten, an Empyrean is basically one of the Greater Will's candidates for godhood, and in Marika and Rani's case, at least, they were granted wolves as their shadows. Wolves who evolved to be man's best friend, as they say, are defined as such because of their loyalty. And as stated by the Beast Champion Helm, the beasts, their eyes and ears covered, represent an oath: see nothing, hear nothing, doubt nothing, and carry on, along the path set in stone. And so it is that Gurranq and Blythe are wolves completely loyal to their Empyreans, dedicated to protecting their lords, just like the ancient dragons of old. This loyalty to the Greater Will and also their Empyreans causes this fantastic tension within these characters. In the case of Gurranq, he was loyal to Marika, but now lives impatiently with this impossible task of having to recover every piece of Deathroot. And in the case of Blythe, his loyalty to Rani eventually forces him to betray the Two Fingers in complete defiance of the fate that he was born to. Speaking of which, Blythe is quite unique from Geraint. Unlike Geraint, he has no apparent ties to Farum Azula. After all, unlike Geraint, he was created to be Rani's Imperium and grew up with her in a more modern age that was far removed from Farum Azula's. Perhaps this is why Blythe takes on a much more human form. Blythe was created in a much more modern age than the beasts of old, so it seems the Two Fingers skipped a lot of the history and simply created Blythe in a more half-man image, creating him from scratch as opposed to his forebears. The other beast worth mentioning here is Sarosh, the imperial wand given to Godfrey to weigh down his ceaseless lust for battle. Of course, Godfrey is Elden Lord, not an Imperium. Just so, Sarosh is not a wolf, but a lion. Like Geraint, he has a longer history, and according to the Beast Claw Greathammer, he was, at one point, a Lord of Beasts, with black nails protruding from golden fur. To quote the Champion set, beasts are drawn to champions and to lords, and this holds true for the Beastmen drawn to Sarosh, and in the future it would hold true for Sarosh himself, a beast that became Lord Godfrey's regent, intended to guide him and his golden lineage, so Sarosh was drawn to Godfrey as well. But no matter who the beasts were loyal to, whether it was to their beast lords, or to the ancient dragons, or then Elden lords or Imperians, throughout all of this, they were always following a deeper loyalty, a loyalty to the greater will and its ancient Elden ring. This Elden ring looks very different. For one, it appears to have many more circlets, many more great runes than the modern Elden ring. Considering its placement in Farum Azula, a place from long ago, I speculate that this is an ancient variant of the Elden ring, a depiction of it back during the era of the ancient dragons. What's more, this ancient Elden ring has what appear to be roots snaking down and descending from it. This is in contrast to the modern Elden ring, which has this latticed pattern instead. The lattice pattern is most commonly seen as a symbol of Radagon, an Elden rune that is visible on his statues and his scar seal as well. I always thought that the latticed pattern might represent Radagon's efforts to sort of stitch the Elden ring back together when it was shattered, and we'll speculate on what the roots might mean a little bit later as well. As for why the Elden ring looks different though, well, it makes sense that the Elden ring would have changed throughout the ages. We know the thing is malleable, after all. There are examples of runes being taken out of it and put back into it, depending on the specific needs of the god who acts as a vessel for its power, or the needs of the Tarnished who will become Elden Lord via great runes, or even via mending runes. The vessel of the Elden Ring, we know in the modern era, is Marika. She literally has the Elden Ring entombed within her, but back in the age before the Erd Tree, the Elden Ring would have had a different vessel, a different god, and unfortunately, all we know about them is that they abandoned Placidusax, who was their Elden Lord. The remembrance of the Dragon Lord reads, "The Dragon Lord, whose seat lies at the heart of the storm beyond time, is said to have been Elden Lord in the age before the Erd Tree. Once his god was fled, the Lord continued to await its return." I'm assuming that his god had a female aspect, considering all the other Empyreans and gods in Elden Ring do. So it is that when we find Placidusax, he is in a state of eternal maidenlessness. And who knows how long Placidusax has been waiting for his god to return. In fact, one community theory I love that I've seen put forward a few times is that Placidusax's pose is similar to that of the Two Fingers after you were rejected by the Erd Tree. In case you forgot, It's at this stage that Enya says the Two Fingers have taken up this pose because they're busy consulting with the Greater Will. Just so, the same might be true of Placidusax, who has also been spurned by his god and the Greater Will, and is trying, perhaps, to commune with them. To take this analogy further, Placidusax has 2 heads now, but data recently uncovered by Zully the Witch suggests that he once had 5, not unlike how the Two Fingers assumedly once came from a full 5-fingered hand. That said, the Old Lord's talisman depicts Placidusax with 4 heads. To reconcile this contradiction, maybe we can just think that he had 4 heads when this talisman was made, perhaps? Anyway, not a big deal. What is a big deal is Placidusax's god, who represents this huge blind spot for us in Elden Ring's lore. We don't know who they were, we don't know what powers they had, and we don't know when or why they left, or what age they really wanted to bring about. As such, I'll be calling them the Nameless God from this point forwards. Whoever they were, all we know for certain is that they once saw Placidusax as a valid Elden Lord, so they might have been all about the age of the ancient dragons once. However, I feel like it says more about this god that they fled this age and abandoned their loyal Elden Lord. This reminds me a lot of what Marika did to her Elden Lord, Godfrey, exiling and abandoning him after he had won her wars and outlived his usefulness. Though, at least with Godfrey, Marika had a secret plan for her Elden Lord and his tarnished kin to return. On the other hand, Placidusax was abandoned, and has waited for an eternity, only to die at the hands of our tarnished. So, whoever his god was, I feel like they really did abandon him entirely. The Greater Will's gods are the vessels of the Elden Ring, and Placidusax's nameless god, Jumping Ship, with the Elden Ring, would have surely represented an enormous upheaval to what became crumbling Farum Azula. Speaking of which, I still haven't really explained how it became crumbling Farum Azula. Many descriptions state that Farum Azula has been crumbling since time immemorial, and it's for this reason that you can find tiny ruin fragments and enormous ones too scattered all over the lands between. This is better explained by the description of one such ruin fragment, which was honed into a weapon called the Ruin's Greatsword. This is one of the legendary armaments, originally rubble from a ruin which fell from the sky. The ruin it came from crumbled when struck by a meteorite. As such, this weapon harbors its destructive power. So meteorites with destructive power are these purple spells in Elden Ring, and indeed this weapon's skill is Waves of Destruction, which manifests as purple energy. So a meteorite crashed into Farum Azula, and that meteorite was purple and imbued the ruins with sort of gravitational magic. But beyond that, there's not really much we know about this meteorite. We don't even know if it struck Farum Azula when it was a city on the ground, lifting the city into the sky with gravitational magic, or if it struck Farum Azula while it was already skybound, crashing into the city while it was in midair. So much of Farum Azula's history is hidden from us. This meteorite might even be the same meteorite as others mentioned in Elden Ring's lore, because lots of meteorites have made landfall in the lands between before. Some brought the Onyx Lords, a race of ancients with skin of stone who rose to life when a meteor struck. A creature called Astel may have brought himself down on a meteorite and destroyed an entire eternal city. A golden star even once bore the Elden Beast and the Elden Ring into the lands between in the first place. Thus, you could speculate that any one of these, or even a different one entirely, laid waste to Farum Azula. Again, you could even speculate that it was this meteor that imbued Farum Azula's ruins with gravitational energy, lifting it into the sky, not unlike how the Earth in Limgrave is lifted into the sky after being hit by a meteorite. And so perhaps, similarly, Farum Azula's world was lifted higher into the sky, twisting in place, also thanks to the stone scales of the ancient dragons. Whatever the case, as Farum Azula crumbled and twisted in the sky, ruin fragments rained down upon the entire lands between, some large and some small. Incidentally, these ruin fragments glow with a faint light from within, and are conducive to blessings from the 2 and 3 fingers respectively. That's what warming stones and frenzy flame stones are. They are pieces of ruin fragments imbued with power and light. And this makes a lot of sense because these ruins are a part of the royal city that the Greater Will itself once graced. So naturally, parts of its ruins are very conducive to the effects of the 2 and 3 fingers. Anyway, we don't know many other details behind Farum Azula's ruin, but whatever the case, it's probably fair to say that this meteorite dealt an enormous blow to their culture. It might have even coincided with their god fleeing the city, and whenever this nameless god did leave, I think it's important to speculate on where they went next. After the Age of the Dragon Lord, the Age of the Erd Tree began. But before the Age of the Erd Tree began, we learned that there was first a crucible of life, a primordial crucible where all life was once blended together. According to Siluria's crucible tree helm, this crucible was the primordial form of the Erd Tree, a manifestation of the Erd Tree's primal vital energies. So, over the next few minutes, I'm going to try and argue that the crucible became rooted quite literally, quite physically, in the great tree roots that we find underneath the lands between. I don't think it's a coincidence that the ancient Elden Ring of Farum Azula is burgeoning with roots. And after Farum Azula's age ended and its god absconded with an Elden Ring that is burgeoning with roots, I don't think it's a coincidence that a primordial crucible gave way to a great tree that would dominate the lands between. I think the Elden Ring physically left Farum Azula. I think that led to the crucible, which led to great tree roots, which led to the Erd Tree growing. The Elden Ring is, after all, the source of the Erd Tree, and this should have been true for the ancient Elden Ring as well, which would have birthed this tree. As an additional piece of evidence that the Elden Ring is at the source of the Erd Tree, we can look to the engraving on the stone door of the Erd Tree itself, which shows the Elden Ring literally at the roots of the Erd Tree, its source below the surface. Perhaps the Elden Ring wasn't rooted in the earth, while Farum Azula was floating up in the sky, but eventually, it seems, it would be. According to the Gilded Great Shield and Ordovus's Greatsword, the colour of the Erd Tree's primordial crucible was red, or perhaps more accurately, red tinged with gold. The red tinge in the gold coat mirrors the primordial matter that became the Erd Tree, the colour of homeward yearning. Its red tint exemplifies the nature of primordial gold, said to be close in nature to life itself. This colour is also seen in root resin, a secretion from roots that were once connected to the great tree. These two items, taken together, tie the red of the crucible to great tree roots quite well. And if that wasn't enough, Crucible Knight Siluria spends her exile amidst these roots, with a spear and a helm that have great tree ornamentation that is modelled on the crucible. I've seen people speculate that the crucible isn't a physical place, and that it was just a crucible of competition instead, where different creatures battled against each other. And I think this misconception might be due to the original description of the Old Fang in version 1.0 of Elden Ring, which reads, "In times long past, life was a crucible of competition." However, the item description was quickly patched to remove all mention of competition, and the patched description instead suggests that multiple overlapping fangs might be a vestige of the primordial crucible. So, considering this updated description and all of the color and mention of primordial matter, I think FromSoft are certainly trying to suggest that the Crucible had a real physicality to it. And the Crucible has long been a topic plagued by confusing and perhaps mistranslated item descriptions. Take the aspects of the Crucible, which say that the Crucible was once a place where all life was once blended together. The Japanese instead clarifies that once life was blended together, which to me suggests the Crucible was a blending of existing life in the lands between, rather than a source of all life. And I think there's more evidence that this ancient Elden Ring of Farum Azula was already kind of laying the groundwork for the Crucible. For example, we know from the Omen and Misbegotten that creatures of the Crucible are characterized by chaotic growth, considered aspects of devolution in the modern era. These are aspects of wings, horns, scales, feathers, and fangs. Just so, Placidusax actually has tons of random fang growths around their maw, and later dragons even sprout feathers, another aspect of devolution. But if that wasn't enough, remember, the dragon's lightning is red, tinted with gold as well, which is the same color of the primordial crucible as we just discussed. Thus, I think it's safe to say that the color and other aspects of the primordial crucible were already kind of present in the ancient dragons, the oldest of those graced by the Elden Ring that we know of. So, with that, we've essentially laid the groundwork for a theory that I'd like to shout out from Loki, who is one of From Software's most dedicated theory crafters. In this theory, he speculates on the identity of the Dragon Lord's fled god, and I think this theory is special because it manages to reconcile a couple of major loose ends in the game's lore along the way. As the theory goes, the Erd Tree was created as a byproduct of the nameless god's death. Loki's initial reasoning is that after we die, runes are left behind in our wake, manifesting as small golden saplings. Therefore, since the Elden Ring itself is made up of a gargantuan amount of runes, surely the Elden Ring would sprout an enormous tree if the god vessel carrying it were to die. One thing I'll add to this theory is that our golden saplings only remain so if the mass of runes is not claimed. Just so, if no one knew that the nameless god had died, perhaps the Elden Ring's mass of runes was left to its own devices, to grow, as Loki posits, as a resilient, protective vessel, a firmly rooted tree that welcometh no man. And indeed, the nameless god did flee, not even telling her Elden Lord, Placidusax, where they had gone. Thus their runes might have gone unclaimed. Directly below the Erd Tree are the deep root depths, where the Erd Tree might have once been planted, so to speak. And one of the lesser-known paths along the roots here leads to this wall, an illusory wall that reveals the Cathedral of the Forsaken, the Frenzied Merchants, and the Three Fingers of Frenzy. One of the strangest items down here is the fingerprint stone shield, which is, and I quote, part of the tomb of an ancient god. It's imprinted with an intricately carved fingerprint design, and these imprints are said to be the very seeds from which Frenzy first sprouted. Now at first glance you'd think that the ancient god in question here would be the Three Fingers, who marked this great stone slab with fingerprints, and while I admit this stone grave could be for the outer god of frenzied flame, which manifests as the Three Fingers who are imprisoned down here, I much prefer the theory that this stone slab was the tomb of a different ancient god, one that was found and desecrated by the Three Fingers with their fingerprints, just as they desecrate the world with fingerprints in their ending. And that's exactly what Loki's theory proposes, that the Three Fingers desecrated a stone tomb of the nameless god, Placidusax's queen, who had her final moments in this place. The nameless god can also be used to reconcile another lore gap in Elden Ring, which is the identity of the corpse that makes up the Fingerslayer blade. The Fingerslayer blade is a blade said to have been born of a corpse, said to be able to harm the Greater Will and its vassals, the Two Fingers. The shape of this blade, featuring the arms of a corpse as a crossguard and culminating in a double helix, it bears a striking resemblance to the Sacred Relic Sword, a weapon wrenched from the corpse of Radagon Marika. The Sacred Relic Sword is, and I quote, wrought from the remains of a god who should have lived a life eternal. The similarities between the Sacred Relic Sword and the Fingerslayer blade mean that they must have shared a source, not just a corpse, but the corpse of a god. We know where the Sacred Relic Sword comes from. It comes from Radagon and Marika, but then where does the Fingerslayer blade come from? If it's wrought from a god, it's a nameless god, as far as we know. So it is that Loki concludes that the Nox, who made a hidden treasure of the blade, may have recovered the corpse of Placidusax's queen, the nameless god, to wield as a weapon that could harm the Greater Will. So, I like these theories, to say the least. They neatly tie up and reconcile a bunch of loose ends, and that makes these theories really satisfying to believe. It's nice to have an explanation for which god the Fingerslayer blade was talking about, and which ancient god the fingerprint stone shield was talking about. Special thanks to Loki for this. You can find more of his stuff in the description, and I highly recommend you seek it out. However, I should probably stress that this is still all speculation. The circumstantial evidence is really strong, yes, but sometimes From Software leaves these sorts of loose ends in the lore to be tied up by characters that they've yet to introduce. And until DLC drops, I think it's wise to take this theory with a grain of salt. But damn, salt makes any meal taste a little bit better, doesn't it? So it is that the nameless god of Farum Azula might have become the Nox's Fingerslayer blade, a weapon they clearly brought about in order to harm the Greater Will, which had banished them deep underground, beneath a false night sky. You can learn more about that in this video. Here they live in eternal anticipation of the coming age of stars and their liege, who would be a Lord of Night. These folk become obsessed with artificial imitation of life above ground, all likely created in service of their goal, which was to strike back at the Greater Will. So it was that the Mimic Tears were created. These are beings of quicksilver that were the result of an attempt by the Eternal City to forge a lord. These silver drops of dew, not unlike the Erd Tree's drops of dew, they also birthed the Albinorix, who are artificial life forms untouched by the Erd Tree's grace. But the Nox also looked further back in time for inspiration, apparently, and they attempted to bring ancient dragons into being. So it is that the Dragonkin soldiers were born in the Eternal City, where they knew no true sky nor true lightning. Their name includes the word soldier, and they even have evidence of clothing and armor upon them, again revealing that these creatures were created with the intention to fight back against order. But these Dragonkin experiments went about as well as copying dragons usually does in From Software games, which is to say, the experiments were a failure. The main reason they were considered failures was that these Dragonkin were not immortal, as the Nox had hoped. Their weapons read, "Alas, the Dragonkin soldiers never attained immortality and perished as decrepit, pale imitations of their skyborn kin." But the Nox had the right idea. At the very least, it seems they had identified the source of the ancient dragon's immortality, their stone scales. They just failed to implement that source. Case in point, the dragon scale blade is made by sharpening a gravel stone scale thought to be the source of dragon immortality. This blade's skill is Ice Lightning Sword, which wreathes the blade in the Dragonkin's signature Ice Lightning. And you know, even though the Dragonkin were born mortal and crippled, they did at least manage to manifest lightning, which is a feat that the mortal dragons, who were actually the ancient dragon's kin, never accomplished. On your way through Caelid, you would have run past Grail, a mortal dragon who clearly owes their namesake to Grail, a veritable mountain found further down the way, where she lies dying, surrounded by her children on her deathbed. But these aren't her only children. According to Grail's roar, Grail was the mother of all dragons, dwarfing all who stood before her like a looming mountain. To be clear, I seriously doubt this means that she's the mother of the ancient dragons, considering she has 2 wings, 2 legs, and no stone scales. No, instead, she would specifically be the mother of the 2-winged dragons that you see widely across the lands between. Indeed, the Japanese specifies that she's more of a great mother of dragons, rather than being mother of all dragons. So, if we take that premise to be true, that means that the fire-breathing dragons, the ice dragons, the rot and glintstone corrupted dragons, all of them trace their ancestry back to Grail. These are the wyverns, contrasting with the true 4-legged dragons, which is the same dynamic that Dark Souls had as well. And just like in Dark Souls, Elden Ring's dragons have a tendency to take on aspects of their environment in lieu of their stone scales. There are ice dragons, there are glintstone dragons, all of that, but the one element that these dragons didn't master though is lightning, red lightning, that remains exclusive to their ancient ancestors. Earlier we talked about how lightning has heavenly connotations, and it makes sense that this lightning would be lost to these lesser dragons who were born in a time long after the ancient dragons had sort of lost the favor of the greater will. These modern dragons are now easily wounded by the stone scales that they've lost. These stone scales, once removed, are called gravel stones, and these are compound stones that are found in lands once beset by ancient dragons. For the most part, these gravel stones are looted upon the Altus Plateau and surrounds, which makes sense because this is the territory of Leyndell, the city that the ancient dragons would eventually assault, so of course this is where their scales would be found. But interestingly, the only other place where gravel stones are found is Caelid. And that's curious because Caelid is literally at the opposite end of the lands between. One set of gravel stones are found here and here, suggesting that at some point the ancient dragons, progenitors to Grail, were in Caelid as well. And this fact is supported by other environmental evidence in the area. Again, the Bestial Sanctum and Farum Great Bridge are in Caelid, 2 cultural landmarks of Farum Azula that are architecturally intact, despite the crumbling city's current state. These weren't just ruins that fell from the sky, these were built. They are a grounded connection to what we now know as a sky city. While I guess we can't rule out the possibility that Farum Azula was always in the sky and later built architecture on the ground here, it seems way more natural to assume that the city was originally built on the ground, where there would have been the materials to build it, and that it was then lifted into the sky at some point in the future. As for the mechanism behind Farum Azula becoming skybound, I feel like there are 2 options. Earlier we talked about how the Ruin's Greatsword is a piece of Farum Azula, infused with gravitational magic, thanks to the meteor that struck the city. Thus, My first theory is that Faram Azula might have become skybound in the instant that the meteor struck, floating upward as it was destroyed. Alternatively, or additionally, I guess, it could be some manifestation of the storm that brought Faram Azula into the sky. We've talked about how Placidusax might have had power over this storm, evidenced by his golden, time-twisting scales. Not to mention, you turn into a storm cloud when you channel Placidusax's weapon skill. So perhaps Placidusax, or the ancient dragons, whipped Faram Azula into the skies as some measure of protection, and once it was up there, that gravitational meteor could have come into play, smashing the city into pieces on its way down to the lands between, scattering ruins far and wide. At any rate, I'm glad there's evidence of Faram Azula here in Caelid, and that's because this fact merges so well with the lore of Grail. Again, Grail is the mother of the modern dragons, and thus is the oldest modern dragon that we know of who lost their stone scales. And since she's in Caelid, it was likely from here that all dragons spread. So I'm glad the environment supports this lore with its intact Faram Azula architecture and with the leftover gravel stones of the ancient dragons as well, because it seems like the ancient dragons made landfall here long ago and started a culture in Faram Azula, leaving Grail behind eventually as their land-bound legacy. And there are two other ancient dragons in the vicinity to help support this claim as well. These ancient dragons appear here in Limgrave and here in Caelid, both dead at the sites of dragon communion. The ancient dragons are immortal, but they can still be killed, as you know, though we can only really speculate on what killed these two. But back to Grail. Despite being a modern dragon, Grail is large. Larger than any other dragon of the time, even Placidusax. In fact, the only thing that comes close to her in size are Gransax and the bones of the dragon in Faram Azula's dragon temple, which Zuli has thankfully placed alongside Grail for me. They're both very similar in size, which made me think that maybe they could have been mates at some point, though of course that's just speculation. And in the end, we don't even know why Grail lost all of her stone scales, passing this trait to all of her descendants. Perhaps it was nothing more than a random birth defect, which reminds me, Seath's loss of stone scales was never really explained either, yet he also found himself apart from his ancient kin all the same. Perhaps this is why Grail found herself in the lands between. Was this a place of exile? Maybe a place to die? Her region is called Dragon Barrow, after all, and if you've read Lord of the Rings, for example, you might take the meaning of the word barrow to mean burial mounds, referring to ancient burial places that are covered with large mounds of earth. Perhaps the Dragon Barrow was a place for these newly mortal dragons to die. And Grail herself is indeed now finally dying. The Scarlet Rot has blighted Caelid and the Dragon Barrow, and this is presumably why, when we encounter her, she's already lost a lot of her health, and she can't fight back, nor even lift herself off the ground. Her dying roars rally her kin around her, but they cannot save their mother. This level 1 Tarnished just watched this sick YouTube guide on how to get 50,000 free runes at the start of the game, and nothing will stand in their way. Now, we previously established Caelid and Grail as a sort of origin point for the modern dragons, so after them in the timeline, I think it's the ice dragons that would have shown up as the first major variant. According to Borealis' Mist, the ice dragons were once lords of the mountaintops. Perhaps these dragons wished to be as close as possible to the heavens, from which their ancestors descended. After all, we do see the modern dragons flying all around Faram Azula, though they never make landfall. so the mountaintops might have been the next best thing as a home for the mortal dragons. After all, the Sword of Night and Flame claims that the mountaintops nearly touched the sky. Anyway, Borealis' mist goes on to reveal that the ice dragons were lords here at a very early point in the Lands Between's history, as shortly after we know that they were chased from the peak by the fire giants, who also appeared at a very early point and who claimed the mountaintops henceforth. So for the ice dragons to be here, you'd think surely they must have migrated here from Caelid. Now, we previously established Caelid as an origin point for these modern dragons, so for the ice dragons to be here, surely they must have initially migrated here from Caelid. Now, obviously they could have just flown from Caelid to the icy mountaintops, but I remember early theories that posited that a land bridge might have once existed between Caelid and the mountaintops, and that certainly would have helped with their migration. As the theory goes, Caelid and the mountaintops are almost exclusively where you'll find the monstrous crows, the giant dogs, and most notably, the remains of the giants. These don't really appear anywhere else, and it seems way more likely to think that there was once a land bridge here, rather than thinking that they took the long way round the Lands Between on foot. What happened to this landmass is unclear, but the Lands Between itself has experienced many other geographical upheavals in the past, and losing a landmass to a meteor or whatnot might also explain the divergent evolution of the ice dragons compared to their fire-breathing kin. Also established in the mountaintops around this time were the astrologers, who preceded the sorcerers, established themselves in mountaintops that nearly touched the sky, and considered the fire giants their neighbors. This description comes to us from the Sword of Night and Flame, an heirloom of the Carrion royal family, which is headed by Renala. Renala was a prominent astrologer, and thus has links to the mountaintops of the giants. It might be a stretch to say that she was actually there in the mountaintops all those years ago, but she did have an oath-sworn giant and an oath-sworn dragon that can be summoned to fight for her, so I feel like it's safe to say that she's connected to the place, at least. At any rate, eventually the fire giants would chase the ice dragons from the peak and claim it for their own. Then, in turn, the Zamor, an icy race of warriors, would ally with the Golden Order and oust the fire giants. This is incidental, but later in the timeline, a character called the Snowy Crone pops up. She's an old witch associated with Caria, who wielded snowy magics that, you could argue, would have been derived from the Zamor's icy mountaintops. The Zamor are, after all, the only other beings that could use cold sorceries, so perhaps she learned it from them. This Snowy Crone eventually imparted her cold sorceries to Rani, and Rani has clearly taken on such frost magics as a big part of her sorceress identity. Now, a couple of dragons actually had a habit of eating glintstone sorcerers, and it was from this diet that they were corrupted, not unlike the other dragons who took on aspects of their environment. One of these dragons was Smaragd, fought here, whose glintstone breath incantation reads, "Smaragd was a devourer of sorcerers, and over time his body became corrupted by their glintstones." Another such dragon is fought here, defending Rani in both of her major quest locations. This is Adula, and she drops a cold-infused sorcery that is representative of her knighthood, and it reads, "Adula, a devourer of sorcerers, was bested by Rani, and subsequently swore a knightly oath to her dark moon." This suggests conflict between the early sorcerers and dragons, and this tendency for there to be conflict helps to explain why Renala might have gained an oath-sworn dragon out of these conflicts. And just like her mother before her, Rani also had an oath-sworn dragon of her own, Adula. Adula reveals to us the mechanism behind this oath. Rani bested Adula in battle, perhaps earning a dueler's loyalty and respect, a trend that actually continues later on with some other ancient dragons that would attack Leyndell, but we'll get into that soon. The only living ice dragon we meet is Borealis the Freezing Fog, who remains upon the mountaintops, and yet the item most closely associated with him is actually found all the way back in the temple quarter of Leonia. It is the Ice Rind Hatchet, and its description reads, "A hatchet with a frost-coated blade, one of several gifts given by Castle Sol in the distant north. Known as Freezing Fog, the blade is thought to be a dragon's scale." Indeed, this is the dragon scale of Borealis, because just as the scale is known as Freezing Fog, Borealis also has the words Freezing Fog as his namesake when you fight him. Apparently, this scale was retrieved by Borealis's neighbors at Castle Sol, who then gave it as a gift, presumably to the Leonians, since it is found near their temple quarter. Obviously, such a gift would have been given to facilitate relations between the two lands, and as we established earlier with sorcerers like the Snow Witch and Renala, there is grounds to believe that these two places would have had a connection in the past. These days, though, Castle Sol is currently still a mystery to us, and without knowing their political alignments, it's hard to know for sure why they gifted Leonia with the scale and other gifts as well. That said, there is a phantom in Castle Sol who hails Lord Mikola in his dialogue. Thus, it's possible that Mikola was Lord of Castle Sol and that Mikola was giving gifts to Leonia. And there is evidence that Mikola had friendly relations with the Carians, at least. Most notably, in version 1.0 of Elden Ring, Loretta's armor instead belonged to cut enemies called Arbor Sentinels, who served Mikola, but who actually hailed from Raya Lucaria. To quote their cut description, "These enchanted knights once belonged to the Carian royal family, but were later gifted to Mikola." Thus, perhaps Mikola, potential lord of Castle Sol, gifted the Raya Lucarians the Ice Rind Hatchet and several other gifts besides, in return for all the knights that he had gained from them. Again, this is all just speculation, but this is the best theory I've got on the relationship between these two lands and why the Ice Rind Hatchet is found in Leonia. On the same plateau as Castle Sol is the Cave of the Forlorn, and it's a unique little cave, guarded by Great Worm Theodorix. Theodorix is a magma worm, a land-bound dragon that looks more like a giant lizard than a dragon. He's in this form thanks to the act of dragon communion, a primal ritual that involves consuming a dragon's heart to become a dragon. Didn't work out so well for him, but his scale sword, at least, resembles a dragon's jaw, and the weapon suggests that dragon communion is a grave transgression, for which the magma worms were cursed to crawl the earth upon their bellies, shadows of their former selves. If they were cursed to be this way by any entity, I'd suggest it was the Greater Will, who we know favored the ancient dragons long ago. And to be clear, only the English description says they were cursed. The Japanese description is nowhere near as damning, simply saying that the heroes have erred and that their land-crawling form is the end result. To me, it sounds more like these people were simply fools to think that they could achieve such a metamorphosis. It goes against the rules of nature, especially if you're trying to transform into a being like an ancient dragon who were graced by the Greater Will in a bygone age. And I think, more than it being a curse, I think this is more of an example of hubris backfiring for each and every one of these partakers of dragon communion. The The magma worm's scale sword states that these land-bound dragons were once human heroes. But that's only half true for Theodorix, who was a hero, but who wasn't human. He was actually a troll. His incantation, Theodorix's Magma, states that the name of the ancient troll warrior, Theodorix, lives on as a hero of the war against the giants. Actually, maybe his troll heritage explains why his magma worm form is so much tougher than the others. It has so much HP that, fun fact, you can actually lure a land octopus to help you with this fight instead. And I think that's the intended way, because this guy is tough. What's also fascinating about this guy is that he was specifically a hero of the war against the giants, a battle that many of his fellow trolls participated in, betraying their giant ancestors and fighting alongside the Golden Order. Now, I assume Theodorix was still a troll at this stage and not a magma worm, but whatever the case, you could definitely speculate that he is still loyal to the Golden Order even now, even here after his metamorphosis. I argue this because of his placement outside the Cave of the Forlorn, which has an end boss wielding a legendary armament, the Golden Order Greatsword, one of Radagon's own weapons. The Leonine Misbegotten themselves are curious as well, with internal files calling them Children of Radagon, but that's a whole nother topic. Unique to this cave also is that right inside there's a fire-breathing dragon, dead and half entombed within the ice. For this type of dragon to be preserved in this place might support what I speculated on earlier, which is that Grail's fire-breathing children must have come up here to settle on the peaks before becoming ice dragons, and it might also support the theory that Renala acquired an oath-sworn fire-breathing dragon just like this one, early in the days when they settled here alongside the astrologers. Or maybe it's just here because a dragon hunter is right outside. And I say dragon hunter because even though the dragon-hearted, like Theodorix, aspired to become dragons by consuming their hearts, that doesn't mean that they respected their lives. A phantom can even be found saying, "I'm dry, dry as a bone. Full dragon, surrender your strength. Let me feast on your heart." As for the hearts of these dragons themselves, they are riddled with gravelstone. You'll recall gravelstones were the scales of the ancient dragons, making it somewhat ironic that the mortal dragons actually do have these same scales, just within their hearts, not on their flesh. As such, their hearts, which are clearly imbued with some ancient dragon immortality, are still alive and beating, according to the description. And so, when you consume these hearts in what is absolutely a sacrificial ritual, especially considering the heart is still alive, you're actually consuming gravelstone, ingesting the key components of the ancient dragons via the hearts of their mortal kin. It's pretty metal. Indeed, when you partake in dragon communion with the heart at the dragon communion altars, you're doing so right in front of a dead ancient dragon, not in front of a mortal one. Thus, you really are striving to be like the ancients. Churches were built upon the corpses of these undying beings, who became likely unwilling conduits for countless dragon-hearted heroes who wished to channel the power of dragons. Finally, the dragon communion seal. It's formless because it's made of dragon blood, and even though it's a seal, dragon communion is too primal in nature for the term incantation to be appropriate. Thus, this seal scales incantations with one's arcane attribute. So, yeah, it's no wonder that all of the dragon-hearted are considered to be so depraved.
You must not forget, though, those who partake in dragon communion will one day shed their humanity, their hunger for dragon, their yearning. only worsens until the floodgates burst, unleashing eternal torment. The strength of a mighty dragon. Magnificent, but deadly. It's no surprise that dragon communion is ruinous.
This is Yura, who you first meet in Limgrave, and nearby, beside the dragon-burnt ruins, is the mortal dragon Agheel. Agheel frequents this place, coming to burn the mindless nobles and their effigies here, which is exactly what the nobles want. After death, most in the lands between crave a proper Erd Tree burial, but now, in lieu of that perhaps, the dead gazed at the skies over the lakes of Limgrave, praying that the dragon's flames would burn them to ash. They want this kind of release from life. If you get Yura to assist you in taking out Agheel, then it's possible to get him to say this.
That was my first dragon hunt in quite some time. Paired up with a hothead like you. It was just like old times.
So, Yura was previously a dragon hunter, which helps to explain his familiarity with communion. And since being paired up with a hothead like you was just like old times, that means he must have once had a companion. The most likely candidate for this is Eleonora, a Drake Knight that Yura tracks all the way to the Altus Plateau only to plead with them on a very personal level.
Please, Eleonora, yield to the cessblood no longer. Do not stain the immaculacy of your sword, your flesh, your fire.
The precious little we know about Eleonora stems mostly from her Drake Knight armor, which is crafted from dragon wing membranes and features the spoils of a dragon catch as an emblem of pride as both dragon hunter and partaker of communion. From birth, Drake Knights speak not a word. They spend their lives pursuing the strength of dragons for its sublime beauty and inspiration of awe. Therefore, while the Drake Knights have more reverence of dragons, they are still partakers of communion. Thus, as they consume more hearts, their eyes become yellow and slitted, and inevitably they have a fate waiting for them as a magma worm. So, given all you've heard about communion, is it really any surprise that there would be a dragon named the Dragon Communion Revenger? This is Exekis, who guards the decrepit Temple of Communion in Caelid, attempting to prevent this abhorrent act of dragon communion via sheer will and hatred. For Exekis had the misfortune of taking on the Scarlet Rot as his aspect, something that has clearly taken a toll on him. But according to his incantation, Exekis, Dragon Communion Revenger, did not forget his hatred, even as he succumbed to the Scarlet Rot. So Exekis, at least, has a very good reason for attacking you, as he's preventing access to the nearby altar of Dragon Communion. But speaking of dragons who attack humans, let's turn our attention to the ancient dragons, who would one day attack the city of Leyndell. These ancient dragons attacked with all their might, bringing with them Gransax, an ancient dragon who is the largest dragon in the game, who rained calamity down upon the royal capital with such force that this marks the only time in historical record that Leyndell's walls had fallen. Thus began Leyndell's war against the ancient dragons. It's hard to know for sure why the ancient dragons attacked Leyndell. If you want to go full tinfoil hat and tie it to our earlier speculations, then you might say that it's because they finally realized their god had fled here and become the Erd Tree or something, but that might be stretching it. That said, they probably did come here because of the Erd Tree. After all, according to the Protection of the Erd Tree incantations, in the beginning, Everything was in opposition to the Erd Tree, and the ancient dragons were probably no exception. So it was that the ancient dragons fell upon Leyndell, their forces consisting of at least 3 dragons that we know of. Lanciax and her red lightning glaive, Fortisax and his twin pillars of red lightning, and Grandsax, a gargantuan dragon, wielding a physical weapon, actually, a decision that seems unique to them. This is the Bolt of Grandsax, a weapon that's actually mirrored in Placidusax's fight against us here. It's unclear whether Placidusax is echoing Grandsax or if Grandsax is echoing Placidusax, but the fact that Grandsax shares a weapon with Placidusax and the fact that Grandsax is so large certainly makes me think that Grandsax is the closest thing the ancient dragons might have had to a lord at the time of their attack upon Leyndell, at any rate. But this weapon would eventually fall from their grasp, as the great Grandsax was slain, their stone body and weapon becoming this permanent landmark within Leyndell's walls. According to Lightning Spear's description, Godwyn the Golden defeated the ancient dragon Fortisax, known as the mightiest boulder stone. Assumedly, Godwyn could have executed Fortisax here, or perhaps compelled Fortisax to swear an oath to him, just like Renala and Rani once did, but instead he befriended his fallen foe, and as a result, Fortisax would be loyal, so loyal that Fortisax would eventually go beyond to fight against the death that would take his companion, becoming a lich dragon, his aspect afflicted with death itself. So, to recap, when Godwyn was murdered on the Night of Black Knives, the rune of death was carved into his being, destroying his soul, but not his body. And so it was that his body spawned Deathroot, fragments of the rune of death that spreads its influence throughout the lands between, spawning the visage of the Prince of Death, who was Godwyn, in its wake. And while Godwyn does seem like a lost cause, Fortisax fought against the death within him nonetheless. So it is that Fortisax occupies a deathbed dream within his friend, fighting this impossible fight against the corrupting influence of the Rune of Death, which has now corrupted Fortisax. But I still don't think that Fortisax has been completely corrupted. When you fight against Fortisax here, you actually do so to bring about the age of those who live in death, and considering Fortisax fights against you, you could speculate that Fortisax is still vehemently opposed to death and those who live within death, even now. Check out this video for more on that. Anyway, so it should come as no surprise that this friendship between Godwyn and Fortisax was seen as significant in Leyndell when Fortisax was first defeated. This moment of friendship was so significant that it would make allies of all the ancient dragons and give rise to the ancient dragon cult in the capital city. It seems the ancient dragon cult was born out of a desire to defend the Erd Tree. As stated by the malformed dragon set, after the great ancient dragon Grandsax attacked, the tree sentinels had an epiphany. The only way to truly protect the Erd Tree was to become dragons themselves. So it was that these regular tree sentinels became draconic tree sentinels. As a fun side note, the 1.0 description of the malformed dragon set instead talks about a dragon worshipper named Nal, who I speculate is this individual defending Malekith in Faram Azula. His set once read, "Once a dragon worshipper from the capital, it said that he pulverized his golden armor with his bare hands in a fit of religious fervor, covering it in his own blood as he reshaped it in the likeness of a dragon." But anyway, in the final version of the game, there's more than one draconic tree sentinel, and they wield armaments whittled from dragon claws, so that they could better honor the ancient dragons in their worship without resorting to the primal act of dragon communion. And conveniently, for them it was found that dragon worship didn't clash with belief in the Erd Tree. The Gravelstone seal says as much, stating, "After all, this seal and lightning itself are both imbued with gold." And this goes beyond just color. The ancient dragons were originally a part of the Greater Will's plan back in Farum Azula, and their golden scales reflect that. And after the Dragon War, these ancients became a part of the Greater Will's plan once more, albeit in a more subservient role than in their previous age. One thing that's kind of difficult to reconcile with the dragon cult is the fact that their prayer books, cookbooks, spells, and even a draconic tree sentinel can be found in Farum Azula. Special thanks to V-Limit on YouTube for making me aware of this. The ancient dragon war in Leyndell would have surely happened after Farum Azula's age had passed, so how did all of this get up there? Either Farum Azula became skybound much later in the timeline than I thought, or perhaps dragon cultists simply traveled up to Farum Azula with these relics somehow. And I think this second theory is much more likely, because in an earlier version of the game, Farum Azula was actually called the Storm Eyrie, and was, and I quote, "a place that only dragons can reach." This reminds me a lot of Archdragon Peak in Dark Souls 3, which could only be accessed through a sort of draconic meditation. So perhaps Farum Azula was once planned to be accessed in a similar way. For all we know, it could still be canon that those in tune with dragons are spirited up here. For instance, some banished knights certainly found a way up here, and they have dragons cresting their helmet. And this helmet once described how they sought the Storm Eyrie, presumably through revering dragons. Therefore, I feel like remnants of characters being spirited up here due to their association with dragons is a bit of a holdover from a past version of the game that still exists in the current version. And while we don't get spirited up in the current game by becoming a dragon, we are certainly spirited up here. This teleportation occurs when you sacrifice Melina, or yourself in the Frenzy ending. Now the mechanism behind this is kind of unclear, but there is sort of a prophecy that helps to explain it. Melina's Blade of Calling reads, "The one who walks alongside flame shall one day meet the road of destined death." So, whether you walk alongside Melina, the Kindling Maiden, or the god of frenzied flame, or your Alexander tempering yourself in the flames of Gelmir and the Giant's Forge, you're going to make it up here one way or another and meet the road of destined death. Speaking of which, this also explains why Banal is up here. According to his beast champion armor, his maiden threw herself into the fire, just like Melina does for us, which is what gets us up here. And he too also has a fate that ends with destined death, just like we do. So there's definitely some sort of fate associated with destined death that is spiriting us up here, I think that's for sure. And to explain most others up here in Farum Azula, well again, I personally think that they were likely spirited up thanks to their draconic nature, as explained by the cut content from that earlier version of Elden Ring. For all the humans who desired to commune with dragons, there was one dragon who actually communed with humans, Lanciax. Lanciax was the sister of Fortisax, and while you fight her as a dragon in-game, long ago she took the form of a human, to better commune with the Dragon Knights as a priestess of the ancient dragon cult of Leyndell. The fact that she was able to take human form is pretty amazing. This is almost a reflection of dragon communion, but instead of changing form and communing with dragons, she's changing form to better commune with humans. A part of this communion, apparently, was love, and according to Dragon Bolt Blessing, only those loved by dragons can survive the ordeal of cladding their bodies in lightning. And of all the knights, Vike the Dragon Spear was the one Lanciax loved the most. Fittingly, Vike's Dragon Bolt is unique in that it clads him and his spear in red lightning, the signature weapon of the ancient dragons, reserved up until this point for the beastmen who served them in antiquity. This also marks Vike as a dragon cultist. Therefore, it's kind of crazy to think that a dragon cultist almost became Elden Lord, something that surely would have had implications for the age that would follow, you know, if Vike was to take the throne. This must have made it all the more painful for many when Vike suddenly disappeared, travelling below Leyndell to visit the Three Fingers, where he was burned by their frenzy, armor and all. Knowing that he was a dragon cultist certainly helps to explain how he got down here. The fact that he was surely this highly regarded member of Leyndell's dragon cult, you'd think would open doors for him within the city. So Vike likely could have made the trip down here easily, despite the existence of the Three Fingers being sacrilegious to the order up above. We get little information on why Vike made this trip, but in the end, we eventually find him imprisoned within an Everjail. And whether this imprisonment is self-imposed or not also remains a bit of a mystery. But anyway, back to Lanciax, who loved Vike. The most interesting thing here with her, I think, isn't just the fact that we've learned that dragons can turn into humans, it's the fact that dragons can love. Perhaps this love and powerful emotion is part of what makes them so loyal. We see many becoming oath-sworn, and then Vortisax, for example, going so far as to sacrifice himself entirely for his friend. And it's this fact that makes the Elden Lord Placidusax's abandonment by his god all the more tragic, for their god would never return, and eventually a Tarnished would find their way beyond time, putting an end to the Dragon Lord and hewing their remembrance into the Erd Tree. In the end, all that remains is Placidusax's ruin, the dying wails of the Dragon Lord, who once dwelled eternally beyond time. Thank you for watching, but before I go, do you want some Elden Ring wall art to adorn your walls? Well, Displate has you covered. Born Sekiro drops, so there should be some good times ahead, you know, bringing in the new year.
Okay, chat. I was meant to be productive, but I was just not productive. That's just blatantly it. Okay, this was not like last time. Last time with comment stream, it was good. This time it's just my brain turned off. I don't know why. We still have 3 more videos here, but I don't want to sit here for another 3 hours listening to Elden Ring lore. I do, but I don't. So yeah. Give me a second, chat. I'm just gonna put the ending on, and then we're just gonna close. Where's OBS? Minimize. And come down here. Where's you? Okay. Alright, so that was like, how long is the stream? The stream is with Twitch Manager, Alright. This stream was 6 hours and a half. I was semi-productive for 2 hours, maybe 3 hours of it. Okay? I've gotten 1 thumbnail done, and then a bunch of that was just, I don't know, maybe because it's on my main monitor, and it's right in front of me, and it's like every single time whenever I put something in front of it, the screen went black, so that means you guys wouldn't have that, so that was inconvenient. Oh god. Yeah, I don't know, but DaVinci Resolve didn't work, so that was annoying. We somehow got 3 followers, which I don't know why, but okay, sure, fine. Corgi, thank you very much for the follow. Mushala, thank you very much for the follow. Brooklyn VTuber, thank you very much for the follow. What I've noticed is that people are unfollowing me. This might be because of their bot accounts and stuff like that. We'll wait and see. I'm not... I don't actually have 30 followers, I don't believe. So yeah. We'll wait and see. But yeah. There is that. If we do have 30 followers, great. If we don't, whatever, it's perfectly fine. It just means it's more time. Ideally, we're like two months in. I don't know. I'm assuming we might get 40 by the end of the next month. And then after that, maybe... I don't know. Hopefully we get 50 soon. I just want an achievement. So yeah. We have improved. It's just... This workstream idea is like... I think I should probably cancel it and just make it not a stream. I don't know. I don't think there's any major point to actually be online to actually work. I'm just gonna turn it off. So yeah. So that means we're gonna be 2 days on, 1 day off, and then 2 days on again. That's what the plan is. So yeah. Which also means that tomorrow we're probably gonna be off. Just to make life a bit easier. So yeah. Tomorrow's Saturday. So it'll be Sunday, then Monday. And then we'll be back on... Yeah. We'll change the schedule now. Home. Stream manager. Channel. Oh, we can't do it yet. Oh no, maybe we can. Alright, so we've done Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Configure. So we're gonna cancel Saturday. And Sunday and Monday. Alright. And then we also need to turn off Wednesday. So Thursday, Friday, Sunday, Monday. Wait, I think like Sunday's a pretty bad day to stream though. I'm not sure. I think Monday's also a bad day to stream. So yeah. I like Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I don't know. We'll wait and see. Thank you very much for the stream. This is Mickey the Tiny K Master signing off. If you stayed up for me, stayed up for me, go to sleep. Please do. Just take care of your health and cancel this. And if I ended up not seeing you, good afternoon, good evening, good night. Bye bye. Where's OBS? Stop streaming.